boys are going to bring the heat today.
As the leader of the Booner pack, I lead from the front.
All right, boys. Lock in.
It's our core foundation, man. Grit.
I'm fired up. I'm fired the f*** up, boys.
It's pumping right now. It's got my juices pumping, boys.
What makes iconic?
All right. Welcome in. We got lots here. All right, day 2 NFL draft, Crunch Time Sports. We are right back at it here, boys. Yesterday, Tyleik Klotz. Wait a second. You got the Ohio State sweatshirt on. Tyleik Williams represent. I respect that. I can't say nothing bad about it right now. I'm pumped up though. It's been actually a really long day, kind of getting ready for this day 2 here. I would say, Klotzy, and I'm excited to see what Brad does. I do think, I don't know what your opinion is on it. I think we're about to have a big time draft here tonight. I think we might come out with 2 or 3 players, and they might be 2 or 3 dudes that are dudes, if you know what I mean, Klotzy.
I know what you mean, because Brad Holmes, when you go back and see why Brad Holmes has made the name for himself in Brad Holmes, it's because of those day 2 and day 3 picks. But I think specifically in rounds 2 and 3, especially 2 years ago, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, we saw them go in the first round, the first round of the draft of day 2 in the second round. But then in drafts prior, Kirby Joseph, 3rd round pick. Amon-Ra, 4th round pick. I know 4th round's tomorrow, but still Brad Holmes has found a way to separate himself in the day 2 and day 3 drafts from the rest of the NFL, pretty much outside of Howie Roseman, Brett Beach, and those types of GMs.
Yeah, Klotz, by the way, I just want to throw this out there. Your mic, I don't think it's connected, just so you know. I don't know. You sound like you're about 3 miles away, like you got hit by a tornado.
Let's do this now. Better now?
No.
Better now.
You sound very, very far away. I'll just throw that out there. Yeah, Coda said, Klotz, you got a new mic? No, I just don't think he has a mic. Jeff Iafrate, how are we doing today?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm ready to go, baby. I'm fired up, dude. So you figured out the mic, right, Lucas?
I believe so. Does it sound good?
All right, yeah, way better. Way better.
Okay.
Yeah, Booner was right. It sounded like
it sounded pretty wacky there. Sounded I didn't even know if you were talking to me, to be honest. Honestly, you did a whole monologue in an opening scene. Didn't hear any of it.
You didn't say anything.
I wanted you to cook. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it.
Not fair.
I'm pumped up though. Yeah, I'm excited though, boys. Can I say something real quick about something with the NFL draft? I was about to tweet it out because I actually just got pretty frustrated about it. And this is really a Lions fan base thing. Do I have permission? It might hit a nerve for some people. Is this okay?
I think you shouldn't need permission, Boone.
All right, I just want to say, can people who cover the Detroit Lions and people who are fans of the Detroit Lions grow a pair and grow up and stop complaining and stop being such losers and complaining about people having an opinion? Just because someone doesn't like Brad Holmes' pick, just because someone is on the opposite side of an opinion you have, doesn't make a person like you shouldn't listen, or you know what I'm saying, boys? I want to shout out Nick. Honestly, he put out an amazing. I respect my text him. I said, Nick, bro, like, if you have an opinion, you say it, and you don't sit there and let someone else kind of go at you about it. And like, yeah, they can go at you and have their opinion back. But what I hate is when there are people who cover the team, or there are people, fans, who comment and act like these people are like this guy. Like, so people can have their opinion. Allow people to have their opinion. If you disagree, go ahead. Let's go back and forth on it. You can have an opinion without being like, this guy's just really bad at his job, or this guy sucks. Like, what are we doing here, man? Like, that, it is unbelievable, I think it's more soft of the people who complain about it than it is the people who actually are calling them soft about it.
Yeah, that happens every year.
Yeah, I just had to get that out because I literally, right before I hopped on, I saw a tweet. I saw a couple tweets and people commenting, and we got tagged, and at least I got tagged. And I was just like, what are we doing here? Like, let people have an opinion.
Yeah. I feel it, Boone. I feel it.
Yeah, that happens. That happens every year. You know, that no matter what happens, if someone disagrees, they get shit on for it. I mean, I don't mind if you're not a fan of the pick. I guess what I've been trying to do the last almost 24 hours is at least try and explain where I'm coming from. But
yeah,
again, think that wherever the hell you want to think. I really don't care.
Hey, if you don't like the pick, you don't like it. Like, all right,
let's I'm not going to sit here and shit all over you until you change your opinion. You know what I mean? Yeah. I really don't.
No, you just don't agree with it, which I think is fine. Like everyone doesn't have to agree with Brad Holmes every time. We on this show, I mean, we think it's a good pick. We like Tyleik Williams. We like him, and it does. We're not like faking it that we like him just because of Brad. Like, no, we actually like the player. Whether or not, like, and I said it last night to you, Klotz, like, I think Jihad's going to end up being an amazing player in the NFL, and you could have gone Jihad. I think Mike Green or Donovan Izaraku could have been the pick. I'm happy with Tyleik Williams. Like, just because I like other players better doesn't mean I don't think the pick is good and the player's bad.
Yeah, and I know that it was not the pick that Lions fan, including myself. Like, I thought Tyleik Williams would have been like the first 10 picks of the second round. I didn't think he'd be a first round pick, but I'm not upset at the end of the day because the Lions would have to give up value in the second round to move up and get him, or they can just stay there and take their guy. I would much rather have Tyleik Williams at 28th overall than the Chicago Bears taking Colson Loveland when they already have a tight end in Cole Kmet who have re-signed 10th overall. I think if you look at the NFL draft, like before the Lions pick, the Lions, they didn't go get like a blue chip 5-star guy, but they have somebody who fits their scheme, plays exactly the type of football that they want to, and is going to be good for them in year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4, and year 5, and he's not a project. Like Tyleik Williams, day 1, you can plug and play in the NFL. Doesn't mean he's going to have instant success and be a game wrecker. I think he can get his way there through a couple of years, but he's somebody that's not going to be a Broderick Martin, where you brought up the point yesterday, Boone. And it wasn't saying, this is a bad pick. You're just bringing up the point. Like, look at Brad. When you look at his draft history, you got Levi, Broderick Martin, like Josh Pascal. A lot of these guys are kind of like tweeners. They're not sure things. Tyleik Williams gives you a sure thing for a long-term option in the interior of the defensive line that they have to keep strong. If they don't, they're not going to be the run defense, which they have been. That's what this defense is built on for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, on last night's show, after the pick was made, I brought up the point that you don't even know how much longer he would have been there. You know, and I the comment today that I think Doc asked about, where Tyleik said the Bills had the same exact feeling. They had the same relationship with Tyleik that the Lions had, which the Bills told him, if you're there, we're going to take you. So it's kind of the same situation there, you know.
Do you guys think, I saw the conversation, because I know the draft starts in like 15 minutes, but I think picks, especially early, could start flying fast. Any chance you think the Lions double down at defensive tackle? Like,
no, I was
corner.
The only reason I would say no is because I just don't see a world where you have a fit in there. Like, I don't. That room is so, like, again, Brad, on my way home last night, I was listening to it, and Brad even was asked, like, hey, Brad, you said in Florida that it was already a packed room, and then in the first round you double down and you add more to that room. So it's like, that's why I think it was shocking. Like last night, that again, when I was trying to get that, it wasn't the argument. It was like, this is like kind of a fact. Like, this room is so, it's not even deep with great players. It's just so like,
there's a lot of bodies in there. There's a lot of draft capital.
Like, I forgot to mention even yesterday, like Pat O'Connor's still in there. Like, there's they signed Pat O'Connor. There's just so many players where it's like, oh my gosh. So I don't see another defensive tackle in this class. I think I did this earlier, and I just tweeted it out because what I did at 2:00 when I did this, like the hour show, this morning when I woke up and I was working, I was like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through every single player that they met with in the positions that are day 2 picks and that are still on the best available list. And the positions I got, boys, and tell me if I'm wrong: wide receiver, O-line, linebacker, corner, and safety.
Say it again.
Edge, wide receiver, offensive line, linebacker, corner, safety. That's the only picks or positions I can see them taking tonight. It's one of those 6.
And that's not in order.
No. I was just because what I did is I went through each position group and I grabbed each player that they met with and that are still available and that are higher up on the available list for day 2. And I wrote them all down, and not at 2:00 when I did the show, I gave them out a little bit. I gave some of them out, and then I put it out on Twitter just so, like, hey, these are the picks. These are the guys to keep an eye on. Like, there are a lot of guys to keep an eye on.
If you had to, I think the obvious answer is Josiah, and I don't know if you talked about it before, Boone, and even this morning, but who are like the guys that you're like really monitoring as far as like these are the Brad guys that I think could go here, regardless of positions, like you said.
Well, I got my list on Twitter and I got my list in my notebook. Do you want me to just read off of that?
Yeah.
It's a long list. And I did it at 2:00 with the people. Shout out everyone who tuned in too. That was kind of fun. It was just me in the chat, and you guys know me in the chat. We get along very well, so it was a great time. All right, I'll read it off for you. Ready, Klotzy?
Yeah.
Let's start with Edge. JTT, Ohio State.
Love it.
Josiah Stewart, Michigan. Nick Scorton, Texas A&M. Jack Sawyer, Ohio State. Savion Jones, LSU. And Oluwafemi Oladejo, UCLA.
I forgot about Oladejo completely.
That's my edge group for today to keep an eye on. And I originally, what I did today, I originally had Donovan Izaraku and Mike Green. I think they would just have to trade so far up in. Like, I think they could get to like 35, 36. I think those two guys end up just going right away, the first 3 or 4 picks. Maybe not Mike Green, but I think Izaraku does.
Izaraku, I would say Luther Burden.
Yeah, Luther Burden. I think Shador probably just goes to the Bears right away, or not the Bears, the Browns at one of those picks. Offensive line Klotz, I had Anthony Belton, Charles Grant, Emory Jones, and Dylan Fairchild.
Charles Grant.
I hate it, but they met with him. These aren't guys that I'm like dying on a hill for, but it's really just like, hey, these are guys they met with. Linebacker, I had Chris Paul Jr., Paul. And Kobe King.
Okay.
Wide receiver Alec Ayomaner, Jaden Higgins, and Pat Bryant. And then
there's a name that you left off there. I know you didn't just forget about the wide receiver, Boone.
Who did I forget?
Arkansas.
I made a statement about Isaac Tesla today. I don't think he's a day 2 pick. I think it's a waste of a day 2 pick.
You better watch him.
I said
a day 2 pick, he says.
Yeah. I can't draft the guy at day 2. You're telling me, Klotzy, you're taking him over Xavier Restrepo in day 2?
Wouldn't hate it.
No, that's ridiculous. No, I can't take you serious. I can't take you serious if that's what.
Klotzy, you said Restrepo is one of the best receivers in the class.
Hey, not saying I
can't take that serious.
I don't hate it though.
No, he hasn't had more than 600 yards in a year at Arkansas.
Yes.
So I didn't have him on the list.
No, he's rage bait. That's rage.
Yeah, and I said I love Isaac Tesla. Probably a great person. He has he might follow us on Instagram. Good dude. I just can't I can't lie. I can't lie in my job. I don't think he's a day 3 guy. So I'm not reaching for him. And then my corners and safety, I had Quincy Riley, Ezra Thomas, Darian Porter, and Jonas Sanker. That's my list.
Like it, Boone.
Those are just guys to keep an eye on. They met with most of them, not all of them, but almost 90% of those guys.
Because they didn't meet with JTT, did they? They met with Jack Sawyer, but not JTT.
No, I do have a theory though that if they drafted Tyleik Williams,
yeah,
they probably have seen JTT a million times play. They've probably talked to him without having to have those, and they could have met with him. We just don't know. We didn't know about the second meeting with Tyleik.
When did the second meeting happen? I haven't seen that.
I don't know. Brad just said last night. He said we met with them at the combine. We had a meeting with him at the combine. We loved it.
Top 30 in combine.
He was like, we brought him back, and he was like, we had multiple. He literally said we had multiple meetings with him, and every time we talked to him, we loved him more and more and more.
Come on, man. He's a dude. He's a dude.
He's a guy.
No, he ain't no guy. He's a dude. There's levels to it. There's dog, dude, guy, jag. Say jag's under the guy. You can't just be a dog. I think if you talk about NFL, he's a dude for right now.
Klotz, what about you though?
I was just saying. No, but I'm trying to think. Where do you think? Because I know it's been very polarizing on the show, Boone. Tyler Shuck, Shadur Sanders, Kyle McCord. How do you think they go off the board in order? It doesn't have to be the team you think, but who do you think picked out of those guys?
I've been trying to with the quarterbacks. I have been trying to find a bet to take Tyler Shuck to be the first quarterback off the board today. I can't find it. I think there's a chance he's the first quarterback, and I don't know where to find it. If anyone knows where I can find it, It's nowhere. I mean, right now the odds for the first pick of the second round is Travion Henderson -400.
With Cleveland too, I would say that's very, very likely.
I'm gonna actually put a bet in real quick.
Hey, before we start here, let's bring in Caleb. All right, he's over here. Let's get Caleb in here. Caleb, how we feeling?
What's up, gentlemen? How we doing? Exciting day 2 of the draft. Hey, Brad Holmes finds a lot of stars on day 2. So it's going to be an action-packed day. I'm ready to go. Ready to go.
There you go. Caleb knows what it is. He knows what it is.
There we go. All right.
Yeah,
Okay, no, I thought we were going somewhere with that.
yeah.
No, I'm excited, the boys. We got like 10 minutes left. Who goes? Cleveland, and then they traded back, so it goes Cleveland, Giants, and then Cleveland's up pretty soon again, aren't they?
Yeah, Shedur's going to be a Brown, unfortunately.
Possibly.
I hope he's not.
He's falling until he takes the Will Levis stock.
Yeah,
End up a backup. Maybe they take him in Houston, protect CJ Stroud insurance.
I just took a Shedeur bet. I just took him to go to the Browns. It was +340. He's favored to go to the Raiders right now.
You think he's the first pick of the second round?
No, they have 35 too, or they have 36, I think, or something. They have 36.
I hope he goes to the Raiders. That'd be good.
I mean, it would if the Browns pass on him, he goes Raiders because they have 37.
Him and Gentry, that would sell tickets.
Yeah,
that would sell tickets.
Yeah.
You got your you. That'd be sweet for Vegas fans.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, get to go there with Scipio and Geno Smith.
Yeah,
I like it. I like
pretty
it.
ideal spot for him.
That boy Kyle McCord going before Shedeur.
Yeah, if he goes to Cleveland, it's
What do you think is making him fall though, Hefe? In all realness, we'll drop the memes for a second as far as trolling you with the Shedeur Sanders stuff. What do you think caused him to fall?
My honest opinion so there's two things. One, from what I've read, it's skill set, but my honest opinion, I think it's just he's a very, very big personality. And because here's the thing, like people are going to say, well, he played for his dad, nepotism. But like if there was a quarterback that was at Colorado the last 2 years and put up those numbers, you'd at least someone's going to take a flyer on the dude, especially if he's that. Like I don't know. I think there's more to it than just like his skill, because accuracy wise, you could argue the dude's the most accurate quarterback in the draft. Like, so I don't know. He's not mobile. That's probably another thing. He's not like a guy that's going to run around like Jackson Dart.
Oh boys, I might lose power.
I think I saw my lights.
I just flickered over here.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of different reasons, but I don't think he's like, from how you see all the interviews and shit, I don't think none of that's the reason why he's dropping. Like he's brash or whatever the hell it is.
I don't think it's that. I think honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's just really like, I'm not gonna say he's bad, but I just don't think like he was ever maybe a first round talent like right now. Like I think it was something to where people knew like he might have to sit. And it might take a little bit for him to be a starter. And he could be a starter and he could win a Super Bowl. He could do all of that. He has everything to do with the accuracy, the intelligence. Like he has it all. It's just more so like,
what is it?
Is he really a first round draft pick? Probably not. Like he's probably not rated an actual first round draft pick. And he was just getting pushed out because there was no quarterbacks in this draft class.
He just looked like, when you look at Shedeur Sanders, though, because I agree with Boone, like what sticks out about Shedeur Sanders compared to Kyle McCord, Will Howard? Like there's guys that are bigger, have stronger arms. Like he's just limited in what he can do individually, traits wise, compared to most quarterbacks you see taken in the first round. And again, the quarterbacks that usually fall outside of the first round and the second and third round, if they have success, it's because they have to go into a great situation. And if you're saying that Shedeur should be a first round quarterback and he falls into the second, even if he goes to a bad situation, that team could have took him the first time. So there's really, like, if you think Shedeur is a first-round guy, this is a good situation for you. It should pan out better for him in this case, in my opinion, because that team already has a first-round talent added to it. But I look at him and it's fun. Like, I know I keep harping on it, but as a prospect, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr. Like, there's nothing that stands out about him. If we were watching Shedeur Sanders play at Tulane and he was not Deion Sanders' son, we'd say this guy's really solid for the second round. But he's playing with Travis Hunter. He's got Deion Sanders as his dad and his head coach. And again, it's not saying that Shedeur is bad, but this has put him under a microscope where we're seeing the strengths of his game, and some people are ignoring the weaknesses because he comes from the Deion tree. Don't worry about that because his dad's Deion. He's playing with Travis Hunter. He's in a great environment. But at the end of the day, he's going to be on his own in whichever situation he goes to, and you have to look at him on his own for what it truly is. So I think that's why it fell. Just don't think he's a first-round guy.
Yeah, but the reality is, I just think it's the class too. Like I don't think Jackson Dart's a first round guy. Like I think the only first round guy is probably Cam Ward that you can argue, in my opinion.
I think you can make an argument Jackson Dart is over,
but they have, in my opinion, they have pretty much a similar argument. Like I don't know.
I disagree. I think Jackson Dart has traits that Shedeur does not have, and it's
like
not close.
Mobility.
He's more athletic. He has a better arm downfield, more accurate downfield, and those are two things that in today's NFL, those are like the main things that coaches, especially offensive coaches like Brian Daboll, they look at. And if you're a first round talent, like I was watching Jackson Dart film today, he literally he rushed for 1,500 yards in college, and when you watch those videos, like a lot of them are like 3-yard line, 4-yard line, like how Josh Allen just powers it in from the 5-yard line and just goes. And like he has those traits to where it's like he has that upside and he's done that. So it's not like I don't think Shedeur has that. And I think it's like if you've really watched Shedeur, he doesn't. But that doesn't mean he can't be good. He could be a different quarterback and he can win games a different way in his way. But he's not Jackson Dart. They play two different games or two different quarterbacks. I think people are trying to put Shedeur in that. I think that people have been doing it for months. Have been trying to put Shedeur in that top tier with Cam Ward, to where it's like Cam Ward and Jackson are different. I said like a month ago. I made the tag. I said, don't be surprised if Jackson Dart goes before Shedeur, and it's because the Saints, Kellen Moore loves those types of quarterbacks way more. Now, and you got to see it with Brian Daboll. Like he loves those types of quarterbacks 100 times more. And that was why they fell in love with him. I think it was Shefty that reported today, or it was Ian Rappaport that said like he went down the list of teams that needed quarterback, and they were like they all fell in love and switched to Jackson Dart when they realized the skill set.
Yeah, my point is though the class. Like Jackson Dart's not going in the first round like last year. It's just the class. Like those two to me are very similar. It's not drastic. And if you think it is drastic, that's your opinion. But I think it's Cam Ward and then Jackson Dart and Shedeur are in the same tier to me. That's just my opinion. I don't think it's just drastic. Like it's Jackson Dart and Cam Ward and then spacebar to use Sam Flannel and then Shedeur. It's like that's not true.
Yeah, I just disagree.
Especially if you watch Jackson Dart, then you should know the offense he's played in, which is very quarterback friendly, which is a red flag. Like Lane Kiffin,
not at all, because you get to a team with a coach that's an offensive coach.
No, that's a college offense though.
I disagree.
Point.
I don't
that's
think
it's a fact. It's a college
Jackson Dart is.
That's no disagree. Like, remember we talked about this? It's a fact. That offense is literally that's the biggest concern with Jackson Dart is Lane Kiffin's offense. I think physically he's got a lot of gifts, more gifts athletically than Shedeur Sanders. But it's not like, oh yeah, that system. You see that you watched the interview with John Gruden. What was it? Hey, go through it. Go through the snap.
I just don't think you're giving it a fair assessment because you like Shedeur so much. It's fine. We could agree to disagree.
Discount my opinion because I like Shedeur. Like
no, there is bias in opinions. It's not discounting. It's kind of a.
All right.
We're talking about facts. That's a fact. There is bias in opinions.
So I can't comment on Jackson Dart because I like Shedeur.
No, you can, but I just don't think you're right in your comments, and it might feel like it's from your bias on Shedeur. That's all. That's also a fact.
Well, I'm a Jackson Dart guy, but I will say Jeff's point is valid when it comes to the offense. Like it's a big RPO offense. It's a one read offense. Like you saw guys like Matt Corral really succeed under Lane Kiffin in that offense. And I get Jackson Dart has all the tools. I really like him as a player. Would I have traded up for him that far like the Giants did? Maybe not, but I am curious to see how his lack of playing in an NFL type offense is going to translate to the NFL. Yeah, he has all the tools, but he's got to learn an NFL offense. And I do think Brian Daboll, a guy that did it with Josh Allen, is a good guy to do it under. But I don't know. If I was the Giants, probably wouldn't have traded up that far. But I don't know. I do like him over Shedeur, though. I will say that.
Interesting. Another situation that I saw, Boone, What would you do? Chicago has 2 early picks at the top of the second round. What would you do if they got Izaraku? How would you feel about that? Muted, Boone. Muted, Boone.
You're saying the Giants?
No, the Bears.
Oh, the Bears?
Yeah. So I know that's your guy, but I look at those 2 Bears picks at the top of that second round, boys, and they can do some damage there.
Yeah.
They could take a running back.
I think they go running back.
Side or offensive side.
Yeah, I think they do go running back. And then I would think,
Josh
honestly,
Simmons is still there.
Will Johnson, if he's still, fuck.
who is? Josh Simmons
Will
is gone.
Johnson, if he's, huh?
Who'd you say, Caleb?
Oh, no, my fault. Never mind.
Yeah,
I did say
shook
Josh
for a
Simmons,
second.
but
I was
went,
like,
but he went. But
if
he
he
went.
was on the board and the Bears got
Yeah,
him in the running back, I would be like, no. No. Yeah, I guess a running back. Their defense is like, I don't know defensively what they really need. They're pretty stacked. Like if
They're
you get
solid.
a defensive
They could
player,
use
where do
another
they even
corner,
fit?
Another edge. Maybe a safety.
Yeah. Maybe they get Trey Amos. I don't know. What kind of corner do they need? It's a question.
I think Jalen Johnson, I feel like is good at both. Probably more of a zone guy. I don't know. I'd have to look.
I'm interested actually to see what they do. I want to be shocked if they got another weapon for Ben Johnson.
I still can't believe they went Cole Slovan 10th overall. Did you see that clip of them doing the interview too? Like how awkward it was when Ryan Poles was on the phone with them.
Did you see my tweet? I had my
Longest
tweet
tie.
blew up, dude. But I mean, Ben Johnson had a tie that went to the floor. It was unbelievable. I've never seen something like that in the draft room. Oh,
it's
my
on your
gosh,
personal, you said?
Yeah, I tweeted it twice, and both of them just went nuts, bro. Bears fans got a hold of it as always.
That's always pleasant.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Boys, I do want to say though, a draft I loved yesterday, Atlanta. They address the edge twice, essentially. Jalen Walker at 15, then they trade back up for James Pierce. And I wonder, this is what I wonder. I wonder if they traded up to get James Pierce to maybe jump a team like Detroit. Thinking maybe, okay, James Pierce is there for Detroit. I don't know. I loved that draft for Atlanta. I think they knocked it out of the park on day one.
I don't know how you could look at that draft. And I would say if I had to pick right now, just because of the state that the Giants are in, I would say that I think Atlanta has the best draft so far, and the Giants are very close behind. But when you're looking at Atlanta, like Jalen Walker, he can be your young pillar piece at the linebacker spot, the edge spot, like true edge spot. When you talk about like a TJ Watt more so, and then you look at James Pierce, that's your true defensive end. So their front seven, they're going to have 2 core pieces for the next 4 or 5 years that are just going to be playing athletic football, game wrecking in front of AJ Terrell. Jesse Bates is still there. They got our boy Clark Phillips III, Hefe, a couple years ago. He's starting to play solid ball for him. So I think that defense, they're like a Sean Dolak away from being legitimate in a couple of years to go with Michael Penix.
Hey,
Don't you shake your head.
Before the draft officially starts, can we get your guys' predictions for the Lions?
Which ones? Pick 16.
I mean, just both. Like, what do you think they end with? Do you think they trade up? Do you think they stay? Do you think they trade back to even add more assets? What do we think they do?
I think they make a move to make sure that they get Josiah Stewart. I don't think they're going to wait till 60. I think Josiah Stewart becomes a Detroit Lion for sure. And then I think they move I would say they move back into the third round, if anything, because they're sitting at 102. If you take somebody in the second you're happy with, you're sitting there at 102. It's not too bad, but then you can jump back in. I think it's easier to move back into the third than the second. But we've seen Brad move back into the second in drafts like Brian Branch and Sam Laporta, so I could see him doing it there. But Brad moves up at some point today, boys. Would not be shocked at all. And I think Josiah Stewart, I think offensive lineman. I think Charles Grant. If they want to take him in the third round, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I'd probably go for sure. If I would go, I'd go for sure Josiah Stewart, though, if I had to lock one in.
I like that.
Yeah, they're trading up today. Savion Jones will be a line.
Savion, trade up for Savion is your prediction?
They might not even have to trade up, but either way, Josiah is probably more realistic trade up. So I think they trade up. It'll be Josiah or they stay put and take Savion Jones. But it is a long time till they pick. They got 30. I mean, they got like freaking 27 picks. I mean, Savion might be gone. I don't know.
Jonas Sanker too.
I like the Jonas Sanker thing. I had him in the mock that we did. Our final mocks. Terrion up on the stage too for this one.
I forgot. I thought that was gonna be last night.
No, it's second round. I think all the players or former players are doing. See Jonathan Taylor there. He's got sunglasses on. The man is just like not. He's just
Faded.
Like just stuck.
Boone, I know you tweeted it today, but what was the difference in turnouts between Detroit and Green Bay?
It was like 70,000. It was a massive difference. It was like Detroit day one had 275,000. Green Bay had like 205,000. Which, to be fair, I will, and I don't want to give any credit to Green Bay. They are a much smaller city than Detroit, so I don't know if 70,000 difference has to do with that, but that's probably a realistic,
the cap.
Yeah. How do I gotta do something here. I'm just getting too many messages right now, and they're just coming through. What's going on? What's happening with my computer? How do you even get the settings on a computer? Why can't I figure this out?
You go to the little search thing. It's called a search bar, Boone.
I did it. I typed in settings and it's not popping up.
I think your computer might just be.
Oh, you know what it is? It's I have the thing pulled up, and I think I just figured it out. I think I've done it, ladies and gentlemen.
What are you boys watching the draft on?
NFL Network.
ABC.
Oh my gosh. I might throw my phone or my laptop. This is ridiculous.
You okay, Boone?
Dude, I'm just getting so many messages. I'm in that group chat, and I'm trying to just shut my notifications off. I already shut my notifications. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
Popular. You're too popular.
I don't think that's it. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know. Right there. Alerts. Oh, notifications. Messages.
You guys seeing Quinn Ewers on the screen right now? All that taxidermy behind him. I mean, I
didn't. We might have different broadcasts, so they're covering different things right now. I didn't even think of that. That's possible.
Yeah, I'm watching NFL Network right now.
Yeah, that's what I have on.
Buddy about to get himself canceled.
And we got a clock. Who's getting canceled?
Quinn Ewers. I bet there'll be a huge deal about that watch.
Oh, somebody will make a point of it. Absolutely.
Was it like
Quinn's definitely going? I think all these quarterbacks today. I think there's going to be a run on quarterbacks at some point. I think quarterbacks are going to hit the market here.
I think in that first 10 picks, especially too, all the guys that didn't take them.
Yeah, I think once like Shuck and Jalen Milroe go, I think teams are going to be like, okay, maybe let's get ours real quick. We don't want someone to steal the one we want.
Boone, can you look real quick? Is there a bet out there that says Kyle McCord going to the New York Jets?
I have not seen one Kyle McCord bet.
Did you remember watching the Gruden thing where he's talking about growing up a Jets fan, and then the Jets have met with him a ton of times from Syracuse, whereas Ed in New York, Jets New York. He's seen a ton of like Ohio State. Obviously, he went off at Syracuse, like we just said. He's seen a ton of looks. Throw him in behind Fields, give a little comp.
Yeah.
But I think they got Tyrod too.
So the Browns are on the clock. A lot of teams. It sounds like at least the report, Mike Garofalo, as I learned recently, is how you pronounce his name, said that they're staying put. They're on FaceTime right now with someone. I don't know if you guys saw the Browns are the only team that did a FaceTime and they recorded it.
They should take at this spot. They should take a receiver because Houston and Tennessee select right after him.
Think so? I think they go Travion. That's my guess.
Or I mean, they could go running back. I guess.
Nick Chubb's gone or not re-signed yet. That guy, they just moved him. I was going to say. Guy looked like Post Malone. Here we go.
Hey, Klotzy, those are all your people. I'm looking at them.
I'm trying to find something to watch on, boys. My shit's acting weird.
Browns fans just appeared.
Let me go. I'll be right back, boys. I'm trying to find somewhere.
Is that who was announcing the pick?
Joe Thomas. Lost a couple
He
of
looks so different, dude.
Yeah, dude. Dude, it's the
Oh
same.
my
as, like,
gosh.
It's the same as like when they're out of their playing weight. Like even look at like Taylor Lewan. It's crazy. They
Yeah.
just look like totally different people.
Oh wow. They drafted Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA. That's a good pick for them. Former walk-on, it says elite instincts. It looks like his comp is Logan Wilson. Is that what they're trying to say here? I thought he was going to go. I actually saw a lot of people mocking him in the first round at the end of the first round. But obviously,
he's a good linebacker.
Yeah, obviously all the defensive tackles. Did you guys see there was like 16 defensive linemen or so? I think it was off the board last night. That's crazy. That has to be like a record, right? Almost half of the first round, all defensive linemen.
Yeah. Probably close to a record.
It's a lot.
I really thought Cleveland was going to go with Travion Henderson here. So did they sign? I mean, is Jerome Ford still there? Like, who's running the ball for Cleveland next year? Did they bring anybody in?
They still have Jerome Ford, right?
Yeah.
They'll probably draft the running
back. Not a 3-down back.
I mean, they could bring Nick Chubb back. He hasn't signed anywhere. So it's not unrealistic for them to say, hey, can you come back? It's just he's injured, so it's tough.
Pierre Strong, Deontay Foreman.
Oh, Deontay Foreman. But yeah, I mean, that's not someone you want to like go all in on. Wow.
Now Houston, Jay traded back, so they got to go O-line here. This is their first pick.
I got it.
So do I. I don't know if I should turn these off, Boone.
No, I'm keeping them on. One of us, like, at least I'll probably keep it on just in case there's a trade for the Lions and can start kind of cooking a little bit. But I'm gonna keep them on just for that. This is actually an interesting pick, I think. Jeff, I think you'll like it actually. It's like Shador Sanders.
What,
how
Johnny,
funny?
It'll probably be like what, a tackle, like Cornelius or like
Actually, can I be honest?
Ursi?
I don't think I like this pick actually. I think this is a bad pick for them.
I like this pick.
I don't think so.
Jared Wilson?
What I missed, boys?
Well, they're about to pick. We don't want to say it yet to spoil it. But I know who the Texans pick. I'll say this. I love the player. I hate the fit. I'll say that. The fit isn't the best. Player-wise, very good. And Klotz, as soon as you see it, Klotz, you're going to know exactly why, because me and you have had this conversation, and you're going to actually laugh. You're going to be like, oh, Boone, no way.
Huh.
Jaden Higgins, Texans.
Oh yeah, that is ironic because you said he's Nico Collins.
I said he's Nico. They literally just got
better than Nico.
I said there's a chance he could. Literally his pro comp they put on the screen is Nico Collins, and they literally just drafted the same player.
That is weird.
I mean, over Luther Burden, I don't understand that. If you want to like a playmaking wide receiver, you go get Burden. But I will say this: what's better than one Nico Collins?
But
and you don't have Tank Dell.
Those are like two deep. Those are like two downfield guys where it's like I guess one of them. How much does Nico play in the slot?
You can line. It's not even
especially with Tank. Like when Tank Dell comes back.
I don't even look at it as like that because you can line up whoever in the slot, but. I think you were off when doing something. I was having the conversation with Caleb, but it's like when you look at the position of wide receiver or safety, it's like guards in basketball. Like if you could have two scorers that do the exact same thing, and that's good, or you can have a facilitator and a scorer. So there's contrast and there's balance, and you can truly manipulate the game. Like if you have two guys that are running kind of the similar skill traits, that was a whole situation where I said, like, T-Mac can go to Denver, but I don't think it's a great fit. I think there's certain receivers that fit better. Like I'm with Caleb. You take Luther Burden there.
Yeah, well, we got a trade here. Seattle just moved up to 35. They traded pick number 52 and 82 to Tennessee. Now, let me say this. Is this Shadur Sanders?
No, this is Will Johnson, Mike McDonald.
Sure, yep.
Mike
okay,
McDonald's getting Will Johnson. I'm
love
assuming.
I love this pick.
That's actually, if they do that, that's a good one.
They're not going to be able to keep Reek Wallen, probably.
Shador to the Seahawks would be so interesting.
It'd be weird.
They gave up 52. Okay, so we have an idea right now, actually, of what it takes to move up. 52 and 82 to get up to 35. So if you gave up 60 and maybe next year's third, you could probably get up into the 40s if your player falls. Crazy, honestly, that we're in pick, what are we, 35, and Donovan Izaraku and Mike Green are still on the board. And Will Johnson.
I'm surprised that, I mean, even D'Amico Ryan's sitting over there. That's probably hard for him to pass up on Mike Green.
That's crazy to think about. That is nuts, man. Those are three. You know what's crazy? I looked at, and I know I said, hey, don't like live and die off the player rankings, but Will Johnson was 10th ranked in ESPN. Like their player rankings, he was 10th, and he is sitting here at 35.
Yeah, I just think the medicals killed him. Kind of like Jahad Campbell.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked, if I'm being honest, if Brad traded up for a Will Johnson.
In the second round, you can't be mad.
And just say, hey, we'll figure out the medicals at that point.
Snacking on some cashew, boys. Very underrated nut. Been in a nut phase lately. Almond cashews. Solid for protein. Come on, now.
Oh, pick is in.
All right. I'm saying this is Will Johnson.
I'll go Izaraku. Fuck it. Switch it up.
It's got to be in the secondary at least. They're trading up. They already got a line with Gray Zabel.
I'll switch it up from Klotz. I'll go Trey Amos.
I love Trey Amos.
I think, who do they have at safety?
I already know who it is, so I'm not saying it. Everyone's
could be Amawari from South Carolina. I don't see how, like, if Mike McDonald's passing on Will Johnson twice, I think that's saying a lot then.
Yeah. But I feel like a team would be lucky. Like if you look at, I don't know, San Fran there, New Orleans, like I feel like a team's going to be lucky to get a guy like Will Johnson in the second round.
If New Orleans sitting there with Mike Green and Will Johnson in the second round.
Or even the Jets.
I think the Will Johnson in the second round is literally like the Brian Branch thing. Obviously the injury thing, but like that play, like that level, like this kid could be an all-pro corner.
It's the speed that they're worried about. Same thing with Branch.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. Adam Schefter's a little behind. He just tweeted out Texans use pick 34 on Iowa State, Jane Higgins.
He's catching up.
I mean, he just tweeted up 34. Jordan Schultz just tweeted out 36.
Yeah, I just saw the 36.
I don't want to see him early. I hate that. I'm interested to see when this first. I could see the first quarterback on like in the middle of the second round too, even towards the back half. There's still a lot of solid players there.
A quarter? What did you say?
Any quarterback, like I wouldn't be surprised if he gets like the middle of this draft and Indianapolis is on the clock, and they're like, if they're looking at Shadur Sanders, can you blame them for taking it? 49ers,
no. I did see Shefty today. Just kind of did bring up a good point. Like there might end up being a team that takes Shador that no one's talked about once, and it might just be like, hey, let's roll with it.
Boone, let's hear. Because I think that's interesting, and I think it could be right. But give me like an example of a team you think that could be.
Dallas.
Oh, that'd be something. And
Miami.
That is the biggest Jerry. And Jerry Jones didn't get his because Tyler Booker wasn't Jerry Jones's guy in the first round. Come on,
Miami.
That's not his guy.
Oh, it might be, dude. He loves taking offensive linemen.
Yeah, but I feel like you want a little flashy in a draft with some flashy guys, the Ashton Genties, the guys like that.
You boys ready for this one?
He was all in though. That's how he's all in the draft, Caleb.
How do we want to do this? Do you want me to say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Well, yeah, it's
just
fine.
so everyone hears it at the same time, because I'm sure all the TVs are different.
Yeah, mine's pretty ahead of yours, I think.
All right, Nick Amanawari safety to the Seattle Seahawks with the 35th pick. I think that's a good pick for them. I think one of us, I don't remember who it was, might have put him to the Seahawks or put a safety to the Seahawks in mock draft season. Could be wrong. When we did one of the Fridays, though, I think we did it a couple times. Seahawks safety to the Seahawks.
I feel like I always went offensive lineman with Seattle.
That'll be good though. They got him. They got Devon Witherspoon. They got Kobe Bryant. They got Reek Woolen on the outside. Who's the other? Is it Julian Love, the other safety that they have? Either way, their secondary, they're getting solid. And not even going to try to pronounce it, Morwari. I know it's sounding it wrong. But when he blew up after the combine, he was like, oh, top 15 pick. And then as you watch more, there's just a couple things that he has to refine. But there's definitely a realistic situation where he's the best safety in this draft. Like
they did
with Malachi Starks, he definitely has a higher ceiling.
They did trade up for him. They now you have Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams. They put it up here. Tariq Woolen, Devon Witherspoon, and Nick Amanawari. Like that secondary right there, those two corners and Nick Amanawari.
Yeah, and I feel like he's just a playmaker on the like you could plug and play him in the slot. He's going to be a playmaker at safety. And I remember when you guys were at the combine, that was the guy you guys were texting the group chat like this. He's a dude. Like this is one of the guys
he's
that
fucking huge.
Yeah. And what didn't he run an insane 42?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is, I don't know if the board's falling the way, but like I thought the Lions would have to trade into the top 35, like 35, 36, 37, if they wanted one of these premier edge rushers that are still left on the board. Seems like it's going the opposite way. We all thought this edge class was deep, and none of them are going to start to even the second.
Yeah. I wonder if that's why, though. They know that it's just they're like waiting. They're waiting for somebody to start the run.
Pull the trigger. Yeah, I'm interested. I wonder what Brad's because he said he has a plan. Last night, he literally said, I have a plan. Oh, my gosh. I got the next one. Tell me when you boys are ready.
Dude,
Cleveland?
Yes, this one's actually, wow.
I'm going to go Travion.
Wait,
Jeff?
no, I'm way ahead of you guys. The Cleveland pick?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Vegas. I thought we knew the Cleveland pick.
No, Quinshon Judkins over Travion.
So they take him over Travion?
Yeah.
Maybe just because he's the bigger back. When you look at what they do with Nick Chubb, a lot of power running. So
I'll tell you guys when I get the pick so we can kind of work through that there.
You look at Quinshon, he's just a bigger back. You can give him 20 carries more than a guy like Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson's more athletic, give you the big plays, but in between the tackles, Quinshon Judkins can do some damage a little bit better than Travion. And I'd say that Quinshon honestly has a little bit better vision, but just he doesn't have the get up and go like Travion does. It's not a bad pick. No. I just thought Travion I thought had potential to be a first-round guy. So to take Quinshon over him, very surprising.
That is interesting. Travion Henderson was minus 400 to be the first pick in the second round, and he is still not off the board. Minus 400. The next highest was like plus 200, plus 300. That's shocking. That is
the Cleveland offense. Kenny Pickett, Judkins, Judy, Tillman, and Njoku. I mean, get real. Get this graphic off my screen. Get this graphic off my screen.
Man. Steve Wild said the Bears are getting Travion Henderson.
I kind of hate that.
I forgot the Texans have Christian Kirk, by the way. I just lost
Yeah,
my
me
bet.
too.
All right, Dolphins are trading up. Official right here, Mike Garofalo. Garofalo, I don't know how to say his name. Dolphins are trading up with the Raiders at 37, so the Dolphins are now on the clock.
You know what
Yeah.
they're getting. You know who they're getting.
Shador Sanders.
Will Johnson.
Yes, it will.
That's every time.
And that means they'll get Kenneth Grant and then Will Johnson.
Oh, Jeff, that's
And their owner is a Michigan alum.
yeah.
That's my guess.
Wow, that's a good point.
Jeff's a thinker, man.
Hey,
I'm trying to tell you guys.
About this very deeply.
he's got that cap over there he has on. Keep that cap on over there, big fella.
Yeah, no, they're gonna get Will Johnson. I was gonna say the Raiders here could go or I mean they need a corner too, but they just said fucking trade it out.
So they traded the Dolphins. Hold on. The Dolphins get 37 and 143. They gave up 48, 98, and 135. It feels like teams are giving up a lot to trade up.
Just go get their guy. They don't care.
All right. I got the pick.
Who is it?
All right. You guys want it?
This is for Miami, correct?
Miami at 37th overall. The Miami Dolphins have selected tackle/guard Jonah Savanea.
Dude from Arizona.
Out of Arizona. They got an offensive
Who did
lineman,
they
which is
take in the
good.
first round? They took Kenneth Grant in the
Kenneth
first
Grant,
round.
they
Yeah, good pick.
needed a tackle. I actually kept doing like Calvin Banks or Josh Simmons to the Miami Dolphins because what's his name retired or about to retire.
No, that's a good pick for them. I agree with you.
So that's a good one.
Tua, I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny. He's a concussion away from being in medical retirement where he's just like, I can't do this anymore. And they just re-signed him. So if you're not taking a quarterback there, you got to protect him.
Oh, this is interesting.
And I like Kenneth Grant a lot as a player, but just off of that point, Klotz, I don't know why they didn't go offensive tackle in the first round or even try to trade up for one of the top.
Maybe they did try and trade up. It felt like maybe they were just like, we're either going to go one of those top tackles of like Calvin Banks or someone fell to them. And if not, they were like, this is our contingency plan.
I mean, or maybe they tried to trade up to a team like the Saints, and the Saints loved Banks and didn't want to move or something. I don't know, but
they didn't like Josh Simmons.
Obviously, you're not trading up for Will Campbell.
13.
Couldn't do that, but
now the Patriots on the clock. I honestly, boys, can I be honest? I think the Patriots either go a weapon here. Who did they go in the first round?
They went Will Campbell.
I think they go another offensive weapon here. I think
they either go
Rabel though, like Luther Burden is the pick they should do,
or tight end, or I guess that would be a couple rounds later. The Bowling Green tight end,
Harold Fannin. He could go. No, he could go second round too.
I would not be shocked though
if the Rams took him in the second, third round because they trade back and they have more capital. Patriots could take a running back too. Rabel had Derrick Henry when he was in Tennessee. Ramondre Stevenson's no Derrick Henry.
What did the Rams get from trading back? What was that? Who they traded back with?
They got a first with Atlanta. They got
Atlanta
2026 first, and they got to take
a first out of that.
I believe I could be wrong, but I believe so. I'm like 90% sure. And they got, I think, a second. They got a haul, and that's why I think there was a chance that Brad might have gotten a call from Atlanta and turned it down. I think he might have got a call from the Eagles as well to move back in the first round. I know he got a couple calls. Those are my guesses: the Eagles and Falcons. But I would have taken that if I was Brad, to be honest.
Boone, when you're on FanDuel looking for these bets, are they still open for the draft?
They might not be because they usually just do for like each day, the beginning of each day.
Gotcha. Phone died when I was trying to place bets. If you had to pick, because their teams they're picking back to back, the Dolphins obviously traded up to get in front of the Patriots here. But who do you think is going to have a better season between the Patriots and the Dolphins? Because I think the Dolphins still take a step back, but the Patriots take a step forward, but it's not going to be like dramatically, I think. I don't think they're going to be like a playoff team this year.
I think it depends on how long it takes Vrabel to kind of turn around the culture. No.
Braves does it right away. He's
Well, yeah,
changed
no,
the
that's what I'm
culture.
saying. If he does, I mean, they have the talent. Drake May's a dude. They just pick up Will Campbell. I mean, that's not a bad team on paper. New England is.
No,
So.
not at all. I said last night, and I guess I got to stick with it at least for now. I mean, we do our predictions in August. I think the Patriots have a chance to pass up the Dolphins this year.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that's crazy to say.
I think there's a world where the Patriots finish second in their division, to be honest, because the Jets, I think, are going to be last, Dolphins. And then I think the Patriots could be a 7-8 win team. I just think the lack of, they're going to have a little, I think defensively, they're going to be lights out because they already had good personnel. They added more good personnel. But I think offensively, there's definitely going to be some bright spots, but there's definitely going to be some inconsistency there, especially Drake May just getting in the system for the first time. I think he's going to have good moments, but again, it's going to be year 2 for him. You're going to see like a start of that ceiling. Then year 3, I think that's when the Patriots, they won't overtake the Bills yet, but maybe like year 4, year 5, they can seriously start contending there. I don't know if they'll overtake them long term, but I do think there's a year where Buffalo won't win the AFC East, and I think the team that does win it will be the Patriots in that case. Boone, I know
Don't fall for
like
that. Don't fall for that.
All right. Who do you think's a better head coach, Doug McDermott or Mike Vrabel?
Mike Vrabel.
And
I said it before. I said it before. I mean, I said it last year. If Doug McDermott didn't find a way to turn this thing around this last year, he's gone. Remember, I said one of my bold takes a year ago was if Doug McDermott, if they get bounced in the first round again, they fire him and they bring in Ben Johnson. Obviously, that didn't happen, but yeah, I like Mike Vrabel. I mean, Adam Schefter is so far behind. He just tweeted out the Miami Dolphins trade.
He's probably losing his mind right now. Because Shefty's like the dude.
I don't know. Even like yesterday, and I remember in years past, because I would always have my notifications on. It's not as fun, but it's just the way it was never Schefter I was getting my pick from, ever.
No, it's usually like these Jordan Schultz right now. And
hey, Adam's out of his prime. He's losing it.
His prime's way past him.
They could go pass rusher here too. They need pass rushers bad.
I actually don't have the Patriots pick, boys. No clue. Oh, I just got it.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's like Izaraku.
Yeah.
Like Boston College.
BC, native guy.
Mm-hmm.
Blue
they need pass rushers bad. Vrabel sounds like a build the trenches dude type of guy.
Feel like
I love Braves, dude.
New England's and the Detroit Lions, like their draft prospects, I feel like would be very similar as far as who's interested. They're top of their boards. Wouldn't be exact, but I think if there's a team where it's like as close as you could be to the Lions, it'd be the Patriots as far as how they evaluate.
Let me know when you boys are ready.
I'm ready, Boone.
Other boys, good?
Yeah,
hey, go ahead.
Oh, we are on stream here. Should we hit the button?
Yeah. Adds ambiance.
Hope it's not too loud. Where's it at?
Put it at 20. That's the perfect one.
What is it? Oh, right here.
I got it. There you go.
Patriots have selected running back Travion.
We got it.
I like that pick. Ohio State guy, Vrabel from Ohio State. I like that pick.
Got themselves a running back now for the future.
Didn't they just extend Ramondre? What was that contract they gave Ramondre?
It wasn't too long.
Yeah.
But again, Travion's a guy where they're looking at him as far as in the NFL, and he's not someone you feel comfortable with because of his frame at it being a 3-down back, because he doesn't, like, people comparing him to Jahmyr Gibbs and saying, well, you can split a backfield and you can get Jahmyr Gibbs usage out of him. No, you can't, because he doesn't have the vision of Jahmyr Gibbs. But you got Ramondre Stevenson, who's good out of the backfield, but he took a dip. And if they use him as like their power back, and then you got Travion Henderson coming out of the backfield as a check down option for Drake May, and obviously as a running back, like, it's a good option. It's a good pick. Good 1-2 duo. It's no Gibbs and Monty, but it's a good duo.
They went, the two running backs, Ohio State guys went 36 and 38. almost back to back. He's going to be good. I think Trayvon's going to be good. And he's already used to splitting the backfield, too. It's not something he's not used to.
That's a good pick.
Great pick.
They don't need to take a wide receiver right now.
Do they have a tight end?
Yeah, they have
Hunter Henry.
Yep.
Do they still have Hunter Henry?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He feels like a guy that's been there for 20 years.
Not even just in New England, but in the league for a million years. I think he is old. I mean, he's not a young guy.
Yeah, I thought they would. I think at some point, if one of these tight ends are available in their third round pick, or if they have another second, I don't know what other picks they have. I think they're going to go tight end.
All right,
next on the clock, the Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
what do we think?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I think
edge rusher.
Yeah, I think the Bears. They take a offense. They took a tight end. I don't think they go back to back offensive players.
Get yourself one of these edge rushers. Honestly, Devin Izaraku, I know Klotz is right before the show.
I think the Mike Green stuff is probably not what they're probably going to go with. Izaraku it makes a lot of sense here.
It would be
Ursary's
shocking.
in play here, boys. They met with Ursary.
Did they meet with Izaraku? Because I'm going to be mad if he ends up in Chicago, man. It's going to be my worst nightmare.
I'm genuinely going to be a little concerned if this is Mike Green. Will Johnson, remember I told you guys during the draft, like I thought Will Johnson was going to be top guy, so I would hate if the Bears could get Will Johnson and Jalen Johnson. That'd be filthy.
This is one of the picks. I just saw Dan Graziano, I think, tweeted out and said, this is one of the picks from I think this might be the last one from it, but the first overall pick trade for
DJ Stroud.
Yeah. And they traded, I think they traded for Bryce Young to get the pick for Bryce Young. And
they traded
the Bears
DJ
ended
Moore.
the Bears ended up getting DJ Moore, Caleb Williams, and like a big haul. Yeah. And this pick too. This is the pick. One of the picks.
That's one thing where Ryan Poles, like he's such an up and down GM. Like he misses on some picks, but there's some moves you're like, that's a really fucking good move. And that's one of them.
It feels like every free agency, they're always the most active, at least on like day one and day two.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the owner happy. He's doing, I mean, dude, he's lucky that he wasn't fired last offseason.
Who?
Because Ryan Poles, I think. Like they could have easily just torn that down from top to bottom, say, Eberflus, Poles, you're both gone. Because, I mean, talent-wise, like, again, Poles has had some hits in the draft, but he's had some major misses in his draft class. Like, he's had just absolutely misses. Like, in the entire class, he's just a miss. But then the next draft class, he'll go get a dude. So he had Jermon Dexter. They made some solid free agent signings, but...
Could be wrong. I'm pretty sure Ryan Poles... I got the pick, by the way, whenever you guys want to. I guess we can wait a little bit to let it get through.
I hope they take another weapon, but go ahead, Boone.
When Ryan Poles, I think he had a connection with Ben Johnson back in North Carolina. I think Ryan Poles is a UNC guy, and I think there's some type of connection there. So I think when he went, I know he wanted like a new GM, but I think there was something there to where he didn't really want to move on from him. He was like comfortable with it.
Booner got Moss in the chat. I'm going to pop a chat up for you, Boone. Excuse your cleanse. Says Amarian Hampton. Didn't he get drafted or no?
Yeah. He went to the Chargers.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I was like, that's terrifying.
Great pick for the Chargers too.
Paired with Najee. All right, Boone. I'm ready for the pick.
You guys ready? All right. Can we hit it? I don't want to mess it up. I messed that up last time pretty bad. 39th pick. Chicago Bears are selecting Luther Burden, wide receiver, Missouri.
I mean, offensively, they're going to be good. Like, they already were going to be good. So these picks, like, okay, that's fine.
That's a terrible pick. I mean, for the Bears.
They went back-to-back weapons. They went Colston Loveland and Luther Burden.
That's terrible. I mean, that's embarrassing. If you're a Bears fan, you should be ashamed. Like, that's
I have Roma Dunes. Jeff, do you think Ben Johnson's in that room like
come on,
this guy?
Johnson's, they're doing this draft for Ben Johnson.
Like, yeah, like to start your draft off with two weapons, and you don't even. I mean, it's like The tight end one I disagree with, but they run a lot of 2 tight end sets, so you can argue, well, Cole Kmet and Colson at the same time. Like, yeah, you get another weapon. Luther Burden is going to get 150 yards this year. Like, that's the dumbest fucking.
And like, let's say you run the 2 tight end sets. Okay, where's Luther Burden, Roma Dunze, and DJ Moore being on the field?
Yeah.
You need a running back.
Yeah,
that's
it makes no sense.
If you're all 3 of them, you're sitting there looking around the room like, yeah, boys.
You take pass rush, you take a pass rusher, which they desperately need, or running back at this point.
Didn't they just re-sign DJ Moore?
They re-signed DJ Moore, and Rome's under. He's a fucking first-round pick, dude. Like, it doesn't.
That is wild.
That's a terrible pick. Like Ryan Poles, like.
This is just not a good pick. Ben Johnson just might be a selfish.
It's not
guy.
even Luther Burden. I like Luther Burden, but terrible spot for him. Like,
If I'm Luther Burden, I'm happy to be drafted, but I'm kind of like Jeff, like you just said, he's gonna get what 50, 60 targets next year. And Klotz they're gonna run 2 tight end sets. They have Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland. Like, where does Luther Burden fit in this offense? Yeah, he's a great playmaker, but it's like you want to talk about too many mouths to feed.
Yeah, it's tough. You know what it kind of reminds me of? And maybe this could be like if you're a Bears fan, it's like that 49ers. I mean, when you have Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Debo, and then you have another like wide receiver, Klotz, your guy. I'm drawing a blank. Who's your 49ers?
Oh, Juwan? I like
Juwan
Ricky too.
And Ricky, like that's how kind of there. I know they didn't have all those guys at once, but they did have Juwan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, and Debo, and George Kittle, and Christian McCaffrey. They did have those guys, and they did make it work. So if you're a Bears fan, there's like your positive outlook, I guess, on it.
Yeah, but I feel like all of those guys, like, they just paired together so well. Like Christian McCaffrey, you know what you're getting from him. George Kittle, one of the best tight ends in football. Then you had Debo Samuel, who is a Swiss Army knife. Then you have Ayuk, who's your kind of pure wide receiver. He's going to go up and win a couple 50-50 balls. And then, the other side, it's either Juwan or Ricky Pearsall. But here it's kind of a lot of the same thing.
Yeah, Ben's going to have a lot to it. He's going to have a lot to deal with.
Imagine we were just talking when the Houston Texans were on the clock and they took Jaden Higgins. Imagine if they had 2 Nico Collins and you take Jaden Higgins. It's like if you want to have 3 slot route runners, that's fine. But you look even at Colson Loveland, he's not physical. Cole Kmet, he's not physical. DJ Moore is physical, but you look at DJ Moore again, undersized wide receiver. I just think when you look at this offense, they could be getting thrown around a little bit. Boone,
I have to do this pick early. Yeah. Hit the chime. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. The pick is in with the 40th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints have selected my guy, quarterback Tyler Shuck.
Oh,
how about that, Tyler Shuck?
Oh,
let's go, my guy. Good for him. Franchise quarterback. Take Derek Carr's spot. He's going to be good. I mean, that's a franchise guy. He's ready to step in now.
Jeff is sick.
Tyler Shuck, baby.
That's crazy. Now, Jeff, when do you start getting into serious like depression mode? Like, does Milroe have to go ahead of him where it's like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm leaving the stream.
Jalen Milroe goes in front of Shedeur. Jeff will probably leave the stream.
No, I'm already there, Caleb. Tyler Shuck.
That didn't take that long.
Sanders. I'm already
That's crazy. That I don't get, man. That I don't get. They're
Tyler, but here's getting back to what we were saying though in the conversation. Okay. Let's forget the name Shedeur Sanders. Let's forget the name Tyler Shuck. When you watch these
better than Tyler Shuck.
Just again, but when you watch the film and you're looking at neither of them won a lot. Who's bigger? Shuck. Who has the bigger arm? Who can throw off platforms better? Tyler Shuck has more upside. And if you're looking in the second round,
that's not true. Because Shuck is how many years older, has had 3 season-ending injuries.
If you're talking about if you need somebody to play right now, Shuck being a little bit older, that kind of helps him.
But you can't say he has a higher upside. When he's
he has more arm talent than Shedeur and he's bigger.
Arm talent.
Absolutely. We'll go Tyler Shuck. If that's the one thing that has produced Tyler Shuck hype is the arm talent. When you watch the angles and the accuracy and the platforms that he throws off of, Tyler Shuck has a fucking hose, man.
You can't.
He does.
He does.
He's not going in front of guys like Will Howard. Take Shedeur out of it. Will Howard, Kyle McCord, like these are guys that are talked about respectfully. Jalen Milroe, like he's going in front of them for a reason. It's because of his arm talent.
And there were conversations about Tyler Shuck. There were some teams who loved him so much to where they're like, if they felt like there was a threat, they were going to try and get back into the first round just to make sure they could get him. That's not you. You could look at me all you want. It was the same thing probably for Shedeur as well. But this isn't like a guy, and you could give me that look. But guess what? Tyler Shuck's off the board. Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. How about that? Never thought I'd say that. Oh man. I remember waking up.
You guys can have Tyler Shuck. You can have him.
I remember getting up when we were in Indy. The boys were, I don't know, off doing things. It was probably like 7:30 in the morning on quarterback day. I don't know. Everyone's getting coffee, getting ready, doing notes, making graphics. It was probably 7:30 in the morning. I'm down there eating what are those acai bowls?
Acai bowl. And you
I was eating
hated
acai
it.
bowl.
You had that blister.
I turn right to my right. Couple tables over. There's no one in the lobby. It's just me, one guy over there and his girlfriend. And you know who it is. And I've been pumping this guy up for months. Tyler Shuck, getting ready to go put on a combine performance of the ages. He's eating his breakfast with his combine gear on. And I look at him and just a little fist bump from Boone. Hey, go get him, brother. You got this. And he did it.
Now, Boone, as a gambling man.
Trade, by the way.
As a gambling man, if you were a bookmaker right now, what are your Vegas odds that Shedeur Sanders gets drafted in the second round?
I would say it's even. It's even.
Even
odds.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, there is a trade. The Buffalo Bills just moved up to pick 41. And
Will
traded
Johnson,
with the Chicago Bears.
Oh, they took Maxwell.
Maxwell is going to be very good.
No, but Boone, back to your conversation that we had when we talked about the Bills, like their cornerback room is so bad. That's solving all. They brought back Tre'Davious White. They took Kyer Elam, who's a bust.
Hey, real quick, let me get this trade out here real quick. Bills trade 56, 62, and 109, which is a fourth rounder, to the Bears for 41, 72, and 240. It's starting to turn a little bit, boys, to where it is getting a little cheaper for picks.
Yeah, because now I feel like those premium players are starting to not be as much. There's still some there. Could this
you're
be
still
Mike Green?
giving up? You're still giving up basically like 2 seconds, essentially. But as we start falling a little more here, Mike Green, Izaraku,
D-line or Will Johnson's got to be the pick here, I think.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, what do you guys think? I think the Lions might end up keeping 60 and finding a way to get back into the second with some of these guys falling.
As long as they get back into the second, because to your point, if it's getting
two
cheaper,
second
like
round
stay at
picks.
60, but then get in front of 60, even if you can.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends. Like if Jordan Birch is still there at 60, and then you could trade back up into the second round. Okay, a name like that.
I love Jordan Birch,
and then you could trade back up into the, or you could even, like you said, jump 60. That's where you take a guy like Jordan Birch, and then at 60, I mean, if like a guy like Trey Harris is still there, take a guy like Trey Harris, someone like that. So I don't know, but I just got this weird feeling after Buffalo just traded up. I have this weird feeling in my brain that we're going to see a trade up soon from Brad Holmes. I do, especially if some of these names, the Mike Greens, the Izarakus, all these names stay on the board.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Something happens here.
Bills are on the clock. 2 minutes left to go here.
I'm interested to see who this Bills pick is.
These rounds move so fast, man.
Chart right now. Looking at their depth chart, Boone, Hefe, Caleb. Defensive line, they're all right. They just brought in Joey Bosa. Linebacker,
they could get a D tackle. They could.
They could, but Daquan Jones isn't bad, and they got Larry Ajinobi, however he's spelled, on suspension. So they could wait, but again, they could go there, Boone. They could get my boy Darius.
Yeah, I was
Darius
just about to say.
Alexander.
Yeah,
they could just
that's
get
actually a good one. Because I have seen a couple times some people mocking it when they were at 30 to get a defensive tackle. Well, actually, they were
Well, the
looking
thing
for a
with
defensive
Tyleik,
tackle.
remember?
They wanted Tyleik. If Tyleik was available, they were taking Tyleik at 30.
Any
So maybe-
receivers good enough here? You guys think that Buffalo would trade up for?
TJ Sanders.
I
Think
think
so?
Jalen Noel. Oh, the defensive tackle you're saying? Jalen Noel, I think, is a good one. There's a couple wide receivers you could go with here. Let me look at who's all available too. I want to get the best player available, like the tracker. Because the Bills, I know they drafted Keon last year. I know they just re-signed Shakir, but they're in a spot where, okay, Shakir, you got your slot guy. Keon, you got your X guy. Maybe he's not what you expect him to be. There's still a lot to see. But now
Yeah.
you're like, okay, you can go either way. Like now you just find the guy that can do it all. And I think like Jalen Noel would be perfect. Like I'm not saying that's who would be here. I think they go defense, but if you're talking wide receiver,
All right.
Jalen Noel.
I got the pick.
Let's go, Boone.
Whenever you guys are ready.
Let's hear
I'm
it.
ready.
All right, with the 41st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, boys, the Buffalo Bills have traded up the draft defensive tackle TJ Sanders.
Good call, Hefe. Good call. That's kind of surprising, honestly, because I feel like Ed Oliver, good against the run, strength is getting to the quarterback, and that's what TJ Sanders is. Like, that's why TJ Sanders, I think when you look at production, you compare him to a guy like Tyleik, you're like, why didn't you take TJ Sanders? Just because he's not a good against run, but he's elite at getting after the quarterback. I'd put him up there with the Walter Nolans as far as just a pass rushing defensive tackle. Playing in the SEC at South Carolina, had good production. I mean, they're in the AFC East, so there's no really huge quarterback threat, but Drake May, mobile. You need somebody to chase after Patrick Mahomes on the inside outside of Ed Oliver, because Ed Oliver, big games, he steps up, but you've never seen a big game in the playoffs out of Greg Rousseau, out of AJ Espinosa. So they're trying to find a way, I'd imagine, to manufacture that pass rush, especially when Matt Milano went down last year. Now, Matt Milano, obviously linebacker, but what did that affect their run defense? Like, he was their best defensive player. So you got to find a way to keep that front seven stout.
Shout out to here real quick, Matthew Evans, member for 12 months. So I feel like it could be good to see what Hooker's worth is for trade value. Man,
Hefe,
Jeff,
what
that'd
would
be
you
a tough
do?
day.
What would
That'd be
you
a
do?
tough
Hendon
day.
Hooker's traded, but Shadur Sanders is brought to Detroit. What would you do? What would you do?
That's a tough one. It'd be mixed emotions. There'd be mixed emotions. I'd be happy for Hendon Hooker, honestly. I'd be happy for Hendon Hooker to get traded.
I agree. Like, if I'm sitting in the 4th, 5th round at this point, pick up the phone, call Vegas. You know what I mean? You can add a solid linebacker, a solid wide receiver, like somebody that could give you more than Hendon Hooker's at any point in his career at this point. Because if Jared Goff's down and Hendon Hooker's in, Hendon Hooker could ball out. You're still going to keep rolling with Jared Goff, I'd imagine, with the contract that you have him on.
100%. 100%. Yeah, dude. And by the way, the Maxwell Harrison, have you guys seen the clip of him yesterday that went viral?
I did not.
Tapping up everyone.
Dude, it was like, I was like, all right, this guy, he's something, man. Good for him. Like, he was like stationed, his little station was like right where everyone was going through to get to the stage. And every single pick that came through, he had the biggest smile and gave him the biggest dap up and hug. And he was just so pumped up for every player, whether he knew him or not. And they asked him about it, and he was like, I'm just pumped up to celebrate all of us, man. We've worked so hard to get here. Like, I just love this moment for all of us. And he was like, I don't care if I like you or not. Okay, I got pick 42. We're on commercial. I don't know. It's the New York Jets.
Who's on the clock?
The New York Jets. I got the pick for that. This one's interesting. This is I don't know how I like this one. All right, with the 42nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets will be selecting tight end out of LSU, Mason Taylor.
Well, it gets back to the conversation that Boone, me and you were fighting over specifically. You were saying, why take Tyler Warren in the first round when you can get a tackle like Armand Membu and get a tight end in the second round? I said, hey, go get Tyler Warren and Ariante Ursary in the second. They don't do that. They go flip of it, but it's a great draft.
Can I say something about Aaron Glenn too? I guess Aaron Glenn's not the GM, so he's not the one really making his picks. Obviously, he has a say, but you see, like in Detroit, BPA type of situation to build up, especially the first 2 years. You cannot argue it wasn't BPA. They just got anyone that was great. First year, obviously you could say the tackle with Membu BPA. This is a need. Like they went like, hey, we need a tight end like desperately, and they picked the third tight end off the board outside of the two like top tier ones. They picked the next one available. So that was definitely a need.
Because the Jets, they had Tyler Conklin, shout out, friend of the show. He signed in LA. Like he was a very serviceable tight end. Like he was a good blocker, good receiver, but I don't think it was like, wow, Tyler Conklin. Mason Taylor, as far as a receiver, brings that upside. And they have not had a true tight end there since. Yeah, I can't. Austin Seferian-Jenkins, I think, had a year for him back in the day, but I truly can't think of the year that the Jets have had a tight end. And Aaron Glenn, being the old school guy that he is, he's going to want to be running the football a ton. He talked about having a 3-headed duo there. They're going to want to do a lot of play action. You need a tight end for that. A little quiet, Boone.
Yeah, sorry.
So that was Jets. I wonder who's up after Jets. Raiders? San Fran. Could you imagine if they get Will Johnson right here?
Yeah, they could.
Because they took Michael. Oh.
Get Will Johnson. That's a Lynch pick right there.
Yeah.
Take Will Johnson.
Wonder who they could go offensive line here. Trying to think who. I need to pull that back up.
Could take your boy, Ursery.
They've met with them.
Yeah, they could take Ursery. Or, I mean, I think Will Johnson. I get he's got to go soon, and they need a corner.
They don't have. They have Ambry Thomas as their own. They took Renardo Green last year, who was solid, but he's 5'8", 5'9". They don't have a guy to replace Tre'Davious Ward.
Especially in that division with all those wide receivers they got to go against.
Yeah. Ayan Puka, Marv, Cooper Kupp, JSN. Cardinals could have a fun pick too. I'd see them taking a wide receiver.
Who's on the opposite side of Marv right now?
Michael Wilson. Like a very good, like he would be like, honestly, boys, if the Lions don't draft a wide receiver or something, like Michael Wilson is somebody I would love to see brought in if they let go of Tim Patrick. Like he's just a wide receiver 3, knows that he's a wide receiver 3, but he's 6'4", 6'5". Kind of killed the Lions, low-key, not going to lie.
Mason Taylor, wow.
Good player.
And then the 49ers are now on the board, or they will be up after. It'll be 49ers, Cowboys, and the Colts.
I want to see what the 49ers do here. They could, shit.
Who is that?
Because if Will Johnson doesn't go here, he can go to the Colts.
The Colts would be so dumb not to take
the Rams,
him. Chris Ballard,
the Cardinals. Like he could go in the next 5 picks. The Raiders.
He should just be the next pick. Like regardless of, who do you think has the best cornerback room in the NFL right now? Houston has a nice one with Stingley and your boy Lassiter. You know, you didn't talk about him enough this year, Hefe.
No, he's
quietly had a very, very good year.
Good.
But even like if they were to take Will Johnson, can't be mad at it.
I mean, the best corner room.
I mean, Denver's is up there with PS2 and now Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, they're up there.
And Riley Moss was low-key nice this year. Laugh at it all you want. He was doing a good job. Because think about every time they were throwing the ball, you're throwing away from Patrick Surtain.
I mean, the Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they have the best cornerback room, but they just
have they just have players in their secondary.
For every like weakness, quote unquote, that they have a young up and coming, just get like absolute dog somewhere else, somewhere around the ball.
Yeah, streams only's right. The Patriots got a nice cornerback room. Gonzalez and Carlton Davis.
Carlton, yeah, and they got Kyle Duggar behind them.
Pick is in for San Fran. I think Will Johnson's the easiest pick here.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yeah, it's Ursery or Will Johnson. That's got to be the two here.
I've got nothing over here just yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
And then Dallas next. Dallas,
Yeah,
that's where I think the edges start to go.
Yeah, if
think
Mike
so?
Green or Izaraku doesn't go to Dallas, I'd be pissed if I was a Dallas fan. Who
You
did
got
I didn't
nothing,
even who did the Browns take with the first pick? Because I had to go run and try to get
Mason
the
Graham.
draft.
Do you guys want the
No,
pick?
like in the second round.
What's the what's the pick?
Defensive tackle, Alfred Collins, Texas.
Texas.
Wow.
All right.
This is getting. Hey, I'm gonna say this. This draft's starting to get a little interesting.
Shit's
boys.
getting silly.
Yeah.
It's
Like-
getting a little silly.
With
Brad can
Alfred
make a move.
Collins going before Izaraku, Mike Green, Will Johnson.
I don't even get like like the injury. I understand, but like, dude, fuck it. Okay, take him, recover. Like, we got all the time, man. Because when you get back, it's gonna be you're gonna be a damn good player. Like, I'm not even sweating, especially at like you're in the 40s.
I wouldn't be mad at all if Brad traded up right here and got Will.
It was like
Johnson. I
DK
wouldn't be mad.
Metcalf. Like DK Metcalf had the neck injury in college and he fell to the
Yeah.
third or fourth round. And look at him. Like, who gives a fuck, dude? Like, if he's a good player and it's not an injury that'll be lingering. And neck is worse than if it is.
Yeah, I was just say neck. There was like if he gets one injury to the neck, he might have to retire. Like Will Johnson was the only corner that I watched. Shout out Marvin Harrison. Shout out Brandon Peters for the hoodie I got on right now. That gave Marvin Harrison trouble. And Marvin Harrison still got his on it, but Marvin Harrison, you could tell, like, going up against Will Johnson, it was the best of the best in college football. And even, like, this year, like, Will Johnson was still locked down. No, he got hurt and dealt with the injury, but he's not going to be somebody I think that just walks around hurt.
It is interesting, though. Like, I'll say this. There's a lot of edges falling. If you go Will Johnson, a lot of these edges are on the board when that's, again, I know we're not talking about need all the time, but that is definitely a position you can use, like,
yeah,
that's why I would prefer Brad to. I would prefer Brad to like get back into the second round and go for Will. Like right now, if you like, hey, let's make a move to get there, because we're talking about what pick right now. What pick are we at?
44.
So yeah, so like if you can get to 50 and somehow Will Johnson set 50, and then you have 50 and 60, give up a second next year, give up a third next year, give a later pick to like a couple picks tomorrow, and you end up with like Tyleik Williams, Will Johnson, and Donovan Izaraku.
Imagine
what I'm
going
saying
into
here?
the draft saying you got all three of those guys somehow.
Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? So the 49ers got. All right, I have the Dallas Cowboys pick.
This is a Mike Green pick.
Let me know when you guys want it.
I'm ready. Yeah,
It's a Cowboys player.
All right, you want to hit it? With the 44th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected edge rusher Donovan
I knew
Izaraku.
it by the way you were saying it.
Austin
Good pick by them.
College.
Great
That's
pick.
him and Micah, man. Uh-oh.
And they got DeMar Overshown over there too.
They're probably so pumped up, man.
Yeah, good.
What a
draft pick.
good pick. I will say this. I prepared myself today when I did my list for players for the Lions. I did not put Donovan Izaraku or Mike Green, preparing myself for neither of them to be available or Brad to
That's
trade
fair.
up for one of them.
I would have thought both were gone by now.
I thought by 35 they were both gone. It's a great pick for them. That's scary for. I think this
You
Dallas
lose
team's going to be
DeMarcus
good
Lawrence,
this
but you got Rock coming.
year. Yeah.
I wonder what
Now,
Mike
Indy
is.
too. And Indy could be Nick Scorton right here. Indy could be Mike Green too.
Forgot about Nick Scorton. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I see, boys. Like this is like Nick Scorton here. Perfectly fine with at 28. I think even like it's a different discussion compared to Tyleik because Tyleik, I think there was a clear like, hey, this dude's a top 5 defensive tackle. Nick Scorton's not a top 5 defensive end. Just keep in the trenches though. That's all I ask.
You don't like Nick Scorton, do you?
In the first, that's what I just said. In the first
Oh, in the
round, I
first?
did not.
Okay.
In the second,
Yeah, I
round,
like Nick Scorton.
If they were to move up for him right now, cool with it. 60, cool with it. Just not in the first. My bad, but I didn't cut you off there.
No, I just dropped my phone and my eyes went everywhere. Yeah, by the way, today I was looking out this window. Remember, we talk about on this show all the time tornadoes coming through.
Uh-huh.
and there was a massive storm coming through. The tornado siren went off, which is like a couple blocks from me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm working over here. I go around, look out the window. There's one massive black cloud, and it's starting to form into a tunnel, like a funnel. And I'm like, there is no way this is happening right now. Like, here we go.
Twister,
and then
you're thinking of Twister.
It started hailing. There was hail. And I'm like, oh no, boys, this is a disaster. I'm about to die. I panicked. I had an energy drink on my desk here, and I ran over there so fast. I knocked it, went over everything, and I was just like in a complete panic. It really shook me, to be honest.
We got to send you into a storm one time, like those armored trucks that they have.
I don't know if I would do it, dude.
No, yeah, we got to we got to put a bet on the line. Like when we get a studio, we can start doing some real content. Boom, there'll be a bet on the line where
I made a bet with someone in the chat earlier that I can't remember what it was. Is if a certain player was available after 60, that I would eat one blazing wing. And you guys know,
do you know what player it was?
I can't remember now.
Yeah, we got to figure this thing out. But Klotz, I think that's a great idea under professional supervision or not. Just kind of maybe let Boone go out there, just give him the keys to the truck.
Throw him in a Honda Civic that we run out for the day or something. Just, hey, go for it, Boone. Throw him in there with like a hockey helmet.
Storm Chaser Boone.
That's the way I die.
Could you imagine?
If anyone was watching the show earlier.
Have a dash cam where you don't see Booner, you just hear the audio. So it's just the dash cam going forward the whole time. Oh boys.
Okay, I have the Colts pick.
It's somebody that Boone likes. It's Mike Green and Will Johnson.
I'm just gonna say this with this next pick, boys. It's time for Brad Holmes to make a move.
Yep.
The run on edges just started. Hit the thing if you guys want. I'll announce it right now.
All right.
With the 45th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts have selected edge rusher out of Ohio State, JT Tuimoloau. I don't know how to pronounce his name. JTT.
Close enough.
Heading to Indy.
Hey, you pair him. Like, let me look at Indy's defensive line now. If you add him there.
Woody Pay, Latu, JT.
They got lots of Big Grove. They got Samson Ebukam, DeForest Buckner. Their front seven's like, it's been good. It just hasn't been able to stay healthy. They need a quarterback, man. They need a quarterback.
I'm not giving up faith in Anthony Richardson. I'm not doing it. Enough with it. They need a quarterback.
Caleb.
No, I'm not done. You can't talk me out of the. No. I'm not done with Anthony Richardson. I can't be.
I know you weren't here last offseason, Caleb.
I know you're an Anthony Richardson guy.
No, I'm not an Anthony Richardson guy. I was a Shane Steichen guy, okay? And I said that if anybody's going to fix Anthony Richardson, it's going to be Shane Steichen. And the Indianapolis Colts are going to win the AFC South, and they're going to be a legit team, okay? Sure. Nothing is blown up in my face more than that. Every week I bet on the Colts, literally every week, they lost. When I didn't bet on them, they won. The Colts, if you want the Colts to succeed, you don't talk about them. You just don't talk about them.
Okay, I like that.
You give up on Anthony Richardson. Okay?
I hate this, boys. I don't have the next pick, but I'm just two edge rushers back to back really has me a little.
Well, that's what we were saying. One team is going to start the trend. One team's going to get things going with this edge rusher, and that's when Brad Holmes should make a move, like you said. But I don't know. I'm looking at these teams now. Like, I don't think the Rams aren't going to take one. Arizona,
who'd they take in the first? They took Walter Nolan. They could. If Will Johnson's still there, I'd be so surprised if they didn't take him.
So the Rams are on the board. No.
Rams, I'd imagine, go tackle here, offensive line.
I mean,
your guy.
Your guy.
Ursary.
They get Ursary. That's a great pick for them.
Did they meet with him? Can you look that up real quick, Klotz?
I will.
Did they have a meeting? That'll be interesting. So now, to me, I'm starting to think it's either Josiah Stewart, Jackson Sawyer, or UCLA, Oladejo.
Yeah. Umalayan can be in play here anytime soon, too, out of Ole Miss.
Oh, I got the Rams pick. Picks are starting to come in a little fast here, boys. So,
all right, read it off.
Hit the thing with the 46th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams are selecting tight end, Oregon, Terrence Ferguson.
Okay. Solid.
That's
I'm happy.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't want the Rams to get better as far as
That's interesting. What a weird pick.
Sure. ETN, what are your thoughts, ETN?
Oh,
I mean, he's like Terrence Ferguson's in that Mason Taylor conversation.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom, boys. Hopefully, there's no picks in.
It's hard to judge Les Snead because he makes a ton of great picks. So I bet that Terrence Ferguson will be a good pro. But I see the value that like you have such a glaring need at cornerback, and Trey Amos is still on the board, Will Johnson's still on the board, Sharon Revel's still on the board. I would be upset if they didn't go offensive line or secondary in that situation. And they didn't. I mean, they kind of did with tight end, but shocking.
Yeah, I don't know. They got a good defensive line, but that man, it's the cornerback room. They need to improve. And when you have Trey Amos, like if you don't even want to take Will Johnson, don't. I mean, you could take any of the corners.
Yeah.
I don't know, especially in the NFC race, man. The wide receivers are going to go up again.
Is that Boone?
I think it is. Go ahead and mute him. I was wondering this too. Brandon Harmon said it in the chat. So Mike Green going to jail then? Like, how is he still dropping? Like, I don't like. There has to be something where they're worried about suspension that's coming up. Wild.
Back to the tight ends though for a sec. Remind me of the kid's name from Bowling Green.
Harold Fannin Jr. Remember
Yeah,
that name?
Pretty good.
I haven't watched. I know his production is out of this world, but is he's legit?
Caleb, just go open another tab real quick and just type in Harold. He led the country in receiving yards as a tight end, and they lined him up at running back. They lined him up at wide receiver. They lined him up. They had a wing back formation where they lined him up as. It's like if Tyler Warren was 6'1" and couldn't block, I would explain it as. Like
Is he
Harold
really
Fannin ain't blocking
6'1"?
nobody. What do you say?
How tall
He's
is
like
he?
6'1". He's like 6 foot 6'1". Like he's very undersized.
Oh,
But it's just
no,
like if you can play.
He's
Go
6'4", but he's only 230
Okay,
pounds.
I'm incorrect then.
Yeah, that.
For
Well,
some
that's
But he's small. But he's smaller. He's weight wise. He's not.
Oh, all right.
Some people just know that it's a
Go watch though, Caleb. Watch when they
gonna-
play against like big schools. He balls out to like his Mississippi State film. I know it's Mississippi State and the SEC wasn't good this year, but compared to Bowling Green State University and the MAC, located in the 419. Come on.
That pick that the Rams had, that was that Falcons pick that they traded back. That was one of them, and obviously the first round next year.
So they
That was
still
one of the
have
picks. So they still have their second. So they got. I don't think that's a bad. The pick, I don't know, it's still a question mark, but I don't think it's bad that hey, you had an extra pick. Let's use it on something maybe.
Yeah.
Someone we can develop and kind of get in there. Is my guess.
You know who's a name that we've forgotten about completely in this draft process post combine? Where do you think? What round, if you had to guess, Tez Johnson is drafted in? If you had to guess.
Tez Johnson, what round?
Yeah.
I'd say he goes fourth, third or fourth.
It's interesting. He was supposed to be like a top, like a Zay Flowers type of guy.
I think his speed, that's probably the big, and he's small.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll come out but you see receivers come out in the third and fourth round and turn out pretty good anyway. So doesn't mean he won't be good. But I can see like third or fourth for him.
Who's up now?
It's funny how the Rams are just operating out of a fire station. Like,
Goated.
that's awesome.
All right, I got the pick for this. Let me know when you guys are on. Arizona Cardinals, pick 47.
All
Hit
right,
it
I'm
whenever.
interested in this one.
With the 47th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals are selecting Will Johnson.
Thank God.
Corner.
Good pick.
Great pick.
46
Good
overall.
We had him going there at
47?
17, and they got him at 47.
You pair him with Max Melton, Buda Baker. They got Mike Hell. Like, you're walking out of the draft at pick 46 right now if you're the Cardinals with Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. Those are two of the best defensive players in college football, period. Probably two of the top 15 in college football this year. and Jonathan Gannon, defensive guy, he's got to be very happy about what they were doing because they lost Roy Lopez, who was solid for him. You upgrade there. And then the cornerback, I think this year they didn't really have anybody outside of Max Melton. They lost Byron Murphy to the Vikings a couple of years ago. You replace him. Again, they're going to be really good for a long time. Will Johnson and Marv going up against each other in practice?
By the
Come
way,
on now, that's going to be competition.
I see in the chat there Jack Carrington. I haven't seen Jack Carrington in a chat.
Oh my God!
In a year. Shout out Jay. He said, "Hey y'all, shout out Jack Carrington, man. It has been so long since I've seen that man in a chat anywhere, man. What a legend, dude."
Shout out.
Jack, I remember you, Jack. Don't worry. I know it's probably been a while since you've been in the chat, but wow, what a throwback. That's crazy.
Especially at our old place too.
Every single show.
Yeah.
Every show.
Shout out to him. Make sure you hit that subscribe if you're not already, Jack. And if you're watching right now and you're not subscribed, hit subscribe, share it, like the stream. We're going places. Crunch time. Best place to be for the NFL draft and NFL period. All sports period, especially in Detroit.
No, that's fact.
Hit that subscribe.
That was crazy, Will Johnson.
Yeah, Will Johnson, the Cardinals, Caleb.
Cardinals.
Wow.
It makes me happy that some team is just like not overthinking it, just taking like arguably the best corner in the draft. Like
I can't get
dude,
over
a top 10 player potentially.
Yeah, just
dude.
like stop overthinking it, man. Just take the fucking guy.
Marvin Will Johnson in practice is going to be like if you like football, that would be just a fun practice to watch every day. Them going up against each other.
Even if you tell me he's going to miss 50% of his rookie year, don't give a shit. I'm taking him. You know what I mean?
Marv was calling up their GM being like, hey, this Will Johnson guy, he's pretty fucking good. Why do you take him? Okay, Marv. Hey, Will, come to Glendale. Have a good time.
Come to Glendale.
Slow it up,
Vegas
boys.
on the
I'm
clock.
excited, Brad. Ooh. I would love to see Brad make a move here. Maybe this starts a corner run, though. Amos, Sharon Revel.
Yeah, the
Ben
Raiders.
Morrison.
The
Benjamin
Raiders.
Morrison's going to go soon.
Like the Raiders, if you think about it, I mean, would I like to see Shedeur go here? Yes, but I mean, who's taking them if they don't? All these teams don't need a quarterback, so it's like you might as well just take Trey Amos and then try and take Shedeur at the next pick or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because how long will Trey Amos be there? And probably not that long.
I say get a weapon here. Wide receiver.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
There is a trade here on the board. The next pick is the Las Vegas Raiders. They have traded it to the Houston Texans. Let's see real quick. I'll do this for you boys. Best available. Mike Green, Darius Alexander, Siobhan Ravel, Shedeur Sanders, Elijah Arroyo, Trey Amos. Who are their corners?
They got good.
Raiders. They got me.
No, wait. It's about Texans, I think, right?
Texans just traded.
They got Kamari Laster, Derek Stingley. They're fine.
Yeah, they're pretty good at corner.
I would have to think they took wide receiver.
Offensive
Maybe they
line.
take another running back.
Yeah, offensive line.
I mean, can you address offensive line?
Yeah.
Can you draft an offense? I mean, this has to
They
be.
took Gray Zabel in the first, didn't they? No, they traded out of the first.
No, yeah, they didn't. They didn't even draft one.
And who'd they take last pick? Jaden Higgins?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to do that here.
Take Ursery. That's the pick.
Talk
Right
to me
here.
nicely, Hefe. Talk to me nicely.
the
Because
pick.
the picks after, do any of them need tackles?
Well, Cincy, Seattle, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay. I mean, every team needs. You can always draft a tackle. But if you like a tackle, you go get them.
Yeah, why risk somebody else trading up and going and getting them too?
This has to be Ursery right here. The big fella.
Big 6'9", coming out of Minnesota. Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. The man who shut out Abdul Carter twice in his career. Not a single sack, not a single hurry.
Abdul Carter twice.
All right, I got the pick. Go ahead, hit it, boys.
I'm explaining this. Go ahead, Boone.
With the 48th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans have selected Ariante.
Dude, I'm cooking with grease today.
Yeah, you're 2 for 2.
TJ Sanders.
Come on, that's a perfect pick. Great pick for Houston. If you're a Houston Texans
it's an excellent
fan,
pick. Yeah, excellent.
If you I'll stand on this. Like I think Ursery, you know how I said Josh Simmons will be the best pure tackle. I think in a couple years, you're going to look back. Ariante Ursary is going to be one of those top 3 tackles, pure tackles. I'm not talking about guards, centers, like pure tackles. He's going to be a top 3 to 5 tackle in this draft class. And you could take those guys at the 25th overall pick, but they're managed to trade back, take Jaden Higgins and pick him up at what pick was that just, Boone?
That was 48.
Pick 4. So you get him at 48. You can trade back basically 20 spots, and you're getting similar to your offensive lineman. That's one of my favorite.
You know what
picks
this tells me though? And tell me if this is like wizard hat. The Raiders keep trading back and collecting more capital. I think they're gonna take Shedeur, but they're just like, we can get him here. You think we can go back another 10 and get him here? Like
that's such a good point, actually.
They keep going back. Like, look at they're back behind. They have Cincy, Seattle, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Chargers, Chicago, Panthers. Like, none of those teams are taking a quarterback.
That's Jeff. That is. Oh wait, is Pittsburgh? No, Pittsburgh is not in front of them. It's the Bears, like he said, Panthers, Chargers, Packers, Bucks. Yeah, no, Jeff. Titans just got theirs. Broncos have theirs last year. Seahawks. I mean, the Seahawks potentially. The Seahawks.
I mean, there is a chance.
But I don't think
But I think that's a smart move by the Raiders because I don't think like Sandy says in the chat. I don't think they have a ton of picks. So you get more picks and end up with the guy you want on a cheaper contract. You know what I mean? Because you don't trade that far back if you're taking Trey Amos. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know if he'll be there. Shedeur with the teams in front of him, yeah, he'll probably be there. And Neil, he says, I don't think the Raiders want Shedeur. Isn't Geno signed for 3 years? I mean, you could sit Shedeur. You could sit him.
That's the best case, and especially your an organization where there's ownership with Tom Brady.
Yeah, sit him. And Tom's big on that, sitting quarterbacks.
They have their perfect bridge quarterback right now with Geno Smith, and they don't have a ton of weapons. So you add
he plays like Shedeur. They have similar styles, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Geno's
a little bit bigger, but that's like what I think Shedeur could be. Andy Dalton, Derek Carr, Geno Smith. You put those guys in good situations, they're going to ball and put up numbers and get you in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But it's just, again, he's not going to be Josh Allen, but that's fine. Like, Geno Smith should not have been a top pick in there. I think Geno Smith won in the second round, didn't he? Didn't he fall into the second?
I think so, too, to New York.
The Jets, yeah.
Okay, yeah, but they're gonna have different career arcs. But I get what you're saying.
When I say Geno Smith, I don't mean New York Jets.
You mean 30-year-old Geno
Seahawks? He gets with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, because the first 9 years of Geno's career is kind of like what happened.
I mean, yeah, but he was in a shithole at wherever he went.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue with that. Yeah, you're right about that.
Dude had Adam Gase as a rookie. Let that sink in. Adam Gase.
Yeah, Adam Gase is crazy. That is what a throwback, huh?
Like
where's he now? Where's Adam Gase now?
Coaching high school football, I think.
Actually?
Yeah.
That's shocking, dude. Imagine I've always thought of that. Imagine like having your NFL career and like, you know, like your moment finally in the NFL to have a chance to, you know, change your family's life, live your dream out, and you have a high school football coach as your head coach. Like he's as good. Like in 10 years, he's a high school coach, and you look back and you're like,
all right, that was a whiff.
Yeah, they really did me dirty. Brandon Staley.
It's like Brandon Staley. Dude went from a D3 college coach to NFL coach. You're just like, bro, what the hell did you think here?
Well, Joe Mazzulla, he was a D2 coach for the longest until like 10 years ago, if then. I have nothing so far for Cincinnati. Cincinnati is next. The pick
that pick probably just shook him up.
Ariante Ursary just went.
Marcus Bowe would be smart here. Wyatt Milam, Texas, or tackle out of West Virginia. Good player. Boone, your boy, because you were the one who brought up Ashton Gelati out of Louisville, weren't you?
Yeah,
I've been seeing his name poked around a lot.
I wouldn't hate that. They didn't meet with him. I just don't know. Like one thing with Brad, I know the first round pick they always meet with. To me, I don't know what it's like with that second round, third, fourth, fifth. We haven't really looked into that much, so I'm interested to know. That's why I made that list today for people on Twitter, just to kind of get an idea. of some of the guys they met with that are potential second day guys, day 2 guys. Yeah, their old line's not that bad. They got Cam Robinson at left tackle now, Ursery at right tackle, Titus Howard at left guard.
Titus Howard's good.
I feel like they do have some sort of a vision going on.
They're building it.
Nick Casario is a pretty good GM. I feel
Pick is in for Cincy.
Pick is in.
Do you have it?
Hold on.
I've got nothing over here with Cincy.
No, I don't got it.
You don't? What is going
False
on?
flag.
This is a
Fucked
disaster.
up, Caleb.
Yeah.
Well, it says pick is in on my screen. Well, they're announcing the pick right now.
It says it to me as well. All the boys left. Do you know it, Caleb?
No. I kind of like it this way, though.
That's the
Yeah,
best. Like I hate
it is
seeing
good.
draft picks before they're announced.
I think I got it.
Yeah, I think I just got it too.
All right. Can someone hit the sound chime?
Wait, no, I didn't get it.
Oh, Caleb's just pump faking and flea flicking.
Oh, yes,
like
I did.
a
Okay, I
dog
got it
already.
now. I got it.
All right,
now.
I'll hit the chime.
And it's a good
All
pick.
right. The Cincinnati Bengals have selected Demetrius Knight, linebacker, South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yep.
Good pick.
The 49th pick.
He's kind of like you got Jihad Campbell at LB1, and then you got, I would say, probably Demetrius Knight, and then you got Oladejo as off the ball linebackers. I don't think, because Carson Schlesinger, he went to the Browns top of the second round, right? I think with the first pick, I believe so.
Yeah.
But he's he's in a different cat. I look at Demetrius Knight as somebody that can get to the quarterback, and it's not his strength. He's solid in coverage too, but he's more an athlete compared to, like, if you look at Schlesinger, he's a middle linebacker. Demetrius Knight, you could play him at middle linebacker, but kind of like overshown from the Cowboys right now. When I look at Demetrius Knight, big athlete.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Cincy, the plan going into the draft had to be defense, and I think they got 2 really good defensive players. Well, one of them, I mean, potentially, but yeah, I like Demetrius Knight. He's just one of those guys where, like, he's like you said, he's an athlete. He's just a ball player.
Mm-hmm. You can see with their draft too, because Knight, extremely athletic, Shamar Stewart, extremely athletic. They're adding speed to that defense to stop Lamar Jackson. Because whenever Lamar Jackson and the Bengals face off, Lamar just goes nuclear on the ground and through the air. And every year, if you're Cincinnati, you need to win those games to win that division. So
Yeah.
I like the logic in what they're doing.
Man, all right. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock with the 50th pick. We are currently less than 10 picks away from the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, they don't need a trade.
No, but I do. I wouldn't hate if they
back
got
in
back in after 60.
That I agree.
Like,
Yeah.
move up and just get some guys.
Looking at, and I know it's a second round where I think a lot of the time, like you just saw with the Cardinals, a lot of it's going to be best player available. Are there any teams that you guys look at, Denver, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Chargers, Chicago, Carolina, Vegas, and Baltimore, that you are a little bit worried, a team that you would like to jump?
Baltimore every time. Baltimore, I think, has
Yeah.
outside.
Who did they get in round one?
Baltimore.
Was it Malachi Starks?
Yeah.
Michael Lucci's actually just put a good point in there. If you just go get 61, go back-to-back picks, and you get 2 of your favorite guys that are sitting at 60, and
Yeah,
you're
I
just
like
like,
that.
there we go. And we can still get
Wrap
maybe
up day 2.
maybe without giving it up 102. Just say, hey, take our second next year. We love 2 of these guys. We want them.
Yeah.
Now, boys, I know kind of a broad kind of cliche question here, but who are the, like, if we left this draft tonight with 2 guys, what 2 guys would you be the happiest with?
Let me see who's on the board right now. Let me see who's on the
Hmm.
board. I think
Realistic, of course.
Realistically, I'm just gonna. I know Josiah Stewart is one of, but just personally, I fucking love Jordan Birch. He was the first guy that we broke down this offseason. Like, if they go 60, Jordan Birch, I honestly
Quality
will be
draft.
happier than
We do have a-
Josiah.
we do have a trade. The
Okay.
Panthers are trading up to 51. So that's the next pick. We're still on waiting on 50.
Who did they trade with?
The Broncos. The Broncos are trading to number 51. They're trading. Yep. The Broncos are trading up. Sorry, with the Panthers.
For me though,
There
and
we
it's
go.
hard to say
Mike
because
Green's still on the board, boys.
that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. Like for me to answer my own question, I guess it's like I don't know any of the inside stuff. None of us do. So we don't know why Mike Green is falling like that. But just from what I know and from the news I've seen, where it might not like the stuff he has going on off the field is probably worse than we think. But I mean, Mike Green's a guy for me, and then Trey Harris would be another guy that I'd love to. If we left the draft with those two guys, it'd be like, all right, that's a great day too.
I'm with you on Trey Harris. He's a good player. I don't know how I'd feel if they took him today. I'm not today in round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah.
But that's when he's going to go. So it's like, it's tough. Do you want him or do you want someone maybe like a Jordan Birch?
Yeah.
Or like a
what if they double up here? What if they go like
he's still on the board?
They go edge.
Nick
like
Score.
What if they double up? Like they can go Birch and then Sawyer or Scorton.
That's the dream. That's the dream situation. Because they did it at corner last year in the first and second round. Go ahead, do it this year. Who popped it up? I respect whoever did this.
I can't.
J-Mo Line King, Kyle Kennard, absolute dude. Kyle Kennard's going to be really good in the NFL. Would love Kyle Kennard. I just don't think they've met with him, and I think he's a little smaller than they want for a defensive end. But like the Ravens, I bet Kyle Kennard is a Baltimore Raven. I'd be willing to bet that.
The fact that Brad's just holding his nuts and he's just like, I ain't going nowhere. We're staying put.
The board's falling perfectly.
It's fallen pretty nicely. He doesn't really have to at this point. I mean, I guess if he hasn't, it means someone he likes is will still be there. I like
Shout out Diabetic Wars Slug.
Shout out.
Booner, your bet earlier was Lions pick 60 and up, not 61 and down. So I remember someone earlier was saying that the Lions trade back. And I said there's zero chance. They're at least going to pick at 60.
The pick for Seattle.
Oh, I just got it. Yeah. Wow.
For Seattle?
Miami. Seahawks select Miami tight end Elijah Arroyo.
Wow. Wait, so Seattle came up?
No.
Or the Broncos came up?
Seattle's on the clock with 50.
Okay,
51.
so Broncos got Arroyo.
Yeah, 51 is the one. Oh, I have the Panthers. I have the Panthers.
Wait.
What?
Wait, no, that was Seattle's pick.
No, Seattle took Elijah.
Yeah, Seattle took him.
Yeah, I have the Panthers now, though, too. So whenever you guys.
So the Broncos didn't trade up. Seattle traded up.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I don't think they traded up. I don't know where you're getting Broncos from.
Someone said that the Broncos traded up.
No,
I think
Seattle
did.
The Broncos and the Panthers made a trade.
Okay.
The Broncos and the Panthers made a trade. If I'm being honest, I don't know who's the one that traded up right now because you've confused me so much right now.
Hold on.
Yeah, look at Broncos traded back with Carolina.
Okay, so Carolina's on the clock, and I have the Carolina pick if you guys want to hit the thing.
All right.
With the 51st pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers will be selecting Nick Scorton, edge rusher, Texas A&M. I would have liked.
All right.
I would have liked Nick Scorton. I would have.
Here's the thing that I'm happy about. All the edges that are pretty much available now, there's no tweeners. Like you're getting an edge. You're getting a pure edge. Nick Scorton was kind of that tweener. Good player. But I think there's players that I like more that are still available.
There's some
reminds me of like
there's
a
some
better,
teams
more
coming up,
athletic
though.
Josh Pascal.
There's some teams coming up that could take a pass rusher.
Yeah, there is.
It's getting it, even though who'd the Ravens take?
They haven't selected anybody in the second round yet.
No, I'm saying in round
Malachi Starks.
Okay, so I mean,
I think they could take Princely, your boy. I could see him or Kyle Kennard if they go D line. I'd
and then
imagine
you think the Chargers. The Chargers lost Joey Bosa. Khalil Mack's not getting any younger. Who do they have at edge?
Starting to get worried. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying? And then you have
I'm with
Green
Jeff.
Bay. I feel like Green Bay's always. Who'd they take?
They took Matthew fucking Gold.
So they could take an edge.
Jeff, don't do this to me, please.
Tampa Bay.
They are taking a corner before they take an edge.
And then you have Tennessee. Like, who does Tennessee have?
Tennessee needs a wide receiver still yet.
Don't do this to me, Jeff Iafrate.
Jalen Noel's going to go off the board here soon. I bet there's another offensive lineman that goes off the board.
Yeah, Tampa.
What are you guys going to do though, fellas? Because we're looking at all these defensive ends like we were yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we get the draft pick, and it's offensive lineman. What's your reaction then?
So they're still. I guess it depends. Maybe he trades up in the third, and then you can go get like Savion Jones. Then I'm like, I got to see. These first 3 picks. I got to see how it falls with the players. If you don't have an edge in the first 3 picks, then we can have a different combo.
I think if Josiah Stewart, if you end up getting screwed out of Josiah Stewart here, I think that's the big one because I think he's one that you're relying on. But the problem is, I'll say this with Josiah. I want Josiah Stewart, but he's not like the pure edge. Like he's like a Sam.
He's a Derek Barnes.
So like you're sitting there and you're like, you really didn't replace that edge. So it's like, but I mocked Josiah Stewart to the Lions, so I can't say I don't want him because I mocked him there. I think it's a good pick. I'm still just going into the second round. There have been guys on this board where you're like, that's a perfect fit for this team right now.
Jordan Birch is the most ideal.
Can I ask you a question with Jordan Birch? Because I watched more on him today. I looked at his stats when I was doing this list over here. Oh, I have the Titans pick, by the way, if you want to hit the thing.
All right.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jeff, I hate you so much, but I love you. With the 52nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans are selecting Olawafemi Oladejo, UCLA edge.
Damn.
This is turning into...
Yep.
I'm not. No. Don't say disaster. Femi boys.
No. I'm just saying the run on edges. Boone might be.
Yes, it's. I said it back. What was the pick that one hit? I tweeted it out right away. I said, "Here comes the run on edges." I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, because you're right, Lucas. Like, I'm not really mad about that.
No, it's just like there's nobody that I've been like, oh damn, he's gone yet. That beside, like, I know some people said Nick Scorton, but I haven't been like, oh fuck. Like if let's say how many picks are before the Lions right now exactly?
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? 8 picks?
8 picks. Not all 8 are going to be defensive ends. And there's going to be probably, I'd say at least 3 of them to lock it will not be defensive ends. So you're sitting at 5. There's 5 guys right now sitting above all the same tier. This is where I think when they talk about being a deep draft, like this is where it is. Like in the rounds 2 through 3, there's just a block of players at the same caliber position at the defensive end spot.
Who did Tampa take in the first round?
Abuka.
They could still get like Trey Amos.
Yeah. They should take Makuba here. Might be a little early, but he's fucking good.
I can't. Wait a second. Oh. Okay, good. Sick. Sorry, I'm talking to myself, boys. I forgot I was for a second I was on air. Simple mistake. I was getting a post ready for the Lions pick, and I did a little fumble.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of the guys still available.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot. Jeff, can you read the list? You have a list?
Yeah, it's you have Mike Green, Jordan Birch, Landon Jackson, Josiah Stewart, Braden Swinson, Princely, Savion, Jack Sawyer, Kyle Kennard, Jared Ivey. I know it's been kind of, but still, it's not like I mean. And then you start getting into the Ahmed Hassanin of the world. He's down there.
That's where there's
Jack
a drop
Sawyer
off.
thing.
Yeah, so you gotta, and no disrespect to him, but there's probably a good 8 to 10 dudes you probably are comfortable with. So honestly, I don't think they're in a terrible situation. I really don't.
No, they're not.
I just now that you don't want them to get someone you prefer. That's the position I'm in. Like I hope Josiah, he's still available. Jordan Birch,
Josiah, Jack Sawyer, if those guys are on the board, Jordan Birch,
you're in a good spot. You're in a good spot.
It feels like Jack Sawyer is going to be a Detroit Lion in the next 20 minutes.
Jack Sawyer, yeah, should put that out.
It feels
Jack
like
Sawyer,
it. Remember? Do you remember my what I told you guys? I don't know if I told the chat here today. We had a lot of people watching. I texted you guys this. I brought up the comparison. Howie Roseman a couple years ago just being like that Georgia national championship team with all those defensive linemen where they were a problem. This Ohio State team was one of the best defenses in the country. I feel like Brad has taken a page out of Howie Roseman's book and is being like, I love this defensive line at Ohio State. They're a national championship defensive line. They are stout. They stop the run. They get to the quarterback. And he's like, just give me guys from that D-line. They're great players. They're going to be good NFL players. Like, let's just roll with it. It feels like that. I don't know if you guys get that same feeling,
we got to see more picks. But if you take Jack Sawyer, like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised like later in the draft they would take Cody Simon, the linebacker. Like, there's a lot of guys you can plug and play on that Ohio State defense because they could have went to the draft last year. They went back.
Got to pick, boys. Buccaneers. 53rd. Whenever you guys are ready.
This is Trey Amos. I'm going to say Trey
All right.
Amos.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Klotz.
With the 53rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting cornerback Benjamin Morrison.
That's a good one too.
The Benjamin Morrison is the perfect corner for Tampa.
Yeah.
Long, lengthy, just man to man. He's going to have injury problems, but if he can stay healthy, he's going to be really good. He was another one of those guys where going into this year, college football season was supposed to be like a top 15 pick, but he got banged up. Benjamin Morrison's good. Just a little undersized, but
he had the crazy freshman year, right?
Yeah. He was he coming out of high school, that dude was nuts.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good pick. I mean, corner makes sense for them.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Good
Okay, so that's good. Hey, Boone, that's good.
There's an edge we didn't miss. There we go.
There's a corner. There's going to be an offensive lineman. I wouldn't be surprised if
Green Bay
goes
goes
Noel is going to be going off the board soon.
Trey Amos would be good for Green Bay. I would
good.
hate it. That would be a good 2 rounds for them, to be honest. Mike Green's still on the board. Shador. Imagine Green Bay says, "Give me Shador Sanders." Have the Browns or the Raiders gone yet? Oh no, they're coming up.
No, they keep trading back.
I will tell you what. The one pick that's really scaring me is that Ravens one right there in front of us.
That's because one's
scaring me.
They don't even need defensive line. They just go defensive line and they go offensive line. They go trenches. But hopefully that's a team that right here could be taking another tight end with Mark Andrews moving off. I know they have Likely, but they like 2 tight end sets, or they could take a wide receiver.
This is interesting, boys. Shefty is just last to every single pick. He's just not a draft guy. He's not a draft guy. He's a free agency and trade guy. Yeah, it says here, like Jordan Schultz put this, several teams would have had him graded, Benjamin Morrison graded as a first-round pick, if not for some injuries.
Yeah. Like
it was the same with that safety that they have. Who's the safety that they have?
Oh, God, why did you just ask me that?
Wait,
he isn't it a safety that they had that could have been first round, and he got hurt. He had like a serious injury.
Give me 2 seconds.
Klotz, by the way, I meant to give you this ball knower hat yesterday since your Tyleik pick. That's on me. Not to keep it, but just to wear it for a little bit.
To wear for a little bit. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Man.
You're welcome.
Oh my God.
Pick is in. I don't have it, but it's in on
For
my
the
screen.
Packers. Oh,
Yep.
I think I might have it. I don't have it. I don't have
You
it.
want to announce it?
Do you have it?
I don't have it yet. The pick is in.
Let me do something. I have a way to get it.
Xavier Watts, by the way, Booner.
Oh yeah, that was it. I thought that was the pick real quick.
No. Watch this be the pick.
I don't know if this guy is. Whatever. I'll just wait.
I don't have anything here, boys. I really don't.
I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I don't know if it's reliable.
I think I have it.
I think I do too.
I have it.
All right.
Oh wait. With the 54th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, I think, could be wrong, the Green Bay Packers are selecting Anthony Belton.
Yeah.
Come on, North Carolina
State.
Come on, there's the offensive lineman, boys, and they still don't take a corner. So the Lions are going to be routing up the Packers yet again. Love that. I like the
Lions are in a good
the Vikings are having a good draft. Donovan Jackson's a good pick for them. That makes their offensive line I would say, damn, their Vikings offensive line's elite now. But I love the Bears picks. They're just throwing as many weapons as they can at the board when they need more defense. They need a little bit more offensive line. Great. And then the Packers take Matthew Golden. Hate that. But again, he's got to prove himself as a wide receiver 1 with a bunch of wide receiver 2s. And then you go take a tackle. Here they took Jordan Morgan. Great if Anthony Belton works out. You're still not blocking Aiden Hutchinson. Who's up now, though, boys?
Chargers.
What if the Bears take they might take an edge here. Like, what if they take like
Bears?
Jack Sawyer?
Trying to think of any tackles. They met with Charles Grant.
Let me see.
Watch him take another. Like, they take a running back here.
I mean, they still have your guy
take
Charles
one.
Grant.
Yeah, they
Charles
met with
Grant.
Can I ask you guys this? I just tweeted this out. Pick one of these guys for 60. Jordan Birch, Mike Green, Josiah Stewart, or Jack Sawyer?
Mike Green. Like, who would I take? Like, just
If
Yeah,
you're Brad
There,
Holmes.
Mike Green.
If you're Brad Holmes.
What were the
Just
other? You
second
said
round.
Mike
Jordan
Green.
Birch, Mike Green, Josiah Stewart, or Jack Sawyer?
Number 2, I might put Jordan Birch there.
I would go Mike Green over all of them, and then I think I might go Josiah next. Oh no, I don't know.
Green, then
That's
Birch.
why
and
Brad
then I
makes
put
the
Josiah.
decisions.
Birch and Josiah would be like close seconds for me, and then Jack Sawyer's in that, like right behind those guys. Like Jordan Birch fit, like dude.
He just fits.
Exactly, yeah. He fits like build wise. They're probably looking at that like perfect right there. Davenport replacement.
Run.
Yep.
Athletic as all hell. He just needs a little bit more refinement with pass rushing, and Casey Rogers can do that. You saw what he did with guys down in Tampa Bay. Like, you give him a year with Casey Rogers, Aiden Hutchinson, Jordan Birch by year 2, 8 sacks, I'd be willing to bet. In that range. Maybe it's 7, maybe it's 9, but he's somebody that can give you, like, one-on-one. He's such a big athlete. He can win one-on-ones. With Tyleik and Aleem and Aiden Hutchinson, give me that.
Take us in for Chargers. I don't have a Chargers pick. I've learned something new here, boys. If you just type it, I'm typing. You guys don't need to do it. So
this could be Josiah, boys.
All right.
Could be Josiah.
I have the pick.
All right.
With the 55th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers have selected Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
That's a great pick for them.
They needed a wide receiver. They needed to add one.
That's your Mike Williams replacement right there.
Yep. Well, Mike Williams is there. Oh, yeah, he's there. I thought you were saying he left. No, yeah, that's
he's
good.
only there on like a 1-year deal or something like that.
I like that. Trey Harris is very good, too. Ole Miss had some just dudes. They had some dudes.
It's a crime they didn't make like a deep run in college football playoffs.
Juice. Remember Juice Wells?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, why didn't they make a deep run, Klotzy?
I would say Lane Kiffin. Like, Lane Kiffin is a hell of a recruiter, hell of an offensive mastermind, but whenever Lane Kiffin gets in a big moment, he's yet to take that step. And like,
no, you're right. You're right about that.
Like, dude, they're like, you can't blame Jackson Dart.
No,
their offense is putting up. No, and I'm not saying you can't blame that.
Florida game, I blame them though. That Florida game.
Florida game's rough, but again, like when they have DJ Lagwell playing at Florida, it's a different type of.
Breaking news: Detroit Lions have just traded up to the 57th overall pick.
Come on.
The Detroit Lions are the 57th overall pick.
Come on. All right. This has got to be an edge then, I would imagine. Or it's a wide receiver because a wide receiver was just taken and Baltimore needs a wide receiver.
The Detroit Lions are on the clock.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, shit, boys.
I think this is telling me they liked whoever they're trading. They didn't want to wait. They didn't want to wait.
I'm going to get the details.
Yeah, I wonder what capital they had to give up for it. Like, what does that look? I wonder that.
3 spots.
Yeah, it's not that much.
They want someone. This shows
And
that
you jumped the Ravens.
Yeah.
Okay. Broncos trade 57 and 230 the Lions. Lions give up 60 and 130.
Oh, damn. So they go back, what?
130? But they still have 102.
So then they traded for the Broncos. What was the Broncos pick? That would what was that number?
You got it, Boone.
That's fine. If they really like, if they like,
they got 230. They moved back 100 picks to get this pick. They moved back 100 picks.
Shit.
I've got no player yet.
That's a lot of picks. So they definitely
They must love this guy.
They have to love this guy because that's a lot. 100 picks, man. Damn.
Shut the chat off too, by the way, boys.
Oh yeah, facts.
Get your guys' reaction here. Caleb, no
Do you need
chat. I
help
got
with
it.
anything social-wise, Boone?
I'm good. You guys just worry about locking in.
All right.
I got it. Me and Unc.
I'll go pull
The doc too.
film for him when we get it. When we get the pick in. I'm hype, boys.
Oh, here we go.
Please just be a defensive end. I pray it's a defensive end. Please.
I shouldn't say it. I don't know. I'm just gonna say this. I'm probably this is probably gonna age poorly, but
Bears just drafted a tackle. That was the pick right before I think the Lions.
That's fine.
They from Boston College, I think.
Tripoli.
Yeah.
I'm getting nothing here.
I get the feeling that BPA might be edge. BPA might be edge, and then watch him take. It's probably a completely different player.
God, move back 100 spots. You have to love someone here.
Oh my gosh, who is it gonna be? Who is it?
And Brad's not gonna go 100 picks without.
No, they like this guy. They'd like this.
No,
guy.
but he's gonna trade back in.
100 picks. They like whoever this is. Now I want to see who it is.
And please don't be a project either. I don't want it to be a project. That's all I'm asking. Do not be.
The Bears. The Bears added Duvernay and Zacchaeus, and they drafted Luther Burden.
I like Zacchaeus. Oh my God, I forgot they had Zacchaeus. What are they doing? And they posted Loveland, who they expect to be an offensive weapon. Where are you going to line him up when he's not a tight end? In the slot?
Yeah, that's a little weird. Take a wide receiver. I guess.
As far as like the Lions go, they got Brian Branch in the slot. They got Amik Robertson in the slot. Please.
Yeah, they need a tackle, a defensive end. Shit.
Oh my gosh, boys! I got the pick. I'm not going to say it yet.
Oh,
when you make the pick, Boone, move the mic closer.
Oh, he said I got the pick.
Was ready? Because we haven't put the social out, but we'll get it out in here in a sec. I'll say for the people, we'll be the first to break it. The Detroit Lions are selecting Ratlidge, guard, Georgia. They got an offensive lineman.
I knew it was going to be an offensive
lineman. I will hate it because you still have another pick to get an edge, but they got an offensive lineman. Knowing Graham Glasgow right now, his career is probably there. You know what I mean? Like, you have him. You now just solidified your offensive line outside of maybe the future of your left tackle. You got your offensive lineman and your guard. Now, your future guards, boys, Christian Mahogany, Tate Ratlidge out of Georgia. It is locked. One thing I know about Brad Holmes, I'll say this. Brad Holmes is going to have his trenches. I'll let you boys take it away from here. I'm going to get some things up.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick. You're getting a good player. You're going to the trenches, which I support. It's just now you're going to be waiting potentially a long time before you address that defensive end spot. But as far as Tate Ratlidge go, he's exactly what the Lions want in a football player, okay? He's got the fucking mullet to go with it, too, okay? He's a Dan Campbell guy, tested up the ass at the combine, high RAS score, was standing out for Georgia on that offensive line in the SEC, going up against menaces on the defensive line. So he's going to bring you a future guard because Graham Glasgow we have question marks about. We also have to remember Christian Mahogany. He played in a couple games and looked really good, but we've seen across in the NFL numerous times where a player looks really good for a stretch. If Melifonwu has to play 17 games, can't stay healthy, or just is not consistent. You're giving now competition to this guard room, which you need because Jared Goff has to be protected. Not a mobile quarterback. If Jared Goff is under duress, he's a different type of quarterback. He's still a solid quarterback, but when Jared Goff is protected, has time, he's an elite quarterback with the weapons around him. So you protect Jared Goff, and with as athletic as he is in space, you're giving somebody to pull with Penei Sewell in the open field with Jahmyr Gibbs behind him. So I'm all for Tate Ratlidge here as far as the pick and the player. I'm still very disappointed that this is going to be a long time without an edge, Caleb. That's what I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, well, look, we knew an offensive lineman was coming at some point, and like you said, like bringing competition to this offensive line room, especially at the guard positions with Mahogany and Graham Glasgow, that was something we wanted and expected. But look, Brad Holmes said to bring your popcorn for this draft, and he meant it, because now we're going to be on the edge of our seat for the rest of this draft to wait for an edge rusher. And I know a lot of people, I haven't looked at the chat yet, I'm sure a lot of people are disappointed we didn't go with an edge here with some of the names left on the board. But look, Brad Holmes moved back 100 spots to go get this guy. So I think this is a guy Brad really liked, and it was a position of need. So I like the pick, and I'm excited to see it kind of how this guard, position plays out even next year. If he outperforms a guy like Mahogany or Graham, we could see him slide in day one. But I think this is going to be more of a guy when Graham is gone, he's going to be next to Frank and Mahogany. So I like the pick, but like Brad said, bring your popcorn, because we're going to be here for, we might not get an edge today. We might not get an edge today.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. This is going to keep us on the edge of our seats.
It's going to be the situation where, like, it was the Amon-Ra St. Brown draft, and we're waiting for wide receiver. But I went and got some film here, boys. We can see, in case you're not familiar with Tate Ratlidge's game. Here he is, guard out of Georgia, big 6'8" over there, but you can see him in space. He's very good, mobile, quick feet, and he's an angry guard. He plays the game violently. He's a high motor guy. This is somebody that you're going to trust on this offensive line for a long time. Good against the pass. Good, I would say probably the strength against the run, but you're getting a durable offensive guard to go with Penei Sewell. Hopefully somehow you find a solid replacement for Taylor Decker through the draft or free agency next year, but you're building this trenches, because you can't have a situation in this offensive line where now you're replacing 4 guys, potentially 3 guys in one offseason. Because again, we hope that we can get everything we want out of Christian Mahogany, but if he's not a sure thing and you're just going into the season thinking he is a sure thing, and then you're looking at, okay, Taylor Decker, $20 million, is he worth it? Frank Ragnow, how long is he playing? Graham Glasgow, those are 3 starters right there. And who do you have behind them? Giovanni Manu? Colby Sorsdahl? Like, there's no sure thing behind any of these starters anymore. And that's something where the elite teams that can stay at the top, they keep their quarterbacks protected and they keep their run game strong. And you don't do that without having depth and a next man up at the offensive line spot. And I would say, Caleb, I think you'd agree, the Detroit Lions offensive line is elite, but there are times during the season when you watch them and you're like, this is not the best offensive line.
Especially in pass protection.
We're playing like it. Yeah, especially the left side. When you look at Taylor Decker and Graham Glasgow, when they were going up, that Houston game was terrible to watch, especially in that first half where Jared Goff was just under pressure. You looked at Danielle Hunter just causing havoc that whole game. They didn't even have Will Anderson, and Danielle Hunter was just game wrecking. So it's a need. It is a need. It might not be as much of a need as defensive end, which is why I'm not jumping over heads over heels with this pick, but it's a need that had to be addressed early in this draft.
Yeah, when you have a quarterback with limitations athletically, offensive line is going to need to be a position that is addressed almost every other year or every year, honestly. And like you said, we've had these guys rotate in to kind of see how they play. Sorsdahl didn't work out. Yodi played all right. We think we hit on a guy like Mahogany, but yeah, like I said, we knew this was a position of need, especially after losing Zeitler. And honestly, I don't want to say it was addressed earlier than I thought, but I didn't think we would trade up, especially go back 100 picks to address the situation. But look, I like the pick. It's a position of need, and he's a dog.
I'll tell you this, boys, and I'm just going to be completely honest. I wouldn't be shocked, and maybe this is just initial reaction, if Tate Ratlidge is starting you're starting left or right guard next year. Like, I think he's that good. Like, he's one of the best guards in football since like 2022. And it's not like it's like and you got him in the second round. They traded up. They love the guy for a reason. I don't know if you guys remember the combine. This is a kid that everyone was blowing up about because he had that mullet. I know it's like, oh, Booner, what are we talking about? A mullet. He's the one that blew up. He had the mullet, but he was just testing very good. and he was testing at a level where it was like, okay, this kid is legit. So yeah, no, I love the pick, boys. I know it's the edge. I know it's the second day in a row where I'm like edge, and then defensive tackle, and they take Tyleik, and it's like, oh wow. And then today it's like edge, and they take a guard. The good thing about these picks is like they're taking picks of players that we can use, and it's like these are guys who are going to step in tomorrow and have an opportunity to compete and win. Like that was my only thing going into this draft. I wanted an edge, yes, but the number one thing I wanted for Brad Holmes was let's not draft projects. Go get me guys who can play tomorrow. And Tate Ratlidge is going to be a starting guard for you. I don't know if it's going to be instantly, but there's a chance in training camp he is competing for a starting job with Graham and Christian Mahogany. And you're sitting there and you're going, okay, we are now younger at the offensive line position. The next step to really get younger is either center or it's a tackle. And I see Electricity saying these are backups, dude. Tate Ratlidge is not a backup. He's not. Just because he went in the second round, and he's not like that top tier first round guy. This is a guy that's legit where he's going to compete for a spot. Look at Christian Mahogany. You got Christian Mahogany in the 6th round last year. He's already starting for you, even a year in. And he missed training camp. He missed months. Tate Ratlidge is going to come in, hopefully, knock on wood, instantly and be able to compete. You got him in the 2nd round. You got Mahogany in the 6th. If they're taking a guard at the 2nd round, they're looking to say, hey, we want you to jump in right away. I want you to compete. Now, is he going to get the job handed to him? No. Graham could still win the job and end up starting. But again, you're getting competition in this O-line. You needed depth at the guard position with Graham, and you just got it, in my opinion. That was like, we needed depth. So I love it. I think it's a great pick. Now I think there's no question the second pick tonight, it has to be. I don't even know if you have a second pick tonight. Did you trade? Oh, no, you do. You have 1 or 2. I thought you traded that. So the second pick tonight, it has to be like Josiah Stewart. I think, and honestly, all serious, everything aside, I wouldn't be shocked if they trade up for Josiah Stewart here in a couple minutes.
That's what I say, trade back up.
I think there's, because Brad said, he did say he wants to be a little aggressive. He said he has some plans, and he knows what he wants to do. By the way, the Raiders just got Jack Beck or Batch or whatever his name is. Good player.
Baltimore took Mike Green too.
Baltimore got Mike Green, and that's a great pick. But no, I love this pick, boys, just strictly based off of really just based off of the future of this team. And Jeff, I was saying that I truly feel that Tate Ratlidge comes in and he's competing for a starting job in training camp. 2nd round guard. I would not be shocked.
Yeah, he's just, you watch him play, man. He's a mean SOB, mean SOB. And he's big. I mean, he's 6'7", 300 pounds, excellent pass protector. I think after you lose Kevin Zeitler, you still have Christian Mahogany, and you still have Graham. But to have a guy like Tate, obviously we don't know a ton about him, but from what I've read about him, he wasn't going to be on the board too much farther. You know, he was probably projected 2nd, 3rd. Lions go up and get him. And they obviously have faith in him because they traded back 100 picks.
Mm-hmm.
So do I think with that, he should be held to like a higher standard? Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
If you trade back 100 picks to get somebody 3 picks ahead, I mean, you love the dude. You know what I mean? You love the guy. Not saying the guy's gonna be an all-pro player, but you know, they're obviously confident Tate's gonna, and I think day one he could compete absolutely for that right guard spot.
Yeah, and kind of to your point, Boone, it's like if Tate doesn't come out day one and he's not starting, that doesn't make him a developmental player. Like I think he has the ability. Obviously, we're gonna have to watch training camp and everything, but I think he has the ability to go start day one. But just because he might not doesn't make him put him on the same tier as like a Sorsdahl or a Giovanni Manu, where these guys clearly are not ready. It's gonna take him some time. I think this guy could play day one. I don't know if he will. I love this pick, man. Like I said, position of need and a really, really good player.
If I'm being real with you, I'm not. If I have a panic meter, an 8 being or 10 being fully panicked, I think right now going in after the second pick, I'm probably at like a 6, 7. I'm not freaking out yet, but if they don't trade up, or I mean, if you're going to stay put at, what are they at, 102? I think. Could be wrong.
I believe so, yes.
We got some ways now till you pick then. So you're going to have to hope whoever you like's there. And if that doesn't occur how we think it's going to happen, then yeah, I'm going to start I'll probably be at like more of an 8-9 panic
He
level.
can move up though. This is
By the way, I just got a text from one of our good friend Bengals fan, and he texted me right away and said that he was like, I wanted Tate Ratlidge with the Cincinnati Bengals to protect Joe Burrow. So this is a guy that I'm shocked he even fell this far. This is a guy, love it. I'm in. Sorry, Klotz. Sorry.
No, I would say like they can move up, but I think this is just like to your point, Boone, BPA. But if you're Brad Holmes and the consistency that he's moved up, how aggressive he's been in the past, and the tier of edge rushers that you're in right now, because Jeff, you named off the pass rush. You got Kyle Kennard, Jordan Birch, Josiah Stewart. You got Savion Jones, guys that they've met with too. But then there's going to be the drop off. And that drop off is going to start turning into projects. And I think the whole conversation that we just had, while we're happy about Tate Ratlidge, is he not a project? Now, after you get past this tier of defensive linemen that are going to start going off the board here, you're dipping into those projects. And that's the thing that we've been talking about, regardless of the position. Stop with the projects. Stop with the Giovanni Manus, the Broderick Martins. And this is the range that those picks usually go. So I'm just crossing my fingers that if we at least, if he's staying there, can take a guy that's not an absolute project that's coming out of Western Kentucky. So that's the hope here, boys. And it's not, and if I had to pick a panic 1 through 10,
no,
again, the last 2 picks haven't been defensive ends, but they've been really good fucking football players. So I'm not going to be up in arms saying, you know what, this draft's a bust. Like, no, you got 2 guys, you strengthen the interior offensive line and your defensive line, but you're so close to a Super Bowl. That defensive end spot is the one glaring spot where you just got to go, hey, we don't need to get Trey Hendrickson. We could get Zadarius Jones, but there's a possibility or Zadarius Smith. There's a possibility he doesn't come back, though. And even if he does, what if he gets hurt? Who's behind him? Marcus Davenport. He's probably going to play in about a quarter of the season. And AQM's a really good rotational piece, but he's a rotational piece. They don't have a lot of depth at defensive end either. So when you're looking at it, at some point, got to go defensive end. It has to be the next pick.
I think 102 ends up being an edge rusher. And let me tell you this, too. I think it's – and I don't want people to panic too much. And listen, you're talking to one of the biggest like guys that panic a little bit. And I've been one of the biggest guys talking about edge. I think this edge group is that deep to where Brad feels he can get to 102 and still get a guy he loves. I do. Like, let me get my board out real quick. I feel like Adam Schefter. Let me get my big board out. The edge room. Don't forget. And by the way, I didn't have Tate Ratlidge on my board. The reason I didn't have him on my board, you guys want me to be honest, completely honest? Tate Ratlidge was one of the highest rated offensive linemen left on the board today. I didn't think he would be there, so I did not put him on my board. He was ranked like first or second out of guards, and I was like, I'm not doing it. I put Dylan Fairchild because he was lower. So that's just kind of to give you a little bit of a idea. Edge rushers, boys, right? Is that what we were talking about?
Yep, correct. The big board, Boone.
Big board. Okay, edges. Let's see who's on the board. Josiah Stewart.
Yep.
Jack Sawyer.
Yep.
Q Robinson.
Yep. Oh, that's who's going to be.
Those are 3 guys. Those are 3 guys that they met with. So the one of those 3, if they stay at 102, I would be happy with either of them.
It's going to be Q Robinson.
Which I'm fine with.
That and again, I'm fine with depth, a little bit of a project, but there's a ton of upside there, and he's playing at Bama. He's not coming out of a small school, and he does have production.
Those are the 3 names to keep an eye. Landon Jackson still available. Jeff Ahmad Hassanin from Boise State. I wouldn't be mad at any of those guys because they can come in and produce and give you something. That's all. Ryan said day 3 Q Robinson. It could be.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool. To me, like if they draft, let's say Q Robinson, I'm going to be like, all right, they took an edge. Like, but is it someone that you're like, this dude? Like Q, I think is I'm going to be honest. I haven't heard of Q until they met with him. And, I dive into a lot of draft coverage. And no disrespect to him. I wasn't sure with who Q Robinson was. So, like, Ahmed, like Scott said, like him, effort, still raw. You know what I mean? That's not like I don't know.
I'll give you guys some more Tate Ratlidge stats.
Go ahead.
Tate Ratlidge, boys. Nolan Bianchi just tweeted this out. Over the last 2 seasons at Georgia, was on the hook for just 1 sack in 2 seasons, 12 total pressures in 2 seasons, and over 685 pass blocking snaps. Almost 700 pass blocking snaps, boys. 1 sack and 12 pressures. That's it. First team All-American in 2024, second team All-American in 2023, and first team All-SEC both of those years. In the SEC.
Klotz, that kind of goes back to our conversation. Like the pass protection from the left side, a good amount of the year was a little bit shaky. And a lot of that can be from Taylor Decker wasn't 100% healthy. But, I mean, when you're paying Jared Goff, a guy, again, who has limitations athletically,
yeah,
you bring in a guard that can pass protect. Perfect pick, man. I love it. I love it. And again, you talk about the worry meter. Like, yeah, you need an edge rusher. You need one. And I would love to see Brad trade back up for one, which I don't know how realistic that is. But, I mean, this happens year in and year out. He's just drafting football players. And turns out this one is also a position of need. So, those are, I mean, I love to hear it.
And when you look at second round too, when you look at second round quarterbacks, when you look at second round corners, when you look at sometimes second round offensive tackles, usually it's like you're reaching. But when you talk about second round running backs, wide receiver, guards, like those are usually pretty safe picks. There's a ton of interior offensive linemen that come out of the second round. And it's because just the value of their position at guard. Like you don't see many guards going in the first round. Like Gray Zabel went, but if he wasn't versatile where he could play center, guard, tackle, probably not going in the first round. Donovan Jackson, guard, but he could play tackle and swing out there as well because he was forced to at Ohio State. So Tate Ratlidge is probably like the first pure guard, I'd say, to come off the board, at least with where you're not looking at him. Maybe he could play center in a pinch, but you're leaving him at guard. So he's probably the best pure guard out there right now. And you got him in the second round at whatever pick it was, pick 57. So good value, good player. It's just not at the position that we wanted. How many times have we said that with Brad Holmes?
Yeah.
It's frustrating. It's like running your head into a wall.
But but a lot of these dudes end up being great players. So that's why, it's like a battle of that. You want an edge earlier, which I completely understand. You see how important pass rush is, and that's probably the biggest thing people go at Brad for. But you look at the two first players, it's hard to be like, I don't like the players. I love the players. I'm just curious what the move is now for an edge. I think that's where probably, how that gets addressed. Because if you don't address it, if it's not as much of a priority, let's say there's no BPA players he likes there, then you go into the season with what? Everyone's looking, unless you bring back Zadarius, but you'd be looking at Davenport like, all right, Brad, can this dude stay healthy a full season? That's the question.
Caleb, can I have confirmation? Did Mike Green just go to the Baltimore Ravens?
He did.
Oh. Well, at least theoretically, you knew he wouldn't be there at 60 if the Lions stayed.
Man, after the draft is over, I'm so curious about what's going to come out about Mike Green.
Yeah.
My question with the Tate thing is, you traded up 3 picks and then traded back 100 picks for a player that was he going to go in the next 3 picks? Or was that
It almost reminds me, and I don't know how much Philly gave up, but Philly moved up that one spot with Kansas City to get Jahad Campbell. And it was probably just to make sure there was no way. And that's probably what Brad was doing. He's like, they're getting their guy. I agree with you, though. Like,
that's probably the one thing you look at and be like, okay. I mean, I don't have the inside information to know if they were going to take Tate. But like with the Ravens, like they would have went Mike Green probably. So, and then who was the picks before?
Baltimore. I don't think the Rams were. I think the Rams might have been, honestly.
Let me see if I can. I think I have it up. Yeah. So it was.
Can you pull it up, like share your screen? Because I'm just interested. I haven't seen the last couple of picks.
Yeah, here I'll pull it up.
RJ Harvey.
See, these are the picks.
I'm sorry, boys. I'm working.
No, you're good. Keep cooking, Boone. Keep cooking, Boone.
Oh, look at that.
RJ Harvey just went off the board?
Yep.
Has Travion Henderson been picked?
Yes.
Did the Pats take him?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll relax.
But you see, so Tate, you traded up to get Tate and jack back Mike Green.
I like the jack back.
So were any of those teams going to take a guard? That's why I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not like they jumped the Bears to have
the Raiders could
you know
have. The Raiders really could have.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess
they just took Ashton Gentry, and they averaged they were the lowest yards per carry team in the NFL last year, and I think it was like in a historic rate, like the most since like 10 years. So like their rushing offense was historically bad, but then again, they probably would have went guard regardless there. They need a wide receiver bad. So they were probably sitting like, hey, BPA. Maybe that's who they knew that they were going to go Tate Ratlidge. But, oof.
It might be one of those things.
There's not a run on ends right now. We can dodge that till the Lions start getting close down the clock again.
And it might be one of those things, too, like we saw it with the Gibbs year, where teams came out and said, we were going to take Gibbs here. And then Tyleik yesterday said the Bills were going to take me at 30, regardless, whatever. We might find out after that a team in between the Lions and whatever team we traded with was interested in Tate Ratlidge. So it seems like that's a common thing every year with Brad Holmes. He's got to.
I just thought too. Did anyone mention his RAS score?
Yeah,
9.96. That's elite.
That's crazy.
And he's got
a 9.9. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to show notifications. 9.96.
That's insane.
The only thing he's low on is his weight, and I'll say this, I don't think the weight's a bad thing. Like, he's a little more, like, especially at guard, like maybe that being smaller at guard, you're able to be a little bit more mobile. And if you need to put weight on, you get to the NFL, you work with some nutritionists, you add some weight if you need to, right?
I think it means he's too light. Because he's 308.
Yeah, he's 308. The yellow means he's a little too light, which means he needs to gain weight.
Yeah,
that's my whole point. Is like,
yep.
As a guard, I don't think it's that bad to be underweight right away, because it's like you're mobile, you're athletic, and I think like you can find a way, especially in the NFL with the nutritionists they have, the strength and conditioning. They're going to be able to find a way to add weight to him to get him to the right spot and keep his athleticism. And I'm sure Georgia worked on it a little bit, but it's like more so of a process here.
Yeah, and they might want
Bears are taking Shamar Turner.
Obviously, they might. They're probably going to want him to put on a little weight, but they might want him a little lighter, because then obviously we're going to have a new scheme with John Morton. But in a zone running scheme, you're going to want him to get to the second level a lot, or even when he's pulling. So they might want to. The more athletic, I think, the better. So the weight might not be that much of a problem.
Well, think about this, boys. Like, especially if you go back and you watch Jahmyr Gibbs against the Minnesota Vikings, every time Gibbs plays the Vikings, he fucking cooks them. And it's because there's always that run. I don't know how it always happens. There's that run where he goes, it'll usually be right up the middle, play off the linebacker, and then he's one-on-one in the open field with the safety. And you can see this year was Kevin Zeitler leading the way, taking out the linebacker, and then you put Jahmyr Gibbs in a position where he's one-on-one with anyone. I don't care if it's Derwin James. I don't care if it's Minkah Fitzpatrick. You could put any defender, Fred Warner. Jahmyr Gibbs in the open field with a full head of steam is juking anyone out of their shoes. And if not, he'll run you the fuck over. Yep. So this is just a guy that you're making not only golf better, but Jahmyr Gibbs, you're keeping him fresh for the future too, because when you have somebody that's athletic and as good as Tate Ratlidge, he's not going to be getting, Jahmyr Gibbs at least, will not be getting hit as much compared to if you have a guy that you're like, hey, Giovanni Manu, get out there. Jeff, that being said, Tate Ratlidge, guard. What does this impact Giovanni Manu? How does this impact your boy Gio? Tackle? Okay.
Watch, they won't address tackle.
Yeah, and then they will next year in free agency.
And I'll say one more thing about
Tate Ratlidge and Giovanni. No, go on, Caleb.
I'll just say this.
You don't even believe that.
About Tate Ratlidge, not football related. Absolutely killer mullet on this guy,
dude. You and him got a similar looking mullet.
Me and him got to do.
We got to get it.
Me and him got to do a little something. You guys got a good shot of the double chin there, but me and him got to do a little photo shoot or something. Me and Tate Ratlidge, I have a good idea. We're going to become really good friends here. Really good friends
here. Yeah.
We'll send it. Caleb, we'll send you down the locker room during training camp.
Caleb, I have a content idea.
Be like, let him in.
I have a content idea. You might not like it, but I think it could be one of the greatest content ideas to ever come out of Crunch Time Sports.
Well, you have to do the storm chaser thing first.
That's a good
I'll do that no matter what. I don't care. I usually, the only content I won't do is like skydiving. I think you need to dress just like he did at the combine, the chain, do a fake tattoos like he has, cut your hair exactly like he has it. And I think we need to get you running the 40 just like him and throw it in slow motion and put him side by side.
I'm going to DM him right now. This guy, I mean, me and Tate, hey, Tate, if for some reason you're watching this, I mean, there's 1,000 people in here. If you're not subscribed, do that right now. But Tate, if you're in here right now,
definitely could be watching.
if you just want to see how the fans are, hey man, we're happy to have you. And look, I think we're really similar. Athletic, mullets.
Because you can move, Caleb. People might not realize that.
And people don't think I can move, Klotzy, but I can move a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm agile. Tate, I'm gonna throw you a DM. Who did that? Is that a stop the cap?
Hey.
I'm gonna DM Tate Ratlidge right now.
Can I screen share? I want to throw up the stats one more time for Tate Ratlidge, please.
I would put a bet out there that
I'm gonna throw this up, boys.
In a shuttle drill, 3-cone shuttle.
That's where I thrive.
Second. Caleb finishes second here.
That's where I thrive. You know the icky shuffle on the agility ladder? You will never see a faster icky shuffle than me.
Over here, Caleb.
All right, boys.
You won't
I'm
see
gonna
a
throw
faster
this
icky
up.
shuffle than me.
I'm gonna throw this
Caleb,
up here. Tate Ratlidge. I know we spoke about it a minute ago. I already brought it up, but I just want. Hey, can we just say it again? I got the stats from Detroit Lions PR. Even more pass blocking snaps. 1 sack in the last 2 years, over 720 snaps, 11 pressures, not 12, 11 pressures allowed. First team All-American, second team All-American, 2-time first team All-SEC. Boys, I'm juiced. I don't know what else to say.
Hey, Boone,
I'm juiced up.
Just for the love of the game, can you pull that tweet up and just scroll down so we can see the picture?
Oh, yeah.
Just so that people can understand what we're talking about with the comparison to Caleb here.
I mean, look at this guy.
Come on now.
I mean, come on. You got Dirtbag on one side and you got Tate Rutledge on the other with the best mullet in the country. I mean, who's stopping the Detroit Lions next year when you put Tate Rutledge in there? I mean, come on. There's nothing better than on an offensive lineman than the hair flowing out of the helmet. You kidding me?
The grid overall goes up about 5 when on the field.
Yeah, well,
Hank Fraley's going to love this fucking guy.
I just shot him a DM. Tate?
Hey, Tate. How you doing, Tate?
Hey, Tate.
So you just got signed to the Detroit or drafted by the Detroit Lions.
Yo, Tate, let's link up, man. Thomas, come on, man.
Right.
I mean, Thomas just said everyone begging for Zadarius. He is washed.
Zadarius ain't washed. He ain't Zadarius Smith from 2022, but Zadarius Smith, I mean, last year he came in and averaged like a sack a game damn near, at least starting off that run. And then you look at week 18, big game against Minnesota, starts off the game by sacking Sam Darnold. Marcus Davenport hasn't been healthy to do that, and I don't know how long, pretty much his whole career. Al-Quadri Muhammad had some spurts. Without Hutch, you have no one. And Zadarius Smith is better than having pretty much, he's the best active free agent out there as far as the defensive end goes. And if he were to go anywhere, it'd most likely be Detroit, Kansas City, a contender.
I just want to make sure
he walk right back in Detroit, get his job back right now.
Josiah Stewart has not been drafted yet, correct?
Let me look real quick.
Make the move. Make the move. You make the move.
I'm with you 100%, Boone.
I think you make it.
Commanders took Trey Amos. Good pick for them. Got your boy Emmanuel Forbes out of there, Jeff. Said he was for the Birds.
Wait, who took Trey Amos?
The Commanders. Him and Marshawn Lattimore. Who else did they got? I feel like they got Mikey.
They need a safety.
Yeah, they do. But I was just about to say that they still got Will Harris back there, though.
Did you guys open some of these super chats at all or no?
No, run through them.
I did one of them. That was about it.
All right, Terrell from FL. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate the $5. He says, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. We took 2 guards last year and no edge. Move up again to take another guard and still no fucking edge. Brad doesn't care about pass rush.
Or maybe, hey, Terrell from FL, let me get a little deeper for you on this. Think about this. Maybe he knows that Zadarius Smith is coming back, and he's like, let's get this offensive line right. They got one of the best, I would say, top 6, top 7 or guards in this draft class, a top 5 defensive tackle, and they still have an opportunity to draft. I said, do not judge Brad Holmes until Friday's over. There's still one more pick. Wait till this picks up. There's no way Brad Holmes doesn't get an edge with this last pick. He knows the people want an edge rusher, and he knows how deep of an edge rusher class it is. He will get an edge in the next pick. I've died on this hill and I've been 0 for 2, but I like the 2 picks that I've been 0 for 2 for.
That's the one thing why I'm not panicking.
I love
because
both
he
of the
did
picks.
walk. Yes, like you boys know, Tyleik. Come on now, gonna love that pick. But Ratlidge, we've talked about them on the show for a long time. We have, as far as he'd be a good pick for the Lions. We didn't necessarily think he'd be there, but he was. Lions moved up 3 spots. Alrighty, boys. Let's see.
And then also, you go through this one?
No, keep running through them.
All right. Jesus Vision. Appreciate the $2, brother. He says the Browns get Sanders in the 3rd.
I forgot that Shadur Sanders was available, honestly.
That's mean,
Not gonna
dude.
lie.
I mean, that's mean. And Jeff, I'll say this.
I mean, Ratlidge is more exciting at this point. Chiefs just took Omar Norman Lott.
You know what? No. I want this same, all of you. All right. Caleb, actually.
What was the text I sent you the other?
No, I take that back. I take that back. Lucas and Boone, I want the same energy throughout the respective careers of Tyler Shuck and Shadur Sanders. I want this same energy throughout both of their respective careers.
Two different situations, bud. Two different situations.
Card, whip that one.
No,
out.
it's a fact. No, it is a fact.
Pick
Tyler
one.
Shuck. It's 2 different situations, completely 2.
Who's going to be the better quarterback in 10
I don't want to do. Hey, we've got line. I don't want to do the Shadur Tyler Shuck thing.
You
right
answer,
now.
Klotzy. You're dancing around.
I need to understand.
Who's the better quarterback, Shadur Sanders or Tyler Shuck in 10 years? Who has a better career?
In 10 years?
Obviously, if Shadur goes to Cleveland, okay. You want to put the situation card?
Okay. I think both of them are going to terrible landing spots. Like Shuck's going to a terrible landing spot. If Shadur goes to a terrible landing spot, it's going to be Tyler Shuck. If Shadur goes to like a good landing spot, it's going to be Shadur. But if you're asking me on their own, who would fend better for themselves? Probably Shadur, but it's not close, or it's not far apart. So I give Shadur a little bit, but then again, like that's where I think, okay, you're picking between Tyler Shuck and Shadur Sanders. Do you want to deal with Dion? Do you not want to deal with Dion? Are they far apart? No. Okay, let's go with the guy who's got a bigger arm and more upside. So I don't blame Cleveland for going that. I personally probably would have went Shadur. You can't blame him. Like it's not illogical in my opinion.
Let me see.
He's gonna fall. He really is gonna take the Will Levis route.
Well, Jeff, my question was, I'm sorry if you already answered this. I was trying to throw something up, but obviously a Shadur guy, you want to see him drafted. If he goes to Cleveland, because I remember you saying yesterday he's done if he goes to Cleveland. What are your thoughts? Are you just happy he's drafted, or you're like, I mean, he's fucked. He's going to Cleveland.
Yeah. So at what cost? You know what? At what
cost? Oh my God,
Caleb?
boys! Oh no!
What?
The Eagles just drafted Andrew Makuba.
Oh, he's a good player now. Good player.
That's one of my favorite players in the draft.
The former Tiger.
I have the Giants pick too, if you guys want it.
Yeah, just round them off.
The Giants select Darius Alexander, Toledo at 60.
Come on.
The Giants are just built.
Putting them next to Dexter Lawrence. They got somebody else there, I'm pretty sure. But Darius Alexander, good player. Back to the Eagles, though, taking Andrew Makuba, boys. Jahad Campbell and Andrew Makuba in the middle of the field just lurking is fucking scary. Like, they're just the Eagles are having a good ass draft again. Howie Roseman is cooking right now. Andrew Makuba,
Andrew Makuba.
Trying to think of like a comp for Andrew Makuba because he's a little undersized, but that dude just takes people's heads off. He's a turnover machine. Like gonna be one of those. He's a safety, so he's falling in the second, third round. But you're gonna look back and how did Andrew Makuba fall in the second round?
If you have false expectations, you're going to be more disappointed. I don't think no one's going to like. That's why I have Howie as the best GM, Klotzy, because of stuff like this, dude. Just wins the draft every year. I mean, it's just. But I'm not. It's not even coming at Brad. It's just like it's just objective fact. Like Howie's the best GM in the league right now. You know what I mean? It's not. Brad's right there. But like you can't argue with what the Eagles will do every year. It's just like they get like Andrew Makuba, Jahad Campbell. Those two guys are going to be great players for him. You know what I mean? And the Lions, they are right up there with drafting. They hit on a bunch of guys. So there's only a small handful of GMs that are that good, especially when it comes to today. Not just the first round, but later. And it's Howie, Brad, Les Snead.
We're now officially in the second round, by the way, boys.
Third round, you mean?
Third round?
Or third round. Yeah. Can I do this? Let's do this real quick just so that people
Yep.
know. I'm just going to name off the picks after the Detroit Lions so people know who's off the board. I know we've already done some, but it's 58 overall. Jake Beck. Is it Beck or Betch? Beck out of TCU. Great wide receiver, by the way. Mike Green, 59th to the Ravens. RJ Harvey, running back from UCF to the Broncos. Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, the corner, who could have been a first-round guy, to the Commanders. Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M, to the Bears. Omar Norman Lott, Tennessee, defensive tackle, to the Chiefs. And the Eagles draft Andrew Makuba, Texas safety. And now we are officially, the Giants are on the clock in the second or third round.
The third round, yeah. So there's 65 to 102. What is that?
And we probably should start just
or no
locking back in on I'm going to keep an eye on alerts because we could get right back to a trade, I think, at any point.
So right now, there's probably, like, to me, probably 5 to 6 guys, or 6 guys I'm comfortable. That's 7 guys I like at edge.
Can you name some best available guys?
Yeah,
here?
so Jordan Birch, Landon Jackson. You'd say, okay, I'm not a huge on Landon Jackson, but regardless, still
you take him in the third round, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Josiah Stewart. He's Braden Swinson, Princely, Savion, Jack Sawyer, Kyle Kennard. Like, that's 6 guys right there. Ashton Gelati, you know.
He's a Lions guy. I don't think they
probably. I mean, honestly, it's a long. You got.
Yeah, I mean, even I just think you just need to get a guy, and I've been saying it for a while, like someone with production. We spoke with I'm drawing a blank. Why am I drawing a blank? Who did we speak with? Matt Eberflus. We spoke with Matt Eberflus at the Combine, and what did Matt Eberflus tell us? Like, we said, hey, what do you look for in an edge rusher? Not defensive tackle, not edge rusher specifically. And he goes, and again, if you don't like Matt Eberflus, get it. But he's one of the best defensive minds in the NFL. Outside of head coach, defensively, he knows what he's talking about. That man, he said, he literally looked us in his eyes and goes, production. It's production is what we need. And that's what they look for in the NFL. So I don't think, like, you just need to look at a guy like, what's his name out of Antoine Paulin Ryland out of Virginia Tech, like someone who is produced. You want someone who's produced and has proven it. And I think there are still some guys on the boards where it's like, you've seen guys who produce. Just go get them. So at 102, get a guy who has production. That's all I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm with you. We talked about that. Like, projects at this point, I think there was a time frame in this when it's not a rebuild anymore. They're built. But like in the first 2 years, 3 years even, you saw the Jamison Williams pick where Jamison Williams, I would say, was a project because he was very raw coming out of Alabama. He was a fucking great college wide receiver, little undersized, had an injury, dealt with the suspension. That's a project. You could live with that during that time. But now you're so close to a Super Bowl window. If you're talking about third round, fourth round, I mean, how did Sione Vaki help you this year? Not saying that he was zero help, but really, special teams, that was about it. Look at guys just like the Sione, Hendon Hooker, like players like that, where we're just taking these projects, and if they don't work out, now we're wasting good draft picks where you've drafted Amon-Ra St. Brown in the 4th round. You drafted Kirby Joseph in the 3rd round. So I'm with you, Boone. Just no projects.
By the way, I got a quote here from good old Tate Ratlidge. Shout out Benjamin Raven. He said, new Lions offensive guard on Tate Ratlidge. I couldn't ask for a better team or situation to go to. I've always been a fan of Coach Campbell and how he runs his program and how his offensive line plays. And then he said he and Frank Haley had a meeting at the Combine, and he said the back and forth in that session was, quote, just awesome, end quote. So, yeah, I mean, I just saw the picture of him, and this dude he looks like he's built different. I mean, the hair.
I want to pull this up as well, too. Colton Pouncey tweeted this out, and we talked about this on our show at one point a couple weeks ago, the NFL meetings in Florida. Do you guys remember what Dan Campbell said?
The guard stuff?
They asked him about guard and Graham Glasgow, and if he can still, like, hey, what are you guys' thoughts on Graham and moving Graham out of the position? He said, I don't know. That's a thought, man. We've talked about that. Do you go back to right with Graham? And is it Mahogany left? Is it somebody we draft? You know what you know what I mean? So he said, is it somebody you draft? So we had the conversation right after that too. We did. We talked about it, and we were like, hey, they might draft a guard. Like, that might be a possibility.
And I think there's a very realistic shot that day one, Tate Ratlidge is better than Christian Mahogany. Not saying you hand Tate Ratlidge the job, but you think of Chris Mahogany, 6th-round pick, turned out to be better than a 6th-round pick, way better than we expected. But again, you're talking about one of the better linemen in the last 2 years in the SEC coming in, and he's not old. Like, he's got experience, yes, but it's not like you're drafting him at 25 years old. Like, there's really no risk with Tate Ratlidge. This is just a guaranteed hit, and you're putting that in a position of not immediate need because they do have a good offensive line, but you're keeping this offensive line great for a long time. So that's why I understand why people are bitching, and I would be too. Like, if I'm a Chicago Bears fan right now and you see the needs that they have and you go tight end, wide receiver, I'm pissed. I'm throwing my hands up in the air just because you were like, what do you truly need that for?
Oh.
Like, they're good players. You don't truly need that. The Lions, at least they're not all over the board. If they would take a corner there, a safety, a wide receiver, a running back, like, I would have lost my mind too. But they're taking good football players in the trenches.
Hey, pick with the 66th pick. Wow, I couldn't say that. In the draft, the Kansas City Chiefs are taking Ashton Gilletti out of Louisville. Great edge rusher. That's a great pick for them.
They got Norman Lott like a couple picks ago too. So wow, good little spurt for the Chiefs. Brett Veach got something to say because they kept Karlaftis around too. And Gillotti, somebody that can slide into the middle a little bit. It's a big boy. I hope Brad moves up though. Do the Eagles pick in front of the Lions for this round?
I'll check right now. I don't see him on the screen right now.
Yeah, they do. They pick at 96. So the Eagles are in front because we got the last comp pick. They have the last pick in the 3rd round. The Lions do.
Let me see. And now I'm getting these Adam Schefter alerts. And it said he just put out, of course, the one alert I get is Shedeur Sanders' tweet. Or
what was it?
It was like, it is now the 3rd round, and Shedeur is still on the board.
What do you think he was thinking after round 2 went by? And he's like, okay.
I think, honestly, I think it's good. Maybe this is just like, again, wizard hat thinking. For someone that I think he works really hard. But again, he's Deion's son. He hasn't faced like a ton of adversity. He's faced some adversity. This is a good, like, motivating, like Tyler Shuck went ahead of you. How do you respond? Like, I think it'll be, they'll probably, Prime's probably telling him use it as motivation. But yeah, I don't know. He could,
And what pick do the Browns have? Are the Browns about to have an opportunity? Are they on the clock?
They're on the clock. They're at 67.
Do you think they get Shedeur?
The Raiders pick at 68 right behind him. So if they're going to pull the trigger, this is the time to do it.
This is Shedeur Sanders' 3rd round. They said that if the latest he'll go is most likely 3rd round. I would think this is Shedeur Sanders. That's and I put a bet on him because I thought he was going to go 33 or 36 or 35, whatever it was the Browns had. I thought it was a dead bet. I put a bet on him to go to the Browns plus 350. I thought that was a completely dead bet because of that. I'm going to be refreshing here because this is my last chance.
I'm with ETN here. Please take Monroe.
That would be crazy.
I'd be laughing. Or like Kyle McCord.
I have been pretty vocal that I think if Jalen Milroe he has all the intangibles and all the skills if he gets put in the right spot to where he can sit and develop a little bit, I think he can turn into something. That man is like, he has it. He just needs to work with the right people, and he needs to be in the right position with the right coaches and the right team. And I think in the NFL, he could actually have a really good career.
Well, the comp you keep hearing is like a Taysom Hill. And I think a lot of teams would love to have a guy like Taysom.
I think it would be more so like a Jalen Hurts. I think.
You're saying? Whoa, no, I'm not. I don't think he's much.
The Caleb didn't like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, the thing I'd say, Boone,
that's
like
me. Have your own thoughts, boys.
I think though, if same thing, if you say he just has to be in the right situation, I agree with that with Shedeur. I just think if they're both in good situations with good coaching, I personally will lean with someone that. The things that you're going to be asked to do in the NFL at some point.
Oh, breaking news. Detroit Lions are on the clock. Number 70.
Detroit Lions Harold Fannin.
The Browns got Harold Fannin. Great for them.
All right, here we go again, boys.
Hold on. This is the edge. Hey. Savion Jones.
Come on. This is Josiah. I'd be willing to bet this is Josiah.
Yeah.
This is Josiah Stewart. Come on, Brad.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
We're getting. Give me an edge.
It's got to be
Come
Josiah
on, turn the
Stewart,
chat
right?
off, fellas. Turn the chat off.
Oh, wait. They're up after the Raiders and after New England.
Okay, so they're not on the clock. So what they trade up to?
I might have just tweeted out the Lions are on the clock. Can someone go?
No, they're not on the clock. They traded up
someone delete
to
that, Caleb?
No, I know, Boone. I'll get it. I'll get
They
it. Boone.
traded up.
Someone delete
Boone.
it.
Chill out, Boone. I'll get it.
Don't
It's okay. I heard you the first time. All right. Here we go. It is gone. It is gone.
Damn, what they trade? Do we know what they traded? That's curious. How do you move up? So they moved up what? 30 picks? Right? I mean, they picked up.
They went to pick 70.
I want to see what they gave up.
That's what I'm curious about.
Hold on. So they traded out of 130, moved to what? 2 something? Right? That was the first pick. I mean, the first trade.
Yeah, they went back to 230.
I mean, they would have had to trade 230 again, right?
Or like a future, something maybe in the future.
Yeah.
How do you move up 30 picks? I mean, it's got to be. They moved up 3 and went back 100. So if you move up 30, you know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, my heart's beating too fast.
Crazy. It's nuts, Boone.
I love football.
I didn't think he was going to do it, man. I didn't think he was. I didn't think he was going to do it. But I'll say this. And I'm afraid to look at the chat. If this is not an edge, boys, something weird is going on.
This is a safety or something like that.
Running, it's Scatabo.
Sanker.
Imagine Scatabo and Sanker. Oh my. That's when I was like, okay, these are good players, but I've had enough.
I'm fed up. I am fed up.
All right. Let's lock in, boys. Crucial time right now.
Who do you guys think? What are you guys like top 3 choices here I left on the board?
It has to be Josiah, in my opinion. If you're moving up this far to go get something,
Hey,
met with
Josiah,
I believe, 3
Birch,
times.
or Savion. Those are the 3. Josiah, Birch, Savion.
Is Landon Jackson still on the board?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
this kind of screams Sawyer, does it? For me, it screams Sawyer. That's not necessarily the guy I want.
No, that's they talked to him.
But I think Boone makes a really good point with the he might just fall in love with these Ohio State defensive linemen.
Jack Sawyer, go get Captain Jack.
Why is John Cena on my screen right now?
They got SmackDown, Caleb. You're not hit.
Yeah. Never been. I'm afraid to say this in front of 1,000 people, because I feel like I'll get some backlash. But I was never a WWE fan.
I wasn't ever either. I went to an event when I was a kid, met Sheamus. Still wasn't enough to get me hooked to WWE. Never
All
have
right,
been.
I just had it.
Hold on. Shout out Steve. Thank you for the $5. Just don't forget we have an extra 3rd round pick next year. Josiah Stewart, Savion, both were in for visits.
102 to 70.
From 102 to 70, 32 picks. So they love someone.
Round. Yeah, it's a full
Browns just took Harold Fannin.
The Patriots just took a receiver, I believe. I just got a notification from my law.
He should have went by now.
Hey, Ed O'Neill, thank you for the $2. Just so glad glass trash isn't going to start anymore. Michigan 0626. Thank you for the $2. Says Denver got 342 value points. Detroit got 331. 11 is 200. So yeah, I mean,
all the Raiders took Darian Porter. Good pick for them. Brad guy. At least that was like their favorite corner rumored coming out of the draft. So at least probably Darian Porter will not be the pick, obviously now, but probably not going corner. Kyle Williams, Boone, your boy, to the Patriots.
Great pick. They picked one of my favorite wide receivers 2 years in a row.
Yeah, who's your guy last year? Jerome Baker, I think it was.
No.
Or, no, you like Jalen Polk. Jalen Polk it was.
She's still going to be good.
All right, boys. Got to be defensive end. Got Princely Umalayan out of Ole Miss there. Jordan Birch, Josiah Stewart, Jack Sawyer, Savion Jones.
Brad can make a whole city happy right now.
Yeah.
Brad Holmes could make a whole city happy.
Here we go, boys. Boys.
Oh, here's Terry on.
Caleb.
Oh, they're coming out?
Looking or no?
Yeah,
Can't hear you, Boone.
I didn't get anything, Boone.
If you are, text me if you see something.
Oh,
Text me instantly. Text me instantly. If you got
I just saw Caleb's face.
text me instantly, Caleb.
You got
I
the
am.
pick, Caleb?
You got it?
Oh, no.
You got it, Caleb?
Oh, no.
Caleb looked shocked when he saw it.
I
was
saw.
like a
Did
happy
you see it,
shot.
Boone?
Yeah.
I don't know, fellas.
Don't tell me that, Caleb. I thought it was a good shock. Like when I saw the look on your face, I thought it was Jordan Birch. I'm not gonna lie.
He didn't like that.
That does not look like a happy man right now.
I mean, it's not at all what I mean, you guys want it?
No. Wait.
It just came up on my screen.
All right, let's do it. Do you want me to? I'll say it. Hit the tune. With the 70th pick, the Detroit Lions select wide receiver Isaac Tesla out of Arkansas.
Okay, I don't know actually how I want to react to this. Honestly, I don't. I can't hear you, Boone. Okay, this is where we got to have a conversation. Okay, because I love Isaac Tesla. You boys know I do. Been saying that he probably could go today. You're taking Isaac Tesla over Josiah Stewart, over Jackson. You don't need a wide receiver in this draft. You really don't. You could have one.
I'll be right back.
You need a defensive end here. Like, again, I love Isaac Tesla as a prospect, but I've said that about Tyleik Williams. I said this about Tate Ratlidge. Isaac Tesla is a little bit of a project. He's coming from Hillsdale, D2 college. Shout out. Tiffin Dragons played there. They went up against Hillsdale. Then he went to Arkansas, had some solid production, but he's a 6'4" slot wide receiver. And you look at Jameson Williams, you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those guys are primary in the slot. You're not going to use them to replace them. You're putting him at 6'4" on the outside, so he's going to have to develop on the outside, put on some weight. And you're just foregoing the edge spot again. I like the player, but I hate the pick right now. Like, I hate the pick. You can get a wide receiver similar. Pat Bryant could be on the board later in the draft. Like, there's similar to your wide receivers, and you don't need a wide receiver. This guy's going to be a wide receiver 4 this year. Isaac Tesla, like, Boone, we've had this conversation. Like, you draft Isaac Tesla to replace Tim Patrick next year. And is that really something you're doing in the 3rd round? You can find that in free agency. You can find that in round 5, round 6, round 7. You're trying to find somebody that can start consistently at the future of this team at the defensive end spot. So, again, why I think Isaac Tesla is going to be a really good wide receiver in the NFL, but you have to go defensive end there. You can't. I can't sit here. Like, I could defend Tate Ratlidge. I could defend Tyleik Williams because you knew for a fact you're getting a good player. You do not know for a fact that you're getting out with Isaac Tesla, local guy. They obviously fell in love with him, but I don't agree with this pick here at all. I don't. You have to go defensive end, especially if you're moving up to the spot that you did. You're trading up literally 32 picks, a full round. You just moved up to get your wide receiver 3 or 4 this year.
Yeah, that's what I think is the most shocking, is because obviously, I mean, you moved up 30 picks to get this guy. And I think when we saw the notification come up where the Detroit Lions are trading up, the immediate thought, I think everybody in Michigan and maybe around the league, that this is an edge rusher. And I think you make a great point. You just traded up 30 picks and got your 4th wide receiver. And again, yes, it's a position of need. But if we're ranking position of needs, edge is number one. And that's where they should have gone here, in my opinion.
And again, it's falling into the same conversation that we had where it's like, if you're going to go wide receiver, at least don't take a project. Jalen Noel is still on the board, I believe. Like, there are still wide receivers that you could plug in day one on a team right now, and they could be a wide receiver too and give you production. There's still question marks about Isaac Tesla. So this is, again, Brad in the second, third, fourth round, taking just his guy. And I can sometimes defend it, but this one, it's a solid player, but you're taking way too high, and you're just completely ignoring a position of need. If Zadarius Smith doesn't come back to this team, what now? What now? If Zadarius Smith gets hurt, what now? If Marcus Davenport gets hurt, which, I don't know, is going to happen. Let's not act like he's just going to change history later on in his career. It's going to happen. You have literally El-Quadi Muhammad standing back there, who we've talked about already. Very good role player, came in, signed basically off the couch this year and gave you production. But defensive end is the most important spot right now in defense in the NFL. And you have a premier guy on the other side with Aiden Hutchinson. But at some point, you have to get him a legit running mate. And this is another offseason where they failed to do so. And even if you bring back Zadarius Smith, we are going to be in the same exact spot next year because Brad's not going to go out and sign a big money free agent. And if you're a defensive end that can start in the NFL, you're probably going to get paid a decent chunk of money because of the positional value. Even Joey Bosa got paid $12 million. Brad Holmes was not willing to pay that. So if you want to talk about getting a legit guy, it's going to be through the draft. And Brad Holmes, Aiden Hutchinson, James Houston. Name me another defensive edge he's drafted in the NFL draft. None. It's been two. And one of them, I'm not taking it away from him, but one of them was a home run slam dunk pick. Trayvon Walker goes one. Who else are you going to take second overall? And then you take no one else. If you want to consider Josh Pascal, sure. Bust. Second round. And he's a tweener. He's not a true edge. So I can't get behind the failure of just not addressing the edge. Can get behind the player in Tesla. You're getting another good player on this team, but I can't get behind your foregoing edge.
I will say this too, and actually here, give me 30 seconds, boys. 30 seconds. I have a lot to say about this pick. Actually, I'm just going to put this up on social real quick. Because I do have, this is an interesting pick to me. Because if you guys watched earlier today when I did kind of the pre-draft, I did the pre-draft show from 2 to 3. Isaac Tesla was brought up. Someone commented and said Isaac Tesla. And I said, I don't know. I like Isaac Tesla's game, Klotz. We've seen Isaac Tesla at the combine. We sat next to Isaac Tesla's family. Very nice people. Isaac Tesla, and I said it before the show. I said it earlier today. He follows us on Instagram. He's a Michigan man. He's from Michigan, went to Hillsdale, small town kid. I said before, and I'm going to stand on what I said. This is it. To me, I thought Isaac was a day 3 guy. That's where I had him. And it's the production wise. He's had back-to-back years, I think around 500 yards at Arkansas. And it's like, yeah, who was his quarterback? That. I want to be like, hey, trust in Brad with this pick. It's the thing I can't wrap my head around is this, boys. You went Tyleik Williams because of, hey, Aleem's out. There was partially, hey, BPA, but it was partially, hey, we need future defensive tackle. Why has there not been an edge rusher off the board then? Why have you not brought an edge rusher? That's the number one thing right now with the Detroit Lions. The number one reason the Detroit Lions have been losing in the playoffs, yes, you could say injuries. What is Amon-Ra St. Brown going on his podcast and doing? What is he saying, boys? When you have a pass rush, it changes everything. It changes everything on defense. And that's something outside of Aiden Hutchinson, that edge group, we really don't have. And I am shocked that they moved up 32 picks for an Isaac Tesla. It feels like to me, and especially when you have Amon-Ra, when you have J-Mo, when you have Tim Patrick, when you have Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm interested to see how Isaac Tesla, I don't want to totally say, hey, he's going to be bad because, listen, Brad Holmes drafting wide receivers has been pretty good. Brad Holmes has been a great GM drafting receivers. He's drafted 3 or 4 of them, I believe. No, he's drafted 3 of them, and he's 2 for 3 right now. He's hit on 2 of them with J-Mo and Amon-Ra. So he knows what he's doing with wide receivers. So I'm not going to say Isaac's going to be a bad player or not. This has nothing to do with Isaac Tesla. It has to do with you're in a position today. I'm talking about right now, Friday, April 25th at 9:53 p.m. to win a Super Bowl and put your team over the top to win a Super Bowl. And you are two pieces away. And I'm not saying stars. I'm not saying starters. What I'm saying is you are depth-wise at certain positions right there to where if a guy goes down, your season's over. We saw it this last year. You need to get an edge rusher. And you know what? I hope Brad Holmes today, I said, hey, give it till the end of Friday. All the people who are going at Brad in the last 24 hours, give it till the end of Friday, and we'll have a conversation if there is no edge rusher off the board. And the one thing, and again, I don't want to go at Brad. I think Brad's doing his first 2 picks unbelievable. But there has to be a time that comes where Brad goes, okay, we will do need. We will do it. I will get them and I will get you an edge. You're going to get one of these edges on the board. Now, if one of these guys falls to the 4th round and you end up getting one of these edges and Josiah Stewart somehow falls and you somehow, maybe you trade back into the 3rd round, okay. I just don't see a world where, maybe I'm wrong, but they got their big body receiver. They went Isaac Tesla over a guy like Pat Bryant, who was one of the best wide receivers in the Big Ten, right? Like, so they made their decision on that. And I think Isaac Tesla, I think he could be a future starting X wide receiver on this team. Klotz, you've preached it. And it just, to me, it's more so just position. That's all it is. It's, hey, you went 3 picks. There was one need. There was one major need on this football team. There was one major need on this football team. Hold on, Klotz. We'll play that and you can talk through it. But there was one need on this football team, and it's the edge rusher. It's depth at the edge. Hutch, if you're not bringing Za'Darius back, you need someone there. And to me, as of right now, I think the 3 players they got are good, but I'm very, very disappointed in so far not getting one of these edge rushers in this draft class, and especially with it being a deep draft class. And I'll do this too. He said, Daniel said, didn't Booner want a wide receiver in the 1st round at some point? I never said that. Klotz, Caleb, Jeff's about to hop in. I never said 1st round. We talked about the Matthew Golden thing, and we had the conversation. If that happened, how would we feel? What would happen? I did a mock draft for wide receivers to go for the Lions. I've been preaching, hey, we need an X wide receiver. This is the X wide receiver. We got it, okay? But it's okay. And just like Shifcott said, it's okay to be disappointed with Brad Holmes. And right now, it is a disappointment that you're 3 picks in, and maybe a draft that's going to produce a handful of starters. There might be edge starters on the board currently right now, and you're going to miss out on all of them potentially. To me, that's the disappointing part. I love the 3 players we got, but there's that one position that we haven't figured out outside of Aiden Hutchinson. There's one position for the last 5 years we have not been able to figure out outside of your number 2 overall pick.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
If you could say one thing about Brad Holmes is that, obviously he's done a great job in Detroit, but he's not a liar, because he continues to tell us that I'm not drafting for needs. But it comes to a point, and I'll say this: I'm very happy with the Tate Ratlidge pick. I love that pick, but that is a bigger need than wide receiver, and you just traded up 30 spots to take this guy. And as a player, I think he's a good player. He's athletic. He's 6'4". He's kind of the type of receiver we need after Tim Patrick's gone. But it's almost like a sick, funny joke at this point when it comes to the Detroit Lions acquiring edge rusher. It's like a not funny ongoing joke, because it's just such a big need. And like you guys said, it's so apparent in these games that you lose. And obviously there's a lot of injuries last year, but even when we're fully healthy, there were times we couldn't get to the quarterback, with organic pass rush. And, that doesn't count, sending Anzalone on blitzes and everything. So it's such a team need. I don't, and yes, I am disappointed with this pick. Again, I think he's a really good player, Michigan native. I'm excited what he's going to bring. but I would have loved to see edge rusher here. And I think because you saw the interview he did yesterday, the press conference he did yesterday, and Brad Holmes got asked about not bringing in an edge, and he kind of laughed and he goes, "Yeah, I knew that was coming." I think this time, and I think the reporters we have here are going to do a really good job of it. I think this conversation has to be a little bit more serious with Brad Holmes about it.
Yeah,
about not bringing in an edge, because yesterday, you bring in Tyleik Williams, really good pick. That was probably his BPA, but now it's like, okay, But again, I love the Ratlidge pick, and I think, I don't know, it should have been edge here. It should have been edge, and you traded up 30 spots for it.
You can get away with it when you're talking about going towards the trenches with this team, because we talked about Tate Ratlidge could come in day one and start over Christian Mahogany easily, or Graham Glasgow. Tyleik, there's no way that, especially when Aleem's out, that Tyleik Williams is not going to be on the field. When you look at Isaac Tesla, how many yards do you think Isaac Tesla is going to get this year? Unless there's an injury to Jamor Amon-Ra or Tim Patrick, probably 300. If he comes in for an injury, maybe 400 or 500 tops. Next year, what's he going to give you? They just picked up Jamo's 5th-year option, so he's going to be here. What's he give you then? And okay, your wide receiver 3, you have Sam Laporta there, you have Jahmyr Gibbs there. This is honestly almost like, if I'm a Bears fan, if I'm a Packers fan, if I'm a Vikings fan, I'm laughing. Like, I'm laughing at the Lions right now, because it's like, you guys can draft so many good players, but the one thing holding you back, you just will never address. It's like afraid to look in the mirror and just like admit that's the one flaw that the Lions have right now, is that defensive end spot. Because even with all the injuries, before they had the injuries, we couldn't go out there and act like Marcus Davenport was a legitimate defensive end 2 option. You're going to pay for what you get. And at the defensive end spot, they refuse to pay for something that they want. Like, they're always trying to find a bargain. And they're never just being like, you know what? Let's go out there. If you're going to have a good defensive end, you're going to sign one for a decent amount of money in free agency, or you're going to draft one in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft, maybe 3.
Klotz,
and they refuse to do that even.
Trade details for this pick. Detroit Lions receive Isaac Tesla, 70th overall pick, a 6th-round pick this year, and a 6th-round pick next year. To get Isaac Tesla, this is not a joke. Brad Holmes gave up 3 third-round picks. He gave up both third-round picks for next year and gave up this year's third-round pick.
I mean, okay, so let's say he's assuming you get a third-round pick with a comp pick next year somehow, some way, whatever. You're still like, Joseph, 3rd round. Kirby Joseph, 3rd round. Ali McNeil, 3rd round. And now it's Isaac Tesla and nobody next year. That boy, I saw somebody say in the chat, they said he's the next Puka. He better be. He better be. And that's not even for his sake. It's just for this team's sake of winning a Super Bowl. I don't get it. Like, when do they go edge? Because when do they pick next after 102? They lost their 4th round, didn't they? Lions, when they moved up to 70, or from the last one? To get Tate? I'm trying to think out loud.
Yeah.
Hey, this pick, by the way, the pick stinks. Pick stinks. Terrible trade. I mean, you overpaid for him. You just did.
Bad.
You overpaid for him. And it, to me, and I'm not saying this because Brad, again, like, and you have to say this or else people are going to immediately try and fight you. Brad's he's an excellent GM, but this to me was, I'm smarter than all of you pick. Like, Isaac Tesla wasn't flying off the board, man. You know what I mean? But I will tell you who's going to fly off soon is probably Josiah Stewart, Jordan Birch, some of these other players. And I understand clearly that Isaac Tesla was high on Brad's board, but this, you paid 2 third-round picks. I know they'll get a compensatory pick back next year, but you're expecting Isaac Tesla to essentially be the successor to Jameson Williams. Like, that is now the standard for Isaac Tesla. And I'm not saying it's fair or unfair. What I'm saying is what Isaac Tesla is a wide, he's expected at round 3, a top 3 wide receiver to be your wide receiver 3, like basically be Tim Patrick, but better than that. Because obviously he's younger. And I mean, that's what you expect. You trade up to get him. So you feel he can be even better. And I just don't think that's the case with Isaac. I think he tested high on the RAS score, but you basically gave away you traded up so they don't pick for a while. And at that point, when you pick, you're not really going to have a good selection at pretty good edges, just based on how the board's falling. So you basically just said, yeah, there's a lot of good players. We met with Josiah. We like him, but we love Isaac Tesla. And that, to me, I mean, 2 third-round picks for Isaac Tesla, man, is crazy. That's crazy.
I don't get what you think the upside is going to be. Like, again, we talked about it, Hefe. What is Isaac Tesla going to give you this year, production wise? 200 yards.
Probably.
If next year when they picked up Jamo's option, what's he going to give you then? Is your wide receiver 400 yards, 500 yards maybe? And by that time, you can't tell me so that's 2 years. You can't tell me in that time you can't find a better wide receiver in a future draft class. And now you don't have 2 third-round picks next year to go and get one.
Yeah, I hate this. The one thing I hate about this is because Isaac Tesla is the player and the person. It's a great night for him. So it's like he's getting drafted, coming to his hometown team. And I'm pumped up to have Isaac Tesla. I'm excited to see what he can do. I just think at the end of the day, and I'll just say quite frankly, Brad Holmes got fleeced by James Gladstone. James Gladstone, first-year GM, who was a Los Angeles Ram front office guy. In my opinion, you basically gave up 3/3. Or I guess if you want to cancel the thirds out for this year because you got 70 but you basically gave up 2 third-round picks. The pick I can live with. It's giving up what you gave up. Maybe 1/3 next year and maybe a late round pick, but giving up and you just get a 6 back. I don't know. It's just an interesting thing. Pat Bryant was still available. Like there were a lot of guys that were available. But that just it feels like Jeff, I think you hit it spot on. It's like, hey, I'm smarter than everyone. And you know what? We might all look very dumb, and everyone, I know a lot of people in the chat as well are like, what's going on? We might end up all looking dumb in 3 or 4 years when Isaac Tesla ends up being unbelievable. I don't see it being worth that. I don't. I truly don't. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed in that and how that just happened. Especially with Josiah Stewart on the board still, especially with some edge rushers on the board. I think it's go edge. And the one thing I don't want to see too, boys, I see in the chat, Annan said Tox's SOL energy. I don't know if he's talking about the chat and us or Brad, but if it's the chat and us, listen, at some point there is going to be a time where people are allowed to say, hey, a little pushback, haven't won a Super Bowl yet. We did just get bounced in the first round. There are needs for this team. We have a Super Bowl team, and that's on the backs of Brad Holmes. He's built the Super Bowl contender. He is a top 4 GM in the NFL. All of that stands. But what also stands is Howie Roseman's made bad picks. He's made bad trades. Les Snead has. Everyone has. This is just one of, in my opinion, this is one of the what is it called when you get a little in the armor? Hitting the armor. Chink in the armor. That's all this is. That's all it is. And it's like, this is one we have to wait and see because you already have a lot of weapons. And
but to your point, what you're saying, Boone, with people that are like, oh, why, you guys are SOL, you're freaking out. You can't compare sometimes draft picks, although they're selected or in the same round. Sometimes it's apple to oranges. Everyone thinks that because, guys that are drafted in the second round, oh, well, look at Brian and look at Sam Laporta. Not everyone's going to end up being Sam Laporta or Brian Branch, man. That's the reality. And you knew when you took those players, you knew what you were getting. You knew that Sam was an excellent tight end. You knew that Brian was a steal. Like Isaac Tesla, like, again, respect. I'm wishing him well. I'm not going to root against his career, but the fact of the matter is pre-draft isn't like that caliber of player. He's in the 3rd round. So even like Kirby, for example, you knew Kirby was really good safety coming out. You're like, this dude is a freaking dog. You could see it at Illinois. I just don't like Isaac Tesla had 500 yards at Arkansas. Like, you know what I mean? Like, again, no disrespect to him, but how can you look at the production and be like, this dude is going to translate? You know what I mean? Like, at a high level. I mean, like
you could see like the clues, but it's not a sure thing. Like, for example, like Pat Bryant is much more of a sure thing than Isaac Tesla. That's why, like, if you're going with this pick, I don't understand why you forego guys like that in a potential project with upside. Like a lot of wide receivers now have upside. There's tons of them sitting there.
Yeah, this is fucked.
And so when do the let me look again. So I'm not asking the same question. Look at when the Lions pick next.
I can't believe I'm shocked, honestly.
Yeah,
I really am.
It is a shock. This is a shocking. And
like take out the edge part. Again, I think people are going to get wrapped up in that. It's like, oh, you just want him to force a pick on an edge. No.
Two-thirds is the crazy part.
The trade. Let's just talk about the trade. 2 third-round picks to get Isaac Tesla. I mean, what do you guys expect Isaac Tesla to turn into? You know what I mean? Not you, but the people that are okay with that. You know,
2/3 is that's where I think it's like, oh, that's if you gave up 1/3, if you gave up an extra third, like, hey, we'll give you 102 to move 32 spots up. We'll give you our third next year. So you're basically getting an extra third round. We'll even give you a 5th or a 6th. Like we'll give you a late round. But to be like, hey, here's 2 3s on top of it. That's the and someone just put, we don't pick till the 6th round now.
But
I believe. I think we don't pick till the 6th round.
Yeah.
And at that point, you just have to hope that someone's there. You really do.
I gotta address this too, because this is just not true. It's just not true at all. Peaceful Tim, appreciate you for tuning in. He says Laporta didn't have numbers in college. Dude, you're joking. I mean, Sam Laporta had back-to-back years with well over 600 yards at Iowa. You knew, and he had similar production to tight ends in way better, significantly better offenses. He had 600 plus yards at Iowa. You knew that dude. It was like Matt at Iowa, you had 600 plus yards back to back. Like, okay, you know, crazy yards after catch, like Cartier said. So that's not even the same. Like, and I know Isaac Tesla at Arkansas didn't have a great offensive system or a great quarterback, but as a prospect, like, all due respect to him, you know what I mean? He wasn't Sam Laporta. Like, you know what I mean? It's not the same. It's apple to oranges. So the trade, it goes back to the trade. It goes back to the trade. It does. The trade was 2/3 is a little hefty, man. I'm just
2 picks after Tesla went, Landon Jackson went, then 4 picks after that, Pat Bryant went, and then 7 picks after that, the last pick that just happened, Princely Umalayan out of Ole Miss just went to the Panthers. So Brad Holmes can trade back into the draft, but we're looking at the Ahmed Asai.
And then John Bender says Birch at 78. I don't know if that's true. I'll double check that right now.
I'm shocked. I am.
I wonder, like, what Howie Roseman thinks in these situations.
Look at this. Peaceful Tim, 500 yards for Tesla. Laporta had 600. Dude, he was playing tight end at Iowa. I mean, Tim, I don't know. Listen, I don't know if you're dialed into Iowa football and what they're doing schematically. And as a tight end, he had more yards. I'm not even going to do this. I can't. All due respect to you, Tim.
It's one of those things where we've sat here and we defended Tyleik. We defended him.
Yeah.
Like, I was very happy about that pick.
Yeah, like Tyleik.
Ratlidge, you can rewind the same video. Go back in the live stream. We're all like, we don't love it, but we really like it because you're getting a good player at a position of need. Isaac Tesla could be a very good player. I was high on Isaac Tesla. I said that he was going to go tonight. But this is, again, if wide receiver falls into cornerback for me, where it's the last thing the Lions need to attend to right now. In the draft is to make your team better. And you made the wide receiver room better. What does that truly mean for this team this year and next year? And wide receiver, especially wide receiver 2 and 3, one of the more easier positions to replace in the NFL. It's not that expensive to sign a veteran wide receiver that's just trying to be a wide receiver 3. Tim Patrick. What did Tim Patrick cost this team? And now you're going for a younger Tim Patrick, hopefully, because Isaac Tesla's 6'4", but he primarily played slot. So you're going to be putting him to the outside. You just gave up 2 third-round picks, 3 third-round picks. I understand you swap, but 3 third-round picks.
Yeah, Jordan Birch, by the way, Look at the run on edges. Princely to Carolina, Jordan Birch to Cardinals.
Cardinals are cleaning up, man.
Land Jackson to the Bills.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I will say this. I did just, and we've seen Isaac Tesla, Klotz, we've talked about him a lot. Can we do this real quick? Can we do an exercise? There's a lot of people in here, and I know there's a lot, and I've said a lot of negative things. The boys all have. Can we just talk about Isaac Tesla's game just for a minute?
Yep.
Like, take away, like, hey, where did he get picked? What was the trade? All of that. I'd have to think he has some upside at the end of the day, right? Like, I just watched some of his highlights. I just posted it on our Twitter. Klotz, I'm sure you've seen it a lot. This man catches everything as well. Like, I talked about that with some other weapons that I really loved. And I think one thing Brad Holmes loves and looks at, sticky hands. Like, can this guy catch the rock? Can he run routes? Because if he could do those two things, we can get him in positions to be successful in the offense that we're in. And the highlights I just put out, the man can play. Like, he's catching balls that, like, he's going up and getting them. So he can play. I think it's just more so, again, I take away the round that you got picked, because I said earlier today I thought he was going to be a day 3 guy, and giving up to 2/3. I think there's potential in the player. I still hate the whole situation the way this just went down.
Yeah, the context of how we've gotten to Isaac Tesla being on this team, we don't like.
Yeah,
but I think none of us are like, hey, Isaac Tesla is going to be a bust. He's 6'4". He's a very, very aggressive physical wide receiver. Like, he plays in the slot. Well, when a ball's in the air, Isaac Tesla with his 6'4" frame is going to make sure that nobody's going to take that ball out of the air besides him. And he's got very soft hands. Like, when you watch him, he's just a fluid football player. He's a smart football player. I would say this might sound disrespectful, but it's more so respectful to Puka Nacua. Somebody put it in there, but he plays a similar brand of football to Puka Nacua. One thing that Isaac Tesla is going to do that's going to keep him on this team for a long time, he's going to be pinning cornerbacks into the bench, blocking his ass off every play. And he takes that tenacity that he puts into blocking with his route running, because he's one of the faster guys on the field, but he realizes what his advantages are, what his disadvantages are. So he doesn't like getting contacted because it's going to slow him down. But if somebody runs into him, especially when he has the ball in his hand, good fucking luck. He shouldn't have made that decision. So Isaac Tesla is going to be a really good wide receiver for this team. But again, it just goes back to how it came to be. But I like his game. I film if we want to pull it up. I got a different one because I saw the first one was game film, but we couldn't play. But I got film if we want to roll it up. He's a good wide receiver, man. Very soft hands. Probably one of the better hands in this draft. Like, if you have him in the middle of the field on a 3rd down, he's going to catch the ball.
Yeah, I mean, at 6'4", and he ran a 4.4 too. So
yeah, it's good. I mean, it's not about real quick. It's not about the Isaac Tesla being a Lion. It was just trading up 30 spots. Like, okay, then expectations for him have to rise at that point, because now you're like, wow, you traded up. You traded essentially 3 thirds, however you want to phrase it, with like the compensatory pick, like however you want, but 3 thirds, and you get back 2 6, and then I think they got a 6th, right? Is that 3-6? I don't know. Whatever it was, you got pretty good confidence that Isaac Tesla is going to be a pretty good player, man. And if a year or 2 from now we look back and he's an excellent player, then we can be like, wow, we just weren't familiar with his game. But my confidence in that right now, not that high. And honestly, this is going to be a moment. Unfortunately, this is just the reality, guys. You know how this works, where in a year or 2 from now, let's say Isaac Tesla is just okay, and then Jordan Birch turns into a pretty good player, Landon Jackson, like this is going to be the pick where you go back and you're like, you know what I mean? That's tough. Yeah. You passed on 2 like pretty good edges. So, and
then pray that Pat Bryant, who just got picked by Denver, isn't good. Which probably will be.
Even players at his position, Pat Bryant, or it doesn't matter.
This is one of those moments where you have to criticize, because it's not the pretty pick. It's really not. I hate it.
Yeah, we all love the first 2 picks.
I do. I love the first 2 picks. And again, like, as soon as that second, once Tate Ratlidge came off the board, we're like, oh my gosh, if he gets Tate Ratlidge and Tyleik Williams, and then you bring in Josiah Stewart, Landon Jackson. If you get one of these like edges where it's like, hey, he could produce for you. Obviously, you're not going to find a star, but hey, you can get a future starter potentially. Now, maybe we're not done tonight. I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm going to reach out to some people at Allen Park, and I'm going to see if there's a press conference that's coming up. If there's a press conference coming up, that means it's over. I'm going to see if there's anything. I want to figure out if has Shedeur Sanders been picked yet?
No, Isaac Tesla.
No.
Before Shedeur Sanders though.
That's crazy. Again, too, and you know what we can reach out to Isaac. Isaac could be like, we could try and get him on the show because I think he does follow us on our Instagram, so we'll reach out and see. But by the way, Klotz, you know who just got off the board?
Jordan Birch.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Caleb Johnson. Great pick. One of my favorite players in the entire draft.
Yeah.
Love Caleb Johnson. Him and
they do a lot of zone running scheme. It's a scheme fit.
You got Jalen Warren and Caleb Johnson. Yeah, and we talked to a running back coach at the combine, and what did he say? He said he just needs to be in a scheme fit. He needs to be somewhere where it's like perfect opportunity for him and perfect spot offense, and he'll be successful. Pittsburgh Steelers. That's it. He's going to be a great back for them.
I'm still just in shock.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like I'm trying to hey.
Klotz, I think the way the draft played out, you brought it up, you named all the picks that happened. I think the way the draft played out after our pick was interesting too, because then it went what? Right after that was that Donovan Jackson right after to the Bills. Then Scorton went, or no?
Were you talking in the second round or the third round?
No, right now. After
Tesla,
and then
so after
you just saw Jordan Birch go.
Tesla. After Tesla, it was Vernon Broughton out of Texas to the Saints, Landon Jackson to the Bills, Azareye'h Thomas to the Jets, Pat Bryant to the Broncos, Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State to the Niners, Siobhan Revel, really good pick for the Cowboys, Princely Himalayan to the Panthers, Jordan Birch to the Cardinals, Jalen Noel went to the Cardinals as well. So they have back-to-back picks. The Cardinals get Jordan Birch and Jalen Noel. Honestly, probably two of the best players available still. So then the Colts, they get Justin Whaley, Minnesota corner. Dylan Fairchild goes to the Bengals. So there's been a lot of movement with good players. Gabe says Texans got Noel. Okay, the site we're looking at must have had it wrong then. Had the Cardinals going back-to-back. Jalen Noel, man, he's a good fucking player.
Yeah, so the Texans go 2 receivers in the draft.
Yeah,
and it sucks too, boys, because you guys know I wanted Isaac Tesla. Like I wanted Isaac Tesla on this team. Like I've been very vocal about it. I just did not. I didn't want him in the third round. I didn't.
Shout out Daniel, man. He says, LMAO. I saw someone say we pretty much traded Aaron Glenn for Isaac Tesla, that compensatory pick.
Yeah, if you think about it, though, comp pick, you gave up Aaron Glenn in 2/3. You gave up a haul for this man.
What's going on? People saying they're talking about gooning. What's going on in the chat, man? People see, this is the problem with our community here. All right, guys, not the Crunch Time community, but Lions fans. It's like when there's a pick, there's always like this split with like whether you like it or not. Everyone's just it's just like just brawling, dude. And it's okay. Like if you love Isaac Tesla, to each his own. Cool. Like in a year or two, I may be wrong. But for me, to give up the capital they gave up to go get Isaac Tesla, I didn't hear too many people saying, hey, Isaac Tesla, go get him in the third, you know? And again, mock drafts, again, that is fair. None of this shit projections end up coming true. But based on even him at Arkansas, you're not going, that guy, you're trading up 30 picks. That trade itself, again, it's not getting Isaac Tesla. It's more where they got him and what they gave up to get him. That is all. You know, I like Isaac Tesla. I genuinely do. Klotz, you brought him to our attention, and we're like, I like him. You know, high RAS score, big. Like you guys talked about his hands. But if you're saying, I love the trade, you're lying. You gave up 3/3, essentially. One of them was Aaron Glenn. He died for this.
You let him walk.
Yeah, Aaron Glenn had to crawl so you could walk for this, for Isaac Tesla, man.
Yeah, no, Jeff, you're right. It's not the player, because I think we all like Isaac Tesla, but you made a point where, which I kind of disagree with. You said let's not make it about let's not make it like about the edge position.
I meant you could even take out because
okay.
I was gonna say, even if you disregard the edge point, it's still like the trade is still bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I know 33 spots, that's a big spot, but I mean, that's a lot of spots, but I don't know.
Called him day 2 right after this.
Lewis Riddick, big slot wide receiver. He's not playing slot, Lewis. We need him outside. we need him outside, which I'm sure he can. He's big, he runs fast. He's got good hands. Again, like I'm not even gonna crap on Isaac Tesla, the player. It's just like Aaron Glenn had to crawl for this. Come on, dude. That's disrespectful to AG.
You went through 20 injuries on the defensive side of the football for Isaac Tesla.
Damn, man.
You know how this is going to go, too. You know how this is going to go. I saw some people saying in the chat, we're going to get clipped here, and then when Isaac Tesla balls out, we're going to be on TikTok in a couple of years.
It's just the only thing that frustrates me is that people get upset when it's always like I get the most common response I get, and I don't get offended by it because it's funny, but the most common response I always get is, Jeff, Brad knows more than you. Oh, yeah. No shit, he does. But the point, I'm not arguing I know more ball than Brad Holmes. What I'm saying is I have an opinion just like you all. And my job is to tell you my opinion. Now, if you don't give a shit, just hit the X in the top left corner of your browser and get the fuck out. But if you do at least care, I'm just telling you I'm not a fan of the trade. I'm not. It's not about Isaac Tesla. It's just the trade. I think it was steep. Okay? It was steep for Isaac Tesla. All due respect.
I think Brad Holmes got Brad Holmes. Like that's what happened here. It's probably like, hey, he knew who Gladstone was. Maybe he knew. He was like, hey, young guy trying to make a name for himself. Yeah, go ahead. We'll make this trade. But at the end of the day, I saw Easy. Shout out to Easy in the chat. Said straight up, it's a bad trade. For this to work out, like Isaac Tesla has to be the wide receiver 2 of this team, replace JMO, and then it's a successful trade. But if Isaac Tesla's a wide receiver 3, last time I checked, how many wide receiver 3s are re-signing with their teams? Not many, because most of them want to go and get paid. So I don't see Isaac Tesla being the wide receiver 2 of this. He could be. Okay, as of right now, in the foreseeable future, it'd have to be in like 3 years. Isaac Tesla is the wide receiver 2 of this team. And even then, you're having to develop. When you can go in around that year, in round 1 or 2, and take a wide receiver. Jaden Higgins was a second-round wide receiver this year. Prototype wide receiver 2. Dude's probably going to go out there, get 700-800 yards, 4 or 5 touchdowns in his rookie year. Next year, 900 to 1,000, 6-7 touchdowns. So it sucks that the whole storyline is going to be, you guys hate Isaac Tesla. Like, no. Go back to our shows prior. We were talking about this guy, how he has a lot of potential to translate, but it's not a guarantee. And the whole point of defensive end specifically, but just any player, is enough of the projects. And I don't think Isaac Tesla is a project like a Giovanni Manua or Broderick Martin, but in the 3rd round, there's a little bit of risk when you could have taken a for sure thing at the defensive end spot. You walked out of one of the deepest defensive end classes in the last 15 years without a defensive end potentially, at least in the top 4 rounds.
So let's get to, a lot of super chats. Appreciate all the super chats. If you, keep them coming. If you got questions, concerns, or just statements you want to say, we'll try and read all of them. Let's see here. I got, I think we got to catch up here. All right. Let's see. Richard, thank you for the $2. My man, appreciate it. Ed O'Neill, $2. Appreciate it. He says, Brad really counting on Marcus Hutch, asked for $70 million. Steve, appreciate the $2. Says Lions give up pick 102 in both thirds next year. Yep, that was the one before they made the trade. Nasty, thank you for the $2. Says Brad's not done in this round. Stop the hate. That was earlier. And then he ended up taking Isaac Tesla. I wonder how Nasty feels now. Barry, appreciate it. He says, when the sky fell with injuries, his team still won 15 games last year. Brad built that. You are right. You are absolutely right about that. Nasty, appreciate the $5. Says, I went to Hillsdale, live 3 blocks away from the stadium off Union Street. This kid isn't bad at all. I think he's talking. Are we talking about
Isaac Tesla? Yes.
Isaac Tesla.
Yeah. No one yet. We're not saying that Isaac Tesla is bad, but the trade and the context and how Isaac Tesla was acquired was bad. There's no doubt.
Matthew said, appreciate the $2. He's got a feeling this was done with a shift with OC. Could be true, Matthew. Get back 22. Appreciate the $2. We are nowhere near in the conversation with Philly. I think you meant. I wouldn't say they're nowhere near the conversation. If you did mean Philly. Yeah, they're right.
The draft, maybe.
The Eagles are having a good draft. Brian, appreciate the $5. He said, I'm mad because Brad Holmes is great at rebuilding, but is stuck in rebuilding. He needs to start taking a damn shot. He is sticking us in mediocre. And then he donated another $5. Says, what about trading Hendon Hooker in a 4th round next year for a
Come
third?
on, Flip Hendon. This is the move, Hefe.
I mean, flip him, man. Flip him. Jesus Vision, appreciate the $5. Says, Brad is good at selecting players, but not at trades and giving up picks or getting picks. I mean, yeah, I guess when you look at Brad's trades, right? Like he traded for Carlton Davis. That was a pretty good trade. He traded for
Samuel Porta. Trade back.
In the draft, he's done pretty good. I guess like mid-season, he's only done really 2 trades, right? He did Donovan Peoples-Jones, which that one ended up being a miss. It's okay. And then Zadarius, who they didn't end up re-signing, but still at the time, he did help them. And then, hey, appreciate Steve. You're the man. Thank you for the $20. Shout out Steve Wild, man. Always supporting the boys. He says, thanks for the coverage. Like always, I've clipped this video to troll you in 2 years. Will be fun.
Love it.
Hell yes. I wouldn't want anything better. I wouldn't want anything else. Clip it. I don't mind. Hey, we're all going to be wrong at some point. This one I'm pretty confident in, but we'll see how it ages. Brian Westcott, appreciate the $5. Jeff, how's the Shadur Hill going? You dead man. You man, cool runnings. Yeah, I am battling.
Let's see who we got left here, Jeff. I mean, Cleveland has another pick. They could take him.
They might say, "Ha, see ya. Good luck out there, man."
After that, man, I don't know, dude. After that, he might be a day 3 pick, which is crazy.
Christian Howell, he said, I am fucking bummed out, boys. Christian, appreciate you, man. It's okay to be disappointed in a pick, dude. Like, I'm just talking to the general public. Like, if you don't like a pick, it's okay. Like, he's an excellent GM, but he's also, he's human. That's all. Let's not forget that. He's gonna have some misses, just like every GM. And that's why I don't like when people hold him to like a perfect standard. That's not realistic. He's gonna have misses. You just want him to hit more than he misses, and he does that. This, to me, so far in the draft, if I had to early send out a prediction, I don't know how this one will age. But I like Tate. I like Tyleik. Really like Tyleik. So, incoming, Brad knows more than you. All right. Yeah, which is fine. It's like, of course he knows more than me. That's why he's getting paid significantly more than me. Brandon says, feel gut punched with how much that pick costs, like Tesla, but too high of a price like Tesla, but too high of a price to move up to that spot.
I mean, 33 picks is a lot, but I don't know. 3/3? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even like Mark Royal, man, and me and Mark are on the same page for a lot of stuff, but all misses last year except TA. Like, I mean, it's hard to really, like Christian Mahogany, that's a miss. No. I don't think Mekhi Wingo. I have confidence in Mekhi Wingo. I think that one's going to work out because you saw a small sample size. Again, we got to see. But Ennis Rakestraw, that's fair. I mean, we don't really know with Ennis Rakestraw. Sione Vaki, I mean, who else are we talking about? I'm missing somebody, right?
Rakestraw, Manu.
Who are we forgetting?
Is it Manu?
No, Manu wasn't last year. He was the year before. Or was he? I think Gio was last year because it was
He was last year. He was. It went.
Hey, okay. Oh, ho.
Oh, yeah, it went Broderick, then Gio. Oh my God, that's gross. That's gross.
Okay,
but then before that, it was
no. We got to clear the air. In this, I love Booner, but this is when you spread misinformation. This is what happens. Okay, Steven, Jeff's QB takes over the years. Justin Fields MVP. That is per Boone. I have never said Justin Fields MVP. T-Law MVP, I do claim. Hendon to start over Goff, I do claim. And now Shadur, I do claim. So the three of those are correct. But Justin Fields MVP, I can't give that.
Caleb Williams still on the stand too.
Replace that one with Caleb, and then we can. That's a good like Mount Rushmore of probably quarterback takes.
You refused to not take like You would force Shedeur Sanders in the top 3 of these mock drafts. Force him.
I had intel.
Burn it.
No, I'm
Burn
kidding.
it.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. Yeah, Hendon Hooker. That one. Hey, that was a miss. That's a big miss.
And I think, like, dude, like with Shedeur right now, like it has to just be simple. Like the Dion narrative is no longer there. Like this is now like they're questioning his ability to play football in the NFL. That's what it is. They're saying, is this guy Matt Corral? That's what they're asking right now.
Let me ask you then. What's a fair expectation for Isaac Tesla through his first 3 years? Like, what do you expect? 3 years? Yeah, like not even this year. Like just the next 3 years. What is
this year? You go out and make some elite tackles on special teams. Okay, you're an elite gunner on special teams. Go out there if there's injury and you catch every ball thrown your fucking way. Okay, we just traded up three third-round picks for you. Catch everything thrown your way. Tim Patrick's gonna walk. You're now the wide receiver 3. Give us 500 yards, and maybe in that case, if you can give us 500 yards in year 2, we might be a little bit more confident about moving off of JMO. So when we move off of JMO, here comes Isaac Tesla going from like a 500-yard jump to a 800-yard jump. But at the end of the day, if you're envisioning Isaac Tesla to be the wide receiver 2 of this team, you're buying complete stock into you have to re-sign Sam Laporta. Because I don't think it's tough to say because Isaac Tesla, if he hits his ceiling, he's going to be a phenomenal football player. But that's an if. I think he's going to be a solid wide receiver 2 or 3 for this team. I know it's right after we draft and we haven't seen football yet. I think it's very unlikely like this is a draft pick that gets re-signed by Brad Holmes down the line.
Yeah, Brad Holmes is at the podium right now, and one of the things he did mention with Tesla is when he went to the Senior Bowl, how he was during, the run game portion of everything and how he was run blocking. And, that's a big thing. And I'm excited because we know a new offensive coordinator, that was a big thing for Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell was no block, no rock. It looks like that trend's staying. So, yeah, he's at the podium right now. I'm going to try to find some other things for you guys.
Real quick, Michael, appreciate the $5, man. He says, love you boys. Great coverage. Don't forget to try and stay positive. Remember the Matty P years. Yeah. It's good to have perspective, Michael. You're absolutely right, man. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, the Matty P years, man. Fuck. Yeah. The Colson Loveland going 10.
Can break right there.
Yeah, that's the TJ Hawk years. Yep.
Yeah, and that's your boy, Ben Johnson. That's what he's got to deal with. Have fun with it.
Oh, jeez, man. So I'm curious right now. I haven't looked because we've been just talking, chopping it up, but who's even here?
Like available, you're saying?
Yeah. So Edge, Josiah Stewart, Braden Swinson, Savion, Jack Sawyer, Kyle Kennard. So those are probably about 4 to 5.
Yeah, they're going to be gone.
Do we see another? There's no way we see another trade up again, right? Because tomorrow we don't pick till the 6th round.
Yeah, I don't think you have that unless you're using next year's draft capital. But oh my lord, please don't do that.
We did that already.
Fucking fuck.
We're taking Shedeur tomorrow. Fuck it.
Might as well, man.
Hey,
no, I'm kidding.
Hey, Caleb. That's
perfect timing.
No, that would be so bad, dude. That would be bad. That's like Klotz. I always say it's like Klotz's golden take. He loves Matthew Golden, wouldn't like him on the Lions at 28.
Yeah,
that's kind of Shedeur. I love Shedeur. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you ever draft him? Imagine though, him and Hendon Hooker training camp battle. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mr. Detroit City said, Jack Sawyer, come home, son.
Please, he's running away. Somebody just took him.
Shelby says, yeah, Tesla plays wide receiver and edge.
That's cool. People think Travis Hunter is cool, but they haven't.
Isaac Tesla, you're gaining 40 pounds and you're coming off the edge.
Jamari Caldwell, your boy from Oregon, just went to the Chargers, pick 86. Packers take Savion Williams, wide receiver out of TCU. So they get Matthew Golden and Savion Williams. And then the Jags just took Caleb Bransall out of Tulane, corner. So no real big names last couple picks. Chiefs took Noel Williams.
Jags just took Wyatt Milam. West
Good pick
Virginia.
for them.
This is completely a joke, by the way. I just want to make this clear before people jump all over this. But the thing that always sticks with me, someone commented this in our chat. They're like, dude, Brad avoids edge so much. There must have been like a defense end that like banged his girl in college.
So yeah, there's
He must have like something must have happened, and I'm like,
I feel like he just out of spite, like he knows it's gonna like piss everybody off that he's not gonna draft an edge, and he just loves it.
Well,
Like,
dude,
he
yes.
loves watching the chaos unfold.
Yesterday in the press conference that he got asked that, he's like, so everybody, you didn't take an edge, and he goes, yeah.
I love it, dude.
I don't know, but I did say this, and I'm gonna go back and watch the press conference. And if anybody's like watching it right now on the side, I'd like to know if they are a little bit more serious and giving him a little, not pushback, but being more serious about the edge conversations and why he didn't draft one. Because yesterday it was kind of just like one little question or whatever, because it was only the first round. But I don't know. I'm curious to watch it. But
Brad's actually talking to the media. Oh man, I would love to listen. I want to see if I can find some clips here.
He's talking right now.
Yeah, there's like I just said,
he's talking to him right now.
Hello, Boone.
Let me see if I can find some clips for the people. Then I can start.
All right, I'm back, boys. Sorry about that. I had to get a couple a reaction video. Did you guys get that, by the way?
I did not, Boone.
Well, why am I blurry now?
I sent my
Brad
reaction
Holmes
video.
shit.
I sent it in our group in Slack.
Hey, boys, just a little positive video. Yeah, what's going on there, Caleb?
I don't know, man.
Before we play that, Boone, the moment that Ratlidge became a Lion.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the
It's a country
57th
boy,
pick
man.
Yeah.
in the 2025 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions select Ratlidge.
Come on now.
That's a giant dude.
Makes you feel good at least, though. Makes you feel good.
I love watching those videos, man. It's the best. It makes me happy. I have some quotes here from Brad I can start showing you guys. So Brad Holmes just commented on edge, and this is what he said. He said, Corey Wood, shout out the absolute GOAT. He said, Brad Holmes on edge, quote, all I hear is draft an edge rusher. Well, is the guy any good? He said they picked the highest rated player on their board regardless of the position. He said they're always looking for an edge, but sometimes guys they like are selected ahead of them. So they couldn't get an edge, and they win Isaac Tesla. So let me see. There's a bunch of more quotes.
But in the whole draft, there's not one good defensive end. Not one. They're willing to trade up for and take a shot on.
Here's something that's really interesting. Here's this. Nolan Bianchi. He puts out Lions GM Brad Holmes. I wouldn't say it's a disappointment, end quote, to not get an edge rusher because we got guys that we love. And then he said, Holmes said that they attempted to trade up for an edge rusher, but they couldn't make it work. He said, we picked the highest rated player regardless of position. So I don't know if this is PR. No, I'm joking. Probably trying to trade up for somebody. I don't know who went before them. You know what I mean?
Trade up.
We got to confirm this. You know what
They
I mean?
traded up 32 spots, but they couldn't
Isaac
get up a little bit more to get their edge.
But who even I got to look at this.
Izaraku?
It doesn't I don't even care who it is. If you're willing to trade up 32 spots to get your wide receiver 4 of this year and wide receiver 3 of next year, why the fuck aren't you trading up to get your defensive end 2 of this year? That's one of those things where it's like Brad's saying these things, but at the end of the day, Brad's human. He can lie. He's not always going to tell the truth. I'm not going to buy that at all, that you couldn't make a trade to go get a defensive end. If you traded up to go get a guard and you trade up to go get a wide receiver, you can go trade up to get a defensive end. You just don't want to trade up to get a defensive end because there's nobody that you're quote unquote in love with. There's nobody that you've been quote unquote in love with for the last 3 drafts, meaningful wise, outside of Aiden Hutchinson, 2nd overall. So at what point do you just be like, you know what? Let's just get this thing over with. Let's just get this thing over with so this conversation is over. This was the most loaded defensive end class. Maybe not in top tier talent. There was Abdul Carter, but there wasn't like a lockdown guy that you know for sure was going top 10. But we talked about it in that second round, like, hey, sitting at pick 60, don't panic. There's Jack Sawyer, there's Jared Birch, like Jordan Birch. There's a ton of guys there that you can go and get here. But you just refuse to and say, wide receiver, we'll take that. So I don't buy that at all coming out of Brad's mouth. I love Brad Holmes as a GM. Hate that comment because I feel like most of the time Brad is straight up. That I feel like is a load of BS, honestly.
It's a good point, Klotz, you bring up. You know, I think it's, by the way, shout out Mike. Thank you for the $5 to contest to play edge also. It's a fair question. Throw on 40 pounds on him, see what he can do. I think it's a fair question. What you're saying, Klotz. Because if you trade up 30 picks and you give up all that capital to go get a wide receiver 3, then you probably could have traded up to go get somebody that you really like at edge. Now, maybe the player they like is Izaraku, who went, to the Cowboys. But at that point, that was, let me see. I mean, even if they tried to get like a guy like Izaraku, he went 44 and you trade up to 57. That was the Tate Ratlidge pick. So,
yeah, I
guess I don't know. But then JTT went after him. I mean, there's Nick Scorton, Oladejo.
Yeah, and ETN just put in the chat that the Rams, the Los Angeles Rams, who don't need an edge, got Josiah Stewart.
It's a great pick for them.
They don't even need it. They traded back for that pick.
Yeah, that's less need, man. You know what I mean? Like that's a pretty good.
We can't hear you, Boone.
It's a good pick.
He's in silent anger right now.
That's a great pick for the Rams. Yeah, I mean at 90.
Boone has something to say.
Yeah, now you really got to. Hey, Zadarius, what's that? What's the noise you make, Klotzy, when you call on the phone? Yep. Hey, Zadarius, you with Castel? Yeah, did you get the contract? Yeah, send that shit back. All right, and whatever you need of us, price wise, we're fucking doing it because we're gonna go into the season with Davenport. And he did mention all the way. I also have a quote. I didn't bring it up, but I saw it on Twitter too. What he said, and I'm gonna watch the presser after this. But he said in the presser that they can acquire an edge in more ways than just the draft. So does that hint at a trade? Does that hint at free agency? Like he said, they can go get it in another way. A free agent. I don't know.
I'm done chasing that possibility. I will not believe that this team will trade a defensive end until I see it. All the rumors that get passed through, the Trey Hendricksons, just going forward in the drafts, I'm not believing until I see it.
I'm gonna tell myself that, but I'm gonna entertain every single rumor that comes up for the rest of my life. That's just the way I am.
Some things will never change.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Interesting. Definitely interesting.
Boone, hold up the finger.
Yeah, Boone's got something cooking right now.
Hey, this is kind of a crazy thing. So I got a text from I don't know if I should say it, but it just, a very smart football sports mind. All right. A lot of people know. And he hit me up and said, quote, copying Brad's quote, "All I hear is draft an edge rusher. Well, is the guy any good?" Quote, Brad Holmes. And then this dude sent me the 2024 draft. Braden Fisk goes 39. Jonah Ellis goes 76. 2023, Kobe Turner, 89. Byron Young, 77. Tuli Tupoltu goes 54. Yaya Diaby goes 82. Like every year, you just see dudes that just come out, end up being really good. And it's like, again, it's just like, it's not, guy can draft. He can draft, but it's the edge position for whatever reason. Don't tell me that. No, don't. You
all right, I'm opening. I'm. What's happening right now?
Oh, no way. This is not real. Oh my dude, Jeff. Wow. I don't know. And look,
what the fuck,
Jeff? Wow. I love you, man, but dude,
what happened?
Milroe to the
Milroe
Seahawks
over Shador. Hey, by the way, boys, I got this video of Brad, and there's a quote in it about edges, and I know you guys just talked about it a little bit. At the end of it, there's something interesting to me.
What the fuck? Sorry.
Oh, and that draft room was hype too. They love it.
I'm sorry, Jeff. That's a tough pill to swallow. It's officially come true. Will Howard's next. Brace yourself.
Ewers over
Won a national imagine if Quinn Ewers goes.
All right. Can I pull up this video, boys? Do you guys mind?
Yep.
I'm interested to see because at the end of it, there's a quote. Oops. And it's the doc's question, too. I actually texted the doc and asked him if he could ask a certain question. And or I said, can you please emphasize the edge position not being picked? All right. Someone could throw it up there.
You look for best player available. So given, how coveted edge rushers are, is there a scenario in which Lions don't take an edge rusher in this draft?
If we don't, we don't. We're not gonna chase a position. The guy has to be a good player and that we love. Now, I'm not saying that they're not good players that other people might have higher. Might be, but we're not going to take a player that we don't value as high just because he plays a position. I've been telling you guys that forever. I don't know why. But, I mean, you guys keep asking a question because we had injuries last year, right? I just want to make that clear, right? Because we had injuries last year. That's why you guys keep –
You don't see as much depth at that position right now.
as much depth. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Where are you going to find it in that draft?
We'll keep looking. I mean, we turn over every stone. There's other avenues in the player acquisition process, so it doesn't stop at the draft. So we'll see. But no, I mean, it's a fair statement. But I mean, just because you don't draft one doesn't mean. I mean, we got one last year, at the trade deadline. So, but that's not. It's more on the top of y'all's priority than it is on the top of our priority.
Oh, no. Hold on.
The end part, and I put that quote in the tweet.
I
put that quote in the tweet.
This is the problem. Like he started off like it seemed like he felt that was a dumb question. And then he ended with, "Oh, it's a fair question," because they kind of were like, "Well, I mean, dude, like you're saying that because we had injuries. You had injuries, including a player that you signed that we knew was going to get injured. Like it was Davenport. You knew that outcome.
The worst part too about it, we lost Jeff. The worst part too about it is, and I hated the end of it. If I'm being honest, just him being like, him just going, it's at the top of y'all's priority list, and it's not that high on ours. Essentially, like we're just getting guys. We don't. I guess you know what? I hate the fact that there's not an edge rusher. I think that this could end up being like. This is that piece with Brad where it's like there's always a bad part of anyone. You know what I mean? This feels like that could be it. Yeah, and this feels like that could be it because he's like, we've turned every stone. We've tried everything we could the last few years. They haven't got an edge rusher that's helped outside of Aiden Hudson. That's it. And to me, that's like a fact. And like he keeps using like, hey, Zadarius Smith, trade deadline. That was
he's not on the team anymore.
And you didn't bring him back. So where are we gonna are we gonna keep going in circles here with that? And you know what? I respect Jonas Sinker just went to the Saints. Great safety. I respect Brad and the fact that he is so consistent with BPA and getting his guy. I don't know if you guys saw the sweatshirt they had. It said HWS, height, weight, speed, and it's crossed off. And the reason they wore those today is because they don't look at height, weight, speed. They said, we just want our guys. We want Detroit Lions guys. So they respect it so much. Like, I know I respect it because they are so far into that to where we want to keep getting our guys. But there will come a time to where you need a player like that, or you need to make that move or that transaction. And if you don't do it, it hurts. Just like you lost in the divisional round, just like you lost in the NFC Championship game, it hurts. Until you win a Super Bowl, it will keep hurting until you do that. And I think that's it. And I still love a million of the moves Brad made. I said this in my video that I just put out. I love all of them. I love so many moves Brad made. This is one of them that it's okay to poke the bear a little bit and be like, okay, this is a problem. This is the one problem. And real quick, I do want to shout out. This is a big donation here. We're going to get to donations a little bit later, but this one, I'll just get this out of the way. Shout out Moto Buddies, giving us $20. We appreciate that a ton, man.
Shout out to him.
Whoa.
Hey, shout out to the GOAT, too, man.
Adam
Shout out
Baydoun
to
in here, $10. We appreciate that, Adam. Absolute legend.
And
Shout out.
it goes into kind of the same thing that I just said about Brad Holmes saying, well, we tried to trade up and we couldn't get anything done. And it's like bullshit. If you have truly turned over every stone and tried everything that you can do to get this team a defensive end, I don't know, try a different fucking plan because it has not worked. And if you could, to what Jeff was saying, like, oh, because of injuries, right? Like, no, because you look at this defensive line right now, and the only person that you could be like, yeah, probably won't get hurt, Aiden Hutchinson, probably, but he's coming off a broken. Ali McNeil, torn ACL, coming off a torn ACL. No sure thing. DJ Reader, old, probably going to be playing one more year in the NFL. And besides Tyleik Williams, who just drafted, and I like that pick, you have a bunch of, honestly, middle to low-level guys in the NFL.
Yeah.
You got the best guy in the depth-wise was probably Roy Lopez and Levi Onwuzurike. Okay? That's who you're working with. The middle of that defensive line is they're trying to make a strength is right now truly not like a strength when you look at other NFL teams because they got Aiden Hutchinson and a bunch of hurt guys and a rookie with Tyleik Williams. And then another side of the defensive edge spot, Zadarius Smith, hopefully, AQM, Marcus Davenport. So if this is your method about going about a defensive end line or defensive line, and you can see it's consistently holding you back from a Super Bowl, try something else. Because honestly, drafting after Aiden Hutchinson, drafting James Houston and Josh Pascal as your defensive edges since 2021 is pathetic. It's pathetic. Brad Holmes is not pathetic, but that is pathetic. And it's honestly just lack of it's
I don't want to keep hearing. I don't want to keep hearing. This is at the top of your guys' priority list. It's not at the top of mine. You know what's at the top of everyone's priority list? Winning a Super Bowl. That's the number one goal. And I don't care about injuries. What's holding you back today? It's an edge rusher. It's
not a wide receiver.
It's not even just one edge rusher. Let me make this very clear for the people and for everyone. It's not just one edge rusher. It's the whole pass rush. It is get to the quarterback. How many high-level quarterbacks and all-pro quarterbacks are we going up against this season? And do the Detroit Lions have on the schedule? Almost every single all-pro quarterback in the NFL, you are going on the road this year, and you have to face them. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen,
Jaden Daniels.
And you have to go out there and make that move. It's pass rush, pass rush, pass rush. I love the moves. The Tyleik Williams, love it for the future. Love it. I think he's going to be great. I love Tate Ratlidge, starting guard for the next 4 or 5 years. But you know what I don't love? I don't love that the edge position, or not even just that, the pass rush has not been addressed. And I'm not talking about just the draft. I'm talking about free agency. You don't bring Zadarius Smith back. I'm talking about trading. There are a lot of trade targets out there. You don't go get one. And you say, hey, we're going to roll with Aiden Hutchinson, an AQM who has only had a half a season that proved something to us, a Marcus Davenport who hasn't played a full season in his NFL career, and someone else, please name me another edge rusher on this team.
I mean, technically, Derek Barnes was when he came out, Boone.
You can't name another edge rusher. You can't. So the people who want to protect Brad, listen, I have been on Brad's side, and I will continue to say, hey, Brad is a top 5 GM in the NFL. I will stand on that. He has built a Super Bowl roster, a contender. He has done an unbelievable job doing what he does. There's one problem. To win a Super Bowl, you need a full roster. You need a pass rush. You need an offense. You need a defense. You need the right coaches. You have the coaches. You have the offense. You need the pass rush. And that's it. And again, people can be like, oh, you guys are complaining about the Brad. I mean, this isn't a crash out of Brad Holmes. This is just a straight statement. If you want to win a Super Bowl and you're a Lions fan, you should feel a little type of way. And it's not, hey, Brad's on the hot seat. Brad can't get it. You should just feel a type of way and just say, hey, like, can we get to the quarterback next year? Guys healthy? Yeah. Like you're talking about, hey, is it because last year guys weren't healthy? You brought Marcus Davenport back again, who has not played a full season. So what are we really putting our backs on? And what are we really sitting back and being like, yep, here we go. 2026 is the year, boys. We got a pass rush. You don't. Everything else about this football team is a 10 out of 10. Your pass rush outside of Aiden Hutchinson, take him off, it's a 2 out of 10. Bring it up. That's it. It's that easy. And this isn't me hating on Brad. This is straightforward. This is being Lions fan, someone who covers the team, saying, this is all it takes. Get the job done. If I don't do my job, guess what? I'm out of it. I'm not saying Brad's out of it. I don't want that to get out. I love Brad. Brad's going to be just got to extend it. But you got to figure out that piece. You got to figure it out. You have to. You have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, your Davenport, we can all assume at some point is going to get injured. And again, that's just based on history. So even if he's healthy, this defensive line, like Aleem getting back, he's not going to be here for, quarter of the season. So let's think of that for a second. So you're going to go into the year and you're going to have Aiden Hutchinson, probably either Tyleik, Mekhi Wingo, DJ Reader, and Davenport for a quarter of the year. And then you have to hope that Davenport can make it past that. And if he doesn't, in comes Pascal again. In comes Levi Onwuzurike and spots again. It's just not good enough to win a Super Bowl, man. A defensive line, it's not. And you're putting a lot of pressure on Aiden, which I don't know if is completely fair, to be honest with you. I don't think that's fair. He's coming off a severe injury, and he's going to be fine. But, ideally, you'd like to get him some help. And I just don't know. Just my opinion, Davenport, not the help. It's not. So can Za'Darius come back still? Is there still an offseason? Yes. But now Za'Darius has the leverage. He has it now. Now that the draft's over, he can be like, well, I mean, you guys need another pass rusher. This is what it's going to be.
And one
how it is.
One thing, and Brad brought it up too. One thing that makes you want to fucking punch a hole in the wall is when we have the conversations about bringing in an edge rusher. Everybody always brings up, well, the injuries last year. And it almost sounded like Brad Holmes was annoyed. He was annoyed, I think, when people brought him up, and he was like, oh, you're just talking about that because the injuries. Hey, the reason it's still a conversation, and Booner saying it, is because the position opposite of Aiden Hutchinson is still not good enough. Fully healthy, it's still not good enough.
Yeah.
It's still not good enough. That's why we're still talking about it.
Yep.
Yes. Hey, guys, we watched it last year. We knew this team had a catastrophic amount of injuries. But still, fully healthy, you're looking at this roster on paper. And hey, hopefully we get a healthy 17 games out of Marcus Davenport. I'm willing to bet that will not happen. So on paper right now, fully healthy, it's still not good enough. And it needs to be addressed. And it shout out to Doc for asking the question. It bothered me how annoyed Brad Holmes sounded when he
seemed he changed the tune at the end there, because I think sorry about that. Someone was, he was at the end. He's like, "Oh, it's a fair question," but at first it didn't sound like he thought it was a fair question. It's like, no, it absolutely is a fair question. It is a fair question for you to be repeatedly asked about the weakest position probably on your team. You know what I mean? That's fair to me. Like, you're a GM, you have a great team. Obviously, you're not going to pick apart the Lions. Brad's done a really good job of building a pretty good team. But if you could ask questions about a hole in the roster, at least you feel maybe a hole, is fair to me. Like, it's not. That's why at the end it was like, yeah, it's a fair question. Yeah, fuck yeah, it is. It's a fair question, dude. Because if Davenport goes down, even if he's healthy, I think Davenport's fine. But even if he does not stay healthy, you're in a wad of shit, man. You're in a wad of shit. So I'm curious kind of what happens the offseason. Obviously, Za'Darius should be plan A. Maybe there's cuts. Maybe.
And we got a couple rounds left.
Yeah, but none of these. I mean,
they're
still get somebody again, but it maybe hopefully that ages poorly. I would be glad if it did, and they find some stud in the 6th. Could happen. But that's tough.
Yeah, I'm just shocked still.
That's tough.
What picks do the Lions still have in this draft? So I can make
They
sure
don't pick till I think like the 6th. I'm pretty sure. 5th
Hey, did
or
you
6th.
see that? I
think it's 6th.
See this, by the way, Hefe?
Dude, I tried to show it on my screen. Oh my God, that's tough, dude. But fellow Southpaw Dylan Gabriel, shout out.
Fellow, he switches it up so fast. I respect it, Caleb. Boys, I'm literally sweating. I'm sweating.
Yeah.
Like, that got me heated up. Pick 182 as the next Lions selection.
Oh, dude. No, it's later than that. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it's later than that. It's not 102. It's like 20 something.
This is crazy.
Boone is not happy.
What's he doing over there? He's probably spitting into his phone.
It's wild for him. Spitting into his phone.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Updated picks. So Dylan Gabriel went Jonas Sank. So when Jalen Milroe, Jonas Sank, or Dylan Gabriel. So we might have a run at quarterback. Patriots, wow, they just selected Jared Wilson. So they got Will Campbell and Jared Wilson. Patriots are having
Patriots are cooking.
Who else did they get? Who they take?
Jalen, they took Kyle Williams.
Yep.
Dude,
come on.
Patriots are cooking.
Vegas is on the clock. It perfect timing.
If this is a quarterback not named Shadur Sanders, Jeff,
it's Will
might
Howard.
drop into the 5th round.
It's Will Howard.
Let me see this. I'm just posting this reaction. Got to stay up on the tubes. All right, there you go. Oh, let's see, man. Hey boys, this is why you strap on your seatbelt and lock in, because you never know what's gonna happen. Isaac Tesler could be a line.
All right, I'm back. Listen, can I say this real quick too? By the way, Jeff, I just sent you a video here for our reels. It took me a million days to get this thing under a minute because there's so much to talk about. To get everything that happened tonight in a minute is crazy. I think Isaac Tesla, like, all jokes aside, I think what's really making everyone hate the Isaac Tesla pick is the pass rush thing. I think Isaac Tesla in a couple of years, Brad could look at us and look back and be like, gotcha, boys. I really do. Because
you're talking yourself into this one, aren't you?
No. The Isaac Tesla one, yes. Is there still a chance though? For me, like, there's still the number one thing is the pass rush needs to be addressed today. The fact you didn't address the pass rush is the problem. For me, it's not the Isaac Tesla. It's the pass rush you haven't addressed is the problem.
And the trade. For
I'm
me
juiced
too.
up right now.
It's the trade for me too.
Like, was he worth a 70th overall pick and 2/3 on top of that? Probably not. But I do think there is a world, and we see this a lot with offenses that are already established, is players that maybe aren't at that level can come in and produce at a higher level just based off of that, right? Like an established O-line, an established quarterback, some vets at that wide receiver position, a good tight end, good coaches. You see that all the time, correct? So like that was me not convincing myself, but being a little realistic, saying like, hey, I do think Isaac and Klotz, you've been on Isaac this whole time, so I do respect that, and I do think there's an opportunity where he can be a good offensive weapon in the next couple of years. It's just more so you haven't addressed the pass rush. I don't even want to say just edge; it's pass rush. That's all it is, man. That's it. I don't know what else to say about it. I'm actually fired up. I'm a little fired up.
You're fired up?
I'm just like, I can't stop thinking. I've never been so jittery in my life. I don't know if it's the energy drink that I've been drinking. I shouldn't be drinking it. I don't know if it's just the adrenaline. I could probably run a mile right now.
I'm still like, I think it's a mix of 2/3 to trade up to get Isaac Tesla, and then the edge is another alongside it, but it's more so like just the move up to get him. I get it, but the edge is definitely attached to that.
If you think about it, Gladstone, he flipped for the Rams. He flipped the 26 overall pick this year into a first next year, and then he traded and got 2 third-round picks for next year as well. They're going to have because remember he traded the Rams because they traded out, or was it because they picked up?
No, you're thinking of the Rams. We're talking about the Jags, right?
Yeah, but didn't they just trade? Maybe I'm just tweaking.
No, the Jags. You said they traded with the. Are you talking about the Lions trade with the Jags?
What are you talking about?
For some reason, I got all mixed up. Ignore what I just said.
You were thinking of the Rams Falcons trade.
Hey, by the way, we didn't even. Man, holy shit, we missed some super chats from the people.
We put a couple up. We can just put them all up again.
Yeah, Moto Buddies, appreciate the 20. Adam, appreciate it. Look at Adam, dude, sprinkle in too. Love you, Adam. Big dog. Brandon Armstrong, thank you for the $5. Says, did they also say you build from the trenches? Didn't they also say you build from the trenches? I don't get why he gets so annoyed with us wanting DNs. Can't have too many pass rushers. I mean, yeah, it's fair. That is fair. He built from the trenches. And Adam donating back-to-back $10. He shout
out to him.
Well, he knows he already has his thoughts on this pick for sure.
5 more picks, right?
For what?
Till the end of the third round.
No, don't do
There to get drafted.
Don't do.
It goes to 102, doesn't it?
Don't do this. Klotz.
Oh, F.A.
Klotz. Come on, Klotz. Come on.
He said he was gonna. He's after yesterday. He said, "You know what? It wasn't meant for today, but we know it's gonna happen tomorrow."
Klotz.
Travis Hunter made you. That's what they're saying.
Damn, man. What a day. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, so
it's not
the next pick is when? The 6th?
180 something.
Holy.
Steve Wild said, I took my clothes off and drank a beer after the Tesla trade. Is that out of celebration or anger?
I'm probably going to do the same here in a second, boys.
El Guapo, appreciate the $5, man. Love.
I'm gonna go home and watch The Sopranos and go to sleep.
Love where Brad says he wants 2, 3, 4 edges, brother. You don't even get one. Oh, well, that's fair. Yo, by the way, Moto Buddies dropping the 20s. That's huge, by the way. I got to just shout out to that. That's appreciate it a ton. Appreciate it.
Well, they brought back Marcus Davenport just because he was hurt. It's the only issue.
Bless you, Klotz.
Thank you. Thank you, Caleb.
You're welcome.
This is so shocking, man. Honestly, and two, what sucks about it is the Ratlidge pick.
Love that pick.
The Tyleik Williams pick. And this is where people like, and you need to make the statement like, hey, Brad's a top 5 GM. This is just the one part. This is it. Daniel did put in there, Lions have picks. Can we throw that up real quick? Lions have picks 182, 196, 228, 230, and 244. So tomorrow they have
one of them
picks.
Got to hit.
They have 5 picks. Well, let me see what edges are left on the board right now. Let's see if we can get one.
Jack Sawyer's still there, Boone.
Oh, I actually love that.
Yeah, he honestly
Savion
future line.
Yeah, Savion Jones, Jack Sawyer, Kyle Kennard, Q Robinson, David Walker, Jared Ivey, Antoine Powell Ryland, Ahmad Asin, and that's probably Ethan Downs. I think Ethan Downs is pretty decent. So yeah, there we go. There's guys still there. If we get one tomorrow and we get one of the ones that we like, I will change. I will flip. But until then, I will not.
I posted the video about Isaac Tesla. A lot of people flooding in there. They felt some type of way about Isaac Tesla, which again, like I think people were arguing different things. I think people are arguing that he'll be good. I'm not arguing the skill. I'm not arguing what not. Well, maybe people think he's like third round. Be really really good. I like Isaac Tesla. I don't want to act like I don't want him on the Lions. My problem was more the trade and obviously the edge thing. But a lot of people were flooding into that video just now. Shout out to all those people. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. But they were coming at your boy, and I respect it, man. I respect it. I'm all for accountability. You think my take's wrong? Come at it. But a lot of Isaac Tesla fans, I get it. I hate going at it because he's a local dude, man. Too. I root for him. I do.
I hope he's good. I think the guy's a good wide receiver. I think it's just more so the pick and in the trade. That's all.
Yeah, that's really it.
That's it. I don't think it's like
I'm not trying to come at him personally.
If you stayed at 102 and went Isaac Tesla, I don't think people would be as mad. I don't. I think people would still be pushing back because of the pass rush and the edge, but I think people would be able to sit back and be like Klotz, you said it. You said it a couple times. You might have had him mocked at 102 multiple times, Klotz.
Who was that?
Isaac Tesla.
Yeah.
So
I think literally in my last one.
Yeah, so I think if you stayed at 102 and you got Isaac Tesla, I don't think that's a bad deal. I think it's more so giving up basically 2/3 and moving 32 picks up and using the 70th on him. I think he could end up being a good wide receiver. If you pick a guy at 102, he could be good.
He will. Raiders just selected Charles Grant.
Yeah, I have to look at picks. I've been too juiced up.
Hey, by the way, we're 5 subs away from 13.3.
Hit it. Hit the subscribe. Hit the like.
5 subs.
Comment. Share.
D-Ray. My guy. Here's $2.50. Jeff, get a coffee in the morning.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wake up, do that Shadur homework, figure out where he's going.
By the way, boys, I think we're live tomorrow again as well. In the morning.
AE Sice?
You got it.
Appreciate the $2. Just give me Johnny Walker Jr. Yeah, I like Johnny Walker now.
God, I can't believe that.
Damn. Yeah, this
JT's massive purpose. Love hanging with the boys. Like and share. Shout out JT. Shout out. Man. Love having you here, baby. All right, boys.
Oh, look at Brian. Appreciate the 5, Brian. He says Jeff William and Mary offensive tackle when before Shadur on a hill of
the tribe.
Darius Alexander, Ashton Gillette.
All right, Brian. I mean, Brian, he's throwing $5 at me just to talk shit, and I respect the hell out of it, Brian. I do. I really respect it. I respect the hell out of it.
Oh, guys know what I think actually happened? Can I be honest with you?
With what, Boone?
And maybe I'm wrong.
Shout out ETN.
I think there was about to be and I think Brad knew, and maybe this is just Brad, a little panic in the room, maybe, because he's mentioned, like, hey, we've panicked a couple times. I think there was about to be a big run on wide receivers at 70, 68. Because if you do look, Kyle Williams goes 69 to Washington. And then you go Isaac Tesla at 70. And then just a couple down, Pat Bryant. Jalen Noel goes off the board. Savion Williams goes off the board. And I think Brad was set on, hey, I want Isaac Tesla. Let me try and get him at 102. And I think that he realized there might be a run on wide receivers coming up. And he was like, I have to go get him. Like, that's a guy that he might have been the next highest guy on their board. You know how they have a short board, Brad's mentioned, like they have that a little shorter bit of a board to where it's like that. That's my guess. That's my biggest guess. I'm trying to figure something out here, boys. I'm not sitting back.
I just think it's
I'm a
simple.
problem
Brad
solver.
does not value the defensive end spot in the draft. Like, it's just, he's going to go out and try to plug and play a free agent. I feel like unless it's a home run pick inside the top 10 where this team won't be, I just think it all comes down to it.
Yeah, I think to Boone's point, the wide receiver the wide receiver run was happening. But even the people and I saw some comments. I saw some comments, man. Like, check out Pride of Detroit's and shout out to Pride of Detroit because they have a trade value chart you can look at. And I'm sure there's a value on the trade and why it made sense. Listen, you know what that doesn't factor in, though, is what Isaac Tesla pans out to be. You know, that's the other big thing is you trade up 2/3 to go get him. And you didn't take a pass rusher, which obviously is but you see the NFL and where it's going, how important that is. But at that spot, it's interesting. We'll see how this ages, you know. And Savion Jones just went, son of a bitch. Did he? He just went to the Broncos.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. He's gonna be really good.
I mean, all the rest of these guys left. I mean, Klotzy's been saying it all day. Like,
no,
they're
Savion Jones is gonna be a dude, man. What were you saying, Caleb?
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna say no. All these guys left are. I mean, a good majority of them are just going to be the developmental guys that we've been talking about.
It's yeah, especially late. You're probably just taking dudes smale-minded. Remember the name. Jack Sawyer's still on the board.
He is still on the board.
Maybe what if Brad Holmes goes home and he's like, you know what? Fuck this. He calls, trades future capital, gets into the fort, takes Jack Sawyer. He goes, how about them apples? Goes to the press conference. Yeah, y'all wanted him?
Right now, what if like right now, 102? Oh no, that last pick just went in. Oh man, what if he does? That'd be something, huh, boys?
I do want to reiterate because I feel like the Isaac Tesla trade up to get him really dampened the mood. Man, that Tate Ratlidge pick. That was
pick.
I mean, that was a great pick. That's my guy. Tate Ratlidge, that's my guy.
That's why
I'm in his corner.
It's such a weird draft and it's such a weird situation to be in because I'll say this. Number one, Tyleik Williams is a great pick. I think he's going to be very good. I think he has a very high upside as well. Who could be he could be a Pro Bowl defensive tackle. His ceiling. Number two, Tate Ratlidge, boys, in the second round, could be a Pro Bowl guard in the NFL one day. Like he's got the ceiling to do it. He's a two-time All-American.
I love the first two.
So the first two picks, you're looking at that, and even the third pick, Isaac Tesla as a player, if he was at a different pick or you didn't give up 2/3 to get him, you could be like, okay, we got a weapon. Klotz loved him. Klotz loved Isaac Tesla, loves him. I think it's just more so the pass rush hasn't been addressed, and two, the trade to get to 70. I think that's it. Ty Felton just went off the board. Yeah, so I guess for Brad, he was always looking at, hey, in the third round, I want to make sure I get my receiver because there was going to be so many receivers off the board. And he got his guy. I hate this because it's like I wanted an edge, but I've been one of the ones preaching about getting a wide receiver in the third round. So I'm in a tough spot.
But not in this way.
Yeah, not in this way. No. But you guys see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ty Felton just went to the Vikings. What a room they have there.
I'm happy for Isaac Tesla, the human being, though. Good for him.
Yeah.
Go to his hometown team.
And I'm excited to see what he's going to bring.
Yeah, no, I am. I'm looking forward to what he can bring. It's just, again, my point stands. I just don't like the trade, dude. Don't like the trade. I'm not a fan of the trade, and it sucks that you're going to go another year without really prioritizing edge, which is unfortunate because you never really found an answer in a free agency. So, that's just the reality of it. Hopefully they bring back Za'Darius. But if they that's tough.
I hope we look back at the Isaac Tesla thing and we look in a couple of years and we're like, all right, that was like maybe not the Amon-Ra pick in that round, but like, hey, that was all right. We can see. I really do hope that happens. I do. He has. I posted some of his highlights. Like he has the big playability that we talk about with like that X wide receiver that we need. If you all look at the highlights that I posted, like he has the ability to do it.
Yeah.
It's about like if he's again, Jeff, it goes back to this thing. It's like there are guys who maybe get those 500-600 yards, but if they're in a good position in an offense that's already built in Detroit and he has the skill set and he has the ability to do it, to Klotz's point all offseason long with Isaac Tesla trying to kind of push us to him, he has it. Like he has everything that it takes to do it.
My whole thing is, and Boone, because me and you specifically, we went back and forth with it a lot, is I feel like this draft, was a draft to replace Tim Patrick, okay? Not Jamison Williams. And when you take a pick like this, in my opinion, this is long-term with what he can do down the field and how he runs routes over the middle of the field. This is, in my opinion, who they expect to replace J-Mo. And I just have a problem with it being this year because of the edge spot. But it just goes back to the conversation. It's like no one's denying that Isaac Tesla is going to be good for this team. How
you don't
good, we
think he
know,
can
but
replace Tim Patrick though? He's 6'4", 215.
No. What I'm saying is this is the draft that you replace Tim Patrick. I don't think you replace Tim Patrick in the 3rd round. If that makes sense.
I see what you're saying. I think that was the Tim Patrick replacement though. I think they looked at him.
I agree, but
and I think he could be.
3rd round,
I think he could give you more than what Tim Patrick is giving you at the age he's at. So that's why I do think they looked at it and they go, okay, there we go. And the upside, I see what you're saying, Klotz, like with Tim, but I can't say no. I can't agree with you on that because I've been pushing guys like Pat Bryant in the 3rd.
Yeah,
and it's a similar place. So like that's the thing. I can't. What was Isaac Tesla lower on my board than Pat Bryant? Yeah. I can't be now that I actually start thinking about it. I can't be biased against or unbiased against Brad on it because at the end of the day, the only thing that is different between me and Jeff, me and you had Pat Bryant all the time. The only difference really at the end of the day is Brad had Isaac Tesla higher on the board than he had Pat Bryant, which we could disagree with. But Brad's the one that's been going through these scoutings and having the interviews, and he's the one that's hit on the Amon-Ra's and the Kirbys and those ones to where it's like, okay, I guess at the end of the day, like, what have I been doing this whole offseason? I've been picking in the 3rd round X wide receivers. And what did Brad do? You all right, this is, you guys are seeing this in person. How many times have I traded? How many times have I traded up in the 3rd round to get an X wide receiver?
Yeah, a lot, Boone. You knew the formula. You were just putting it was just the wrong
Brad
output.
Holmes. He needed to get a pass rusher and an edge rusher in this draft. I'm starting to realize the Isaac Tesla pick was good. He needed
the player. Yes, the player.
I think
good.
maybe the 3rd rounds were. If you gave up 1 3rd round pick to move up and grab him, I think I could sit back and say, okay. At this point, we're arguing semantics because as it starts to realize our whole show, at least for me, and you guys have a couple times, we've traded up multiple times for an X wide receiver in the 3rd round. We have. We just had a different one higher on our board. It's that simple. So I can't be mad at the pick. I just hate the 2/3, and I hate that out of the first 3 rounds we didn't get a pass rusher. That's it. It has nothing to do with Isaac Tesla at the end of the day, I guess. You guys just saw that my brain worked.
That was impressive. I like it.
I'm going to be honest, too. I love Jeff so much. I know that man right now is thinking like, yeah, man, that's not a bad point. Boo.
Oh, no, it's not even, again, because it's not even different from what I've been saying. It's not Isaac Tesla. It's the fact that you haven't addressed one of the more biggest needs on your football team. And the fact that you traded 2/3 and your 3rd to move up to draft Isaac Tesla, essentially. You know?
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing mocks, I was giving up a lot of picks to get up to go get an X wide receiver at the end of the day.
Like that's a lot of capital, man. Like 2/3 next year. I mean, I know one of them's I think a compensatory pick.
Yeah,
but, that's 2 Kirby Josephs right there.
I just think if you gave up 1/3, I would have been fine with it. If you gave up a 3rd, I would have been like, okay, go ahead. That second 3rd is the one that hurts because now you don't have a 3rd round pick in 2026. That's the problem. Caleb, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, to your point, I was just gonna say. But yeah, in all those mocks you did, how many times did you draft, an edge in the 1st or 2nd round? Then you spoiled yourself a little bit and traded up and got that X receiver. So yeah, I hope people leave this, like everybody watching, leaves this whole thing and realize, because we've said it 100 times, is we love the player. It's just how it happened. That's it. And I hope everybody can realize that. Yeah.
I don't think there's a way you can watch. You can look at Isaac Tesla's production and be like, yeah, I do not like that. But I don't think you can watch Isaac Tesla's film and be like, okay, I don't know what Brad sees in this guy and be like, yeah, he's not going to be like, if you watch the film, to Booner's point, and not only just like, oh, he made a 12-yard catch. Like, watch how he runs his routes. Like he doesn't you can see that he's just a smart football player. What is Tyleik Williams very good at? He's a very intelligent football player. He's all around the ball. Tate Ratlidge, incredibly smart football player. And you can see that that's what they're going with Isaac Tesla and getting a smart football player that understands the game. It has to mean something. And I'm sure this is what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell obsess over with Isaac Tesla. It has to mean something if you went from a D2 college in Hillsdale, where you basically there's Lukas Klotz's in that division, in that conference of play. And now you're going up to the SEC and you're putting up 500 yards when it's basically it's a powerhouse for, you want to talk about NIL money and people want to transfer. They want to go to the SEC. You're able to go from Hillsdale College and now you're 3rd round pick in the NFL draft. That journey says a lot within itself. Is just the caliber of human that you're drafting. Runs a 4.4, 6'4". Great hands, strong hands, can jump 30 plus inches. He has a great vertical. He's going to be able to high point a football. Fuck it. Isaac Tesla's down there somewhere. You saw that against Dallas with Tim Patrick this year. Tim Patrick goes down. Jamison Williams misses a game. Amon-Ra St. Brown misses a game. You now have a guy to pair in there with Khalif Raymond with great depth that you can put on the inside and outside because he's fluid on the inside and he's big enough to play on the outside. Nobody's hating on Isaac Tesla. That's not it. If you watch what Isaac Tesla has done over the last 2 years at Arkansas and see the situation he's been in, there's a lot to be optimistic about. So you boys know, we've been talking about Isaac Tesla the last couple of weeks. He's a very good player, and he's going to translate better in the NFL than he was in college.
Coach Walk, appreciate the $20. What a legend. He says, give 4 king-size Snickers for tomorrow. Brad knows a lot more than us. This is Brad's Playground Pundit. The sky isn't falling. We were 15-2 with depleted defense. Calm the fuck down, boys. Hey, Coach.
Can I say this, boys? Go ahead. You go first, Jeff.
Appreciate you. No, just showing love to Coach, man.
First off, shout out, Coach. You're the man. Thank you for the donation. I am every time I hear, well, it's the injuries. It makes my head. I just want to hit it against the wall because we're acting again. This is when we go into the conversation of the schedule and the quarterbacks you play next year. This is when you have the conversation of coordinators, Aaron Glenn, John Morton. The Detroit Lions were peaking in 2024. The situation, everything was perfect for them. Weak schedule, coordinators are coming back to run it back. They went out in free agency and made some moves. Everything that they traded for Carlton Davis, they had a weakness at corner. They said, trade for Carlton Davis. I'm going to draft corners for you in the first 2 rounds. They did everything you needed to do. And it's still something went wrong. So to think, hey, copy paste, new coordinators, division's getting tougher, conference is getting tougher, schedule's getting tougher. Everything is tougher about going into next year. And they're going to be A-okay without adding to the spots that they needed to. Truly, defensive line at the edge spot is where they needed to add it. And you think, hey, they'll be just fine, run it back. That's where I put some caution. That's where I'm not saying that they can't go win a Super Bowl. Not what I'm saying. They have the personnel of a Super Bowl caliber team. But it was a better situation last year and shit happened. Let's not act like it can again this year.
Hey, good stuff today, fellas. I think today was fun. I mean, we had some back and forth, talk to the people. The people showed out. We had well over 1,000 people in here, 1,200, 1,300 people in here. So appreciate the support on these streams. It's been so much fun. I mean, we're going to be live tomorrow for day 3. So be there. And then we have Sunday, the Pistons game. So a lot of stuff happening this weekend. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all the super chats as well, man. Hopefully we got to every single one of them. I think we did. I tried looking, seeing if we forgot anything, but the support's been amazing.
It's huge, man.
One away from 13.3. So we're about to hit 13.3 mark.
Are we live? Let's say 9:30 tomorrow, boys, or not?
Yeah.
Not 9:30.
What time does the draft start tomorrow?
Noon. We could do a pre-draft kind of preview the last day, and then we'll switch over. 10 to 11:30, 90 minutes.
Yeah. Yep.
All
We'll
right,
be live.
boys.
All right. Until then.
So 10:30 to 11:30. Or 10. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Love you guys. Thank you for the support.
All right.
Thank you, everybody tuned in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shout out the Lions. Shout out Isaac Tesla.
There you go.
Tate Ratlidge.
Tate Ratlidge. Tyleik.
Peace. Love you guys.